The common room was unusually quiet for a Gryffindor evening. A fire flickered in the hearth, throwing long shadows across the worn red armchairs. Hermione sat curled in one of them with a book balanced on her knees, but her eyes were not on the words. She had read the same sentence 3 times without understanding it. Across the room, Ron and Harry were bent over a chessboard. Ron's brow was furrowed, his freckles shifting as he scowled at the pieces that marched obediently to his commands. Harry leaned forward, looking determined, but it was clear Ron was winning. Hermione tried to smile when Ron let out a triumphant laugh, but it faltered before it could take form. She liked Ron. He was brave in his own way, loyal, and funny at times, but something had always sat uneasily between them. For years, she had convinced herself that it was simply her being too studious, too rigid, too serious. But deep down, Hermione knew the truth she had tried so hard to deny. She did not love him. Not like that. Ron had always assumed she would, though. It was in the way he looked at her sometimes, awkward but hopeful, like he was waiting for her to finally say the words he longed to hear. And maybe Hermione thought the world expected it too. After all, opposites attracted, did they not? The hot-headed, careless boy and the careful, precise girl. The fairy tale ending everyone imagined for them. But fairy tales rarely matched reality. She closed the book with a quiet snap, drawing Harry's glance. He smiled faintly at her before returning to his game. His smile carried no expectation, no weight. Just recognition. That difference felt like a stone dropping in her stomach. Later, when Harry had lost and retreated to bed, Ron flopped into the chair beside her. His grin was wide, his confidence glowing. "Another win," he said proudly. "You saw that move with the bishop, right? Brilliant." Hermione nodded politely, though she had not paid attention. "Yes, very clever." Ron leaned back, stretching, and for a moment there was silence. Then he shifted forward, lowering his voice as if about to share a secret. "You know, Hermione, sometimes I think about after all this. After Voldemort. What we'll be doing, where we'll be. I reckon we'll stick together. You, me, and Harry. Always." Hermione forced another smile. "Of course." But Ron was not done. He looked at her with a sudden intensity. "And maybe you and I, well, maybe it'll be more than just friends by then." The air seemed to thin. Hermione's fingers tightened around her closed book. She could not do this, not tonight. Not when her heart was 1,000 miles away from where Ron hoped it would be. She rose quickly. "I should get some sleep," she said, her voice more rushed than intended. "Good night, Ron." She hurried up the stairs before he could answer, her chest tight. The curtains of her 4-poster closed around her, but they did nothing to shield her from the truth. She did not love him. She never had. And perhaps she never would. The days that followed did not make it easier. Ron grew more attentive, hovering near her during meals, trying to make her laugh with clumsy jokes, sitting beside her in the library where she longed for silence. Harry noticed, though he said nothing. But his green eyes often lingered on her with an unreadable expression, as if he sensed the storm brewing beneath her calm exterior. The real test came during the weeks before Christmas, when the trio walked through Hogsmeade together. Snow fell gently, coating the rooftops in white, and carols floated from the enchanted shop windows. Ron insisted they visit Honeydukes, dragging Hermione by the hand in his excitement. The contact burned her skin, not with warmth but with the discomfort of pretending. She pulled away as casually as she could manage, muttering something about looking for quills at Scrivenshafts. Harry followed her, leaving Ron behind in the shop with a bag of sweets. Inside the quiet of the quill shop, Harry spoke at last. "You don't have to force it, you know." Hermione blinked. "Force what?" His gaze was steady. "Whatever Ron thinks is happening between you two. If it's not what you want, you shouldn't let him push you into it." The honesty of his words startled her. For years, she had been the one offering advice, guiding Harry through his struggles. Now, here he was, seeing her more clearly than she wished. She swallowed hard. "I don't want to hurt him," she admitted. Harry nodded slowly. "But pretending will hurt him more. Ron deserves the truth. So do you." They stood in silence, the shelves around them lined with quills that glittered faintly under the lamplight. For the first time in weeks, Hermione felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Harry's words were not judgment, only understanding. And it reminded her of something she had always known but often ignored. Harry understood her in ways Ron never could. That night, Hermione wrote in her journal by the dim candlelight. She confessed her fears, her confusion, her secret relief in admitting the truth even to herself. She wrote of Ron's hopeful smile and how it twisted her heart with guilt. But she also wrote of Harry's quiet strength, his ability to see her without expectation. When she closed the journal, she knew the choice was no longer about sparing feelings. It was about living honestly. The war was approaching its darkest days, but Hermione realized something she had ignored for too long. In times of uncertainty, the heart could not afford lies. And hers had never belonged to Ron. The following morning, Hermione awoke with her decision echoing in her thoughts. She could not keep pretending. But knowing something and acting upon it were two very different challenges. Ron's laughter drifted up from the common room as she dressed, the familiar sound tinged with an edge of dread in her mind. Today, she resolved, she would find the right words. Or at least she would try. Breakfast in the great hall was its usual chaos, owls swooping overhead with letters and packages. Hermione sat between Harry and Ron, pushing eggs around her plate. Ron launched into a tale about his latest victory at chess against Seamus, his voice filled with pride. Hermione nodded absently, feeling Harry's quiet presence beside her. He did not join in the laughter, but when she dared to glance at him, his look was calm, steady, a reminder of what he had told her yesterday. She did not have to force it. After the meal, Ron insisted they head to the courtyard. He was in high spirits, tossing snowballs at Harry until one smacked into Hermione's shoulder. She gave a half-smile, but her heart was not in it. The snow melted on her robes, the cold seeping through, a perfect mirror of the distance she felt. When Ron leaned close, brushing snow from her hair with an affectionate grin, Hermione pulled back instinctively. The flicker of confusion in his eyes was brief, but she saw it. The moment passed quickly as Harry called for Ron's attention, but it lingered in her mind like a shadow. Later that day, the three retreated to the library. Ron lasted only 10 minutes before boredom overtook him, and he announced he would head back to the common room. Harry remained beside Hermione at their table, quill scratching as he worked on Snape's essay. For a long time, the only sound was the soft rustle of pages. Finally, Hermione set down her book with a sigh. "I need to tell him," she whispered. Harry looked up, his eyes kind. "Then do it. He'll respect you more for being honest." Hermione shook her head. "You don't know Ron the way I do. He'll take it as rejection of everything he's ever hoped for. He won't just be hurt, he'll be angry." Harry leaned back, studying her with that thoughtful expression she had come to value. "Maybe he will. But if you stay silent, it's worse. You'll resent him, and he'll sense it. The friendship will crumble anyway." Hermione stared at him, her chest tightening. "How can you be so calm about this?" "I'm not calm," Harry said softly. "But I've learned we can't afford to hide from the truth. Not with everything else we're facing." She wanted to argue, but deep down she knew he was right. The war loomed larger every day, their lives constantly threatened. To live dishonestly in the little time they had felt unbearable. She nodded faintly, more to herself than to him. "Tonight," she said. "I'll tell him tonight." The hours crawled forward with unbearable slowness. Evening descended, painting the castle in shadows. By the time Hermione returned to the common room, her heart pounded as if preparing for battle. Ron was sprawled on the couch, flipping through a Quidditch magazine. He looked up and grinned. "Hey, Hermione. Want to help me go over that potions essay later? I can't make sense of half the instructions." Hermione forced herself to sit down across from him. "Ron, we need to talk." The grin slipped from his face. He sat up, wary. "That sounds serious." "It is," she admitted. She drew in a deep breath, her fingers gripping the edge of her chair. "Ron, you're one of my best friends. You always have been. But I don't feel the way you want me to. I care for you deeply, but not as more than a friend." Silence fell heavy between them. Ron's freckles seemed to darken as his face flushed. "What are you talking about? Of course you do. You kissed me back at the burrow last summer." "You did." Hermione swallowed. That kiss had been awkward, rushed, born of a moment rather than truth. "I thought maybe I could feel that way if I tried. But I don't, Ron. I never truly did." His chair scraped against the floor as he stood. His hands clenched into fists. "So that's it, you're just saying all of this now, after leading me on for years." Tears stung her eyes, but she held her ground. I never meant to lead you on. I wanted to believe it too, because it would have been easy. But I can't lie to myself or to you. Ron's voice cracked, anger bleeding into hurt. So what then, you've got someone else in mind? Is it Harry, is that it? The word struck like a curse. Hermione's breath caught, and her silence gave Ron all the answer he needed. His face twisted, betrayal flashing in his blue eyes. Unbelievable, he muttered. All this time it's been him. It's not like that, Hermione said desperately. Harry has nothing to do with this. This is about me being honest with my feelings. But Ron shook his head, his voice rising. You know what, Hermione, forget it. I don't want to hear any more. He turned sharply, storming toward the staircase to the boys' dormitory, leaving her trembling in the firelight. She sat there long after he had gone, tears spilling silently down her cheeks. Her chest felt hollow, her breath shallow. She had done the right thing, she reminded herself, but the right thing hurt far more than she imagined. The sound of footsteps approached, and when she looked up, Harry was there. He must have seen Ron storm past him on the stairs. He sat beside her without a word, simply offering his presence. Hermione leaned into him, not caring that tears dampened his sleeve. For once, she allowed herself to be vulnerable. Harry's arm brushed against her shoulder, steady and protective. He did not speak, and she was grateful. Words were too heavy tonight. The fire crackled low, and the shadows danced around them. Hermione thought of Ron, of his hurt, his anger, his sense of betrayal. She thought of Harry, of his quiet support, his willingness to see her even when she struggled to see herself. Between them lay a fragile balance, and she wondered how long it would hold before everything shattered. But one thing was clear. The path she had chosen could not be undone. She had spoken the truth. And the truth, however painful, would guide what came next. The next few days were some of the most difficult Hermione had ever endured at Hogwarts. Ron barely spoke to her. At meals, he sat further down the table, his laughter louder and more forced than usual. In classes, he avoided looking in her direction, turning his attention to anyone else. When they passed in the corridors, his jaw tightened, and he walked faster, as though fleeing her presence. Harry noticed. Of course he noticed. He always did. But he was careful not to push her. He carried on as though nothing had changed, though he seemed more protective than ever, walking beside her to lessons, sitting near her in the library, ensuring she never felt entirely alone. Hermione appreciated it more than she could say, though guilt gnawed at her still. She hated the thought of Ron's pain, hated that her honesty had carved such a rift between them. On the third evening after their argument, Hermione sat alone in the library, quill in hand but parchment empty. The quiet rows of books usually comforted her, but tonight they felt suffocating. A soft rustle of robes startled her, and she looked up to see Harry approaching, his expression unreadable. "You didn't come to dinner," he said gently. "I wasn't hungry." Harry sat across from her, leaning forward on his elbows. "He'll come around." Hermione shook her head. "You didn't see the way he looked at me, Harry. He thinks I betrayed him. To him, this isn't just about feelings, it's about loyalty." Harry's mouth tightened, and he was silent for a moment. "Ron's stubborn, but he's also our friend. He'll have to decide what matters more, his pride or this friendship." Hermione wanted to believe that, but doubt weighed her down. What if he doesn't forgive me? What if I've ruined everything for good? Harry hesitated, then reached across the table to cover her hand with his. The warmth of his touch was grounding. "Then we'll deal with it. Together." Her breath caught, and for a heartbeat, the world seemed to still. She pulled her hand back quickly, cheeks flushing. Harry did not press the moment, only gave her that small, steady smile that had always made her feel safe. The following morning, Professor McGonagall announced that students would be paired for a transfiguration project. Hermione's heart sank as Ron's name was called alongside hers. She could almost hear fate mocking her. Ron's lips pressed into a thin line, but he did not protest. They sat at a table together, parchment and quills between them. The silence stretched painfully. Hermione finally spoke, her voice soft. "Ron, I never wanted to hurt you." His eyes flicked up, blue and stormy. "Funny way of showing it. I thought I could make myself feel what you wanted me to. But I couldn't. It would have been a lie, and you deserve more than that." Ron scoffed. "Yeah, well, lies seem easier right now." He slammed his quill down. "And don't tell me Harry has nothing to do with this." I can see the way you look at him. Hermione's throat tightened. This isn't about Harry. This is about me being honest with myself. With you. Ron leaned back, folding his arms. You know what hurts the most? It's not that you don't love me. It's that you never trusted me enough to say it sooner. The words cut deep, sharper than any spell. Hermione blinked rapidly, forcing back tears. You're right. I should have told you sooner. I was afraid of losing you. For a moment, Ron's expression softened, but then he shook his head. You already did. He gathered his things and left the classroom before she could respond. Hermione sat frozen, the weight of his words pressing on her chest. She wanted to chase after him, to explain, to plead, but she knew it would be useless. Ron needed time, and maybe time was the only thing that could mend this. That evening, Harry found her in the common room, curled in the corner with her journal. He sat beside her quietly until she finally spoke. He hates me. Harry shook his head. He doesn't hate you. He's hurt. There's a difference. It feels the same, Hermione whispered. Harry leaned closer, lowering his voice. You've always been the bravest of us, Hermione. You faced him with the truth. That's more than most people could do. Give him time. She turned to look at him, her eyes glistening. And what about you? Do you resent me too? Harry's expression softened. Never. The firelight flickered across his face, and in that moment, Hermione felt something stir inside her that she had long kept buried. She quickly looked away, afraid of what her heart might betray. As the weeks passed, the war outside the castle walls grew closer. Dark rumors spread through the corridors. Attacks, disappearances, whispers of Voldemort's growing power. The trio's friendship, once unshakable, now felt fragile. Ron avoided them whenever he could, often retreating to Dean and Seamus's company. Harry and Hermione, however, grew closer in his absence, bound by unspoken understanding. One night in early spring, after curfew, they sat by the dying embers of the fire. Harry stared into the flames, his glasses reflecting the glow. Do you ever think about what happens after this, after Voldemort? Hermione hugged her knees, considering. Sometimes. But it feels impossible to plan when every day could be our last. Harry nodded. Still, I think about it. About a life that isn't just running and fighting. Something normal. Hermione's lips curved faintly. Normal sounds like a fairy tale. They shared a quiet laugh, but it quickly faded. Harry glanced at her, his expression more serious. Whatever happens, Hermione, I want you to know. I couldn't do this without you. Her chest tightened. You'll never have to. For a heartbeat, their eyes met, the unspoken hanging heavily between them. Hermione's pulse raced, and she looked away before the moment could deepen. It was too soon. Ron's absence was still an open wound, and the war pressed down on them like a storm. But in the quiet of the common room, she realized something she had tried to deny for years. Her heart had always leaned toward Harry, not Ron. And if the world gave them the chance to survive, she might finally have to face what that truly meant. The days slipped into one another, marked not by the rhythm of classes, but by the growing shadow of war. The walls of Hogwarts, once a sanctuary, now felt like fragile barriers against the darkness gathering beyond. Hermione threw herself into her studies as she always had, burying her anxiety under ink-stained parchment and heavy tomes. But the silence at her side, where Ron once sat, was a constant reminder of what had fractured. Harry filled that silence as best he could. He walked her to class, partnered with her during defense against the dark arts, and stayed up late in the common room when she could not sleep. Yet his kindness only deepened her guilt. The more Ron distanced himself, the more she leaned on Harry, and the clearer it became that her heart had already chosen long before her mind admitted it. One evening, after a particularly grueling lesson with Snape, Hermione lingered outside the classroom. Harry waited for her, his jaw tight, clearly frustrated by their professor's sharp barbs. Ron, however, strode past without a word, his shoulder brushing hers as though she were invisible. The sting of it made her eyes burn. "Don't let him get to you," Harry murmured. Hermione exhaled shakily. "I can't help it. He's been my friend since we were 12, and now it feels like he's a stranger." Harry studied her for a moment, his green eyes thoughtful. "He'll come back. He always does. But you can't carry the weight of his choices. You've got enough to carry already." Hermione managed a faint smile at that. Harry had a way of grounding her, of reminding her she did not have to bear the world alone, even if she often felt she must. The following week brought an unexpected reprieve. McGonagall announced a Hogsmeade visit, perhaps in an effort to lift student spirits. Hermione almost declined, but Harry insisted they go. Ron chose to remain behind, muttering something about Quidditch practice that no one believed. Snow still lingered in patches across the village, the rooftops glittering under a pale sun. Hermione and Harry walked together, their steps easy, their conversation light. For a few hours, they were not soldiers in a war, not broken friends, they were just two teenagers sharing butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. Hermione found herself laughing, truly laughing, at one of Harry's stories about Dudley's tantrums. The sound surprised her, as though joy had become a forgotten language. She caught Harry watching her, a small, almost shy smile tugging at his lips. Her heart fluttered, and for a fleeting moment, she let herself imagine what life might be like without shadows, without fear. A life where laughter like this was the rule, not the exception. But the dream shattered when they returned to the castle. Ron was waiting in the common room, his expression thunderous. "So that's how it is now," he snapped the moment they walked in. "While I'm here, you two are off playing happy couple in Hogsmeade." Hermione froze, her cheeks flushing. "It wasn't like that, Ron. Ron cut her off, his voice sharp. "Don't bother. I've seen enough. You think I'm blind." Harry stepped forward, his tone calm but firm. "Ron, that's not fair." "Fair," Ron barked a bitter laugh. "Nothing about this is fair. My best mate and the girl He stopped abruptly, his fists clenching. "You know what, forget it. I don't care anymore." He stormed past them, the portrait holes slamming behind him. The silence he left behind was deafening. Hermione's throat ached. "This is tearing us apart." Harry placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's not your fault." But she could see the truth in his eyes. Fault or not, the fracture was widening, and there was no simple way to mend it. The weeks that followed were tense. Ron avoided them whenever possible, throwing himself into Quidditch and spending time with others. When they were forced to work together, he was curt, his words clipped. Harry bore the brunt of his coldness, and though he never complained, Hermione could see the toll it took. Late one night, unable to sleep, Hermione crept into the common room. To her surprise, Harry was there, sitting alone by the dying fire. He looked tired, shadows under his eyes, but when he saw her, he offered a small smile. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked. She shook her head and sat beside him. For a while, they said nothing, the crackle of the fire filling the silence. Finally, Hermione spoke. "Do you ever regret it all of this being who you are?" Harry considered. "Sometimes. I wonder what life would have been like if I wasn't the boy who lived. If my parents had lived. If I'd been just Harry." Hermione's chest tightened. "You're more than that title. You're brave and kind, and—" She stopped, realizing how much she had revealed. Harry's gaze lingered on her, searching. "And what?" Her breath caught. For a moment, the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, ready to spill. But fear held her back. Fear of what it would mean. Fear of betraying what little remained of her friendship with Ron. She looked away, staring into the flames. "And you're stronger than you think." Harry did not press her, though she sensed he wanted to. Instead, he leaned back, letting the silence settle again. That night, as she lay in bed, Hermione turned the moment over and over in her mind. She had chosen honesty with Ron, painful though it was. But with Harry, her honesty remained locked away, trapped by fear. She knew she could not keep it hidden forever. The war would not wait, and neither would her heart. What frightened her most was not what Harry might say if she confessed, but what it would mean if he felt the same. Because if he did, their world would never be the same again. Spring arrived, though its warmth did little to thaw the frost between Ron and the others. Quidditch matches, OWL preparations, and endless assignments gave the appearance of normalcy. But beneath it all, the trio's bond lay fractured. Hermione felt it most sharply when she watched Harry try, time and again, to bridge the gap with Ron. His attempts were met with cold replies or forced smiles that never reached the eyes. Hermione, meanwhile, struggled with her own conflict. She had chosen honesty with Ron, and though it had cost her dearly, she could not regret it. Yet she carried another truth within her, one that grew heavier by the day. Every time she laughed at something Harry said, Every time she caught his gaze lingering a moment too long, every time his hand brushed hers in passing, she felt the weight of it. One evening, she sat in the library, parchment covered with half-written notes for ancient runes. The letters blurred as her mind drifted. Footsteps approached, and she did not need to look up to know who it was. "You're working too hard again," Harry said, sliding into the chair beside her. Hermione tried to smile. "Exams don't study for themselves." He tilted his head, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Even you need a break." The way he looked at her, gentle, steady, unspoken warmth, made her chest tighten. She lowered her gaze quickly, focusing on her notes. "I'm fine." Harry studied her for a moment longer, then leaned closer. His voice dropped to a near whisper. "You don't always have to be." Her quill trembled in her hand. She wanted to tell him everything then, to confess what had been lodged in her heart for years. But the thought of Ron, of their broken friendship, silenced her. Instead, she set the quill down and forced a steady tone. "We should finish this essay." Harry didn't push. He never did. And that patience both comforted and tormented her. The tension between the three finally boiled over during a defense against the dark arts lesson. Professor Snape assigned them to groups of 3, forcing Ron, Harry, and Hermione together. The task was to disarm and shield in rapid succession. Harry and Hermione fell easily into rhythm, their spells weaving seamlessly, but Ron lagged, his frustration building. "Maybe if you gave me a chance instead of showing off together," Ron snapped after missing a block. Hermione's eyes widened. "We weren't showing off, we were working together." Ron's face flushed. "Exactly. Together. As always. And I'm just the spare wheel." Harry's patience snapped. "This isn't about that, Ron. We're supposed to be learning, not fighting." Ron's voice rose, sharp with months of pent-up anger. "Easy for you to say, isn't it? You've got everything handed to you. The fame, the attention, and now—" He stopped abruptly, his glare flicking between them. Hermione's heart pounded. "Ron." But he shook his head, lowering his wand. "Forget it. I'm done." He stalked out of the classroom, ignoring Snape's reprimand. The silence that followed was suffocating. Hermione's stomach twisted with guilt and grief. Harry's expression was grim, but his eyes softened when he looked at her. "We can't keep going like this." That night, Hermione lay awake long after the dormitory had quieted. The echo of Ron's words replayed in her mind, a bitter chorus. A part of her wanted to believe time would heal it, that their friendship could survive even this. But another part knew some fractures never truly mended. The next day, Hermione sought Harry in the courtyard. He was sitting beneath a tree, sketching patterns in the dirt with a stick. She sat beside him, the spring breeze tugging at her hair. "I don't know what to do," she admitted. Harry looked at her, the weight of exhaustion clear in his eyes. "Neither do I. I've fought Death Eaters, Dementors, even Voldemort, but this feels harder." Hermione swallowed. "I never wanted to lose him." Harry's voice was low. "Neither did I. But if he's going to walk away, I don't know how to stop him." They sat in silence for a while, the distant sound of laughter from other students carrying through the courtyard. Finally, Harry spoke again. "Whatever happens, Hermione, I need you to know something. You're the reason I've made it this far. Every time I wanted to give up, you were there. I don't think I'd still be standing without you." Her breath caught, tears pricking her eyes. She turned to face him, her voice trembling. "Harry." The words hovered, fragile and dangerous. She wanted to tell him everything, to lay her heart bare. But before she could, footsteps echoed behind them. Ron's voice, sharp and bitter, cut through the moment. "Of course. Should have known I'd find you two out here." Hermione scrambled to her feet, guilt flooding her. "Ron, it's not what you think." "Oh, isn't it?" Ron's eyes burned with hurt and anger. "You've already made your choice. Don't bother explaining." Harry stood too, his jaw tight. "Ron, listen." But Ron turned away, shaking his head. "No. I've listened enough." He walked off without another word. Hermione's heart ached as she watched him go, the rift between them yawning wider than ever. She turned back to Harry, her voice breaking. "What if he never forgives us?" Harry's gaze was steady, though sorrow lingered there too. "Then we hold on to what we have. Even if it's just each other." Hermione blinked back tears, her chest tightening with the weight of it all. The war was closing in, friendships splintering, and the world seemed darker by the day. But in that moment, she knew one truth with absolute certainty. Whatever storms lay ahead, Harry was her anchor. And she could not imagine facing what was coming without him by her side. The rift between them became undeniable in the weeks that followed. Where once they were inseparable, the trio now felt like three separate points drifting further apart. Ron avoided them whenever possible, sitting with other Gryffindors during meals and choosing different routes through the castle to avoid awkward encounters. Hermione felt the loss keenly, a hollow ache that pulsed whenever she remembered how natural their friendship once was. Harry, though equally troubled, remained composed on the surface. He carried himself with quiet resilience, but Hermione could see the strain in his eyes, the way he lingered on Ron when he thought no one noticed. Losing Ron was not just painful, it was dangerous. They were stronger together, and without that unity, their chances in the battles to come felt thinner than ever. Hermione found herself worrying constantly. Her nights were spent in restless sleep, her days in books that offered little comfort. Even her journal, once a place of clarity, now brimmed with questions she could not answer. Was honesty worth the destruction of their bond? Was her heart's truth too heavy a price to pay for friendship? One Saturday, Harry suggested they take a walk by the Black Lake. The spring air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and blooming grass. Hermione welcomed the escape, though her nerves buzzed with anticipation. They walked in silence for a while, the water rippling gently against the shore. Finally, Harry spoke. "Do you ever think we're cursed?" Hermione glanced at him, startled. Cursed. He skipped a stone across the water, watching it bounce twice before sinking. "Everywhere I go, people get hurt. My parents. Cedric. Sirius. Now Ron. I can't help wondering if I'm the common thread." Hermione's chest tightened. She stopped walking and faced him. "Don't you dare blame yourself. Voldemort is the reason for this war, not you. You've saved more people than you've hurt, Harry. And as for Ron, that's not your fault either. It's mine." Harry turned to her, his expression earnest. "It's not yours, Hermione. You told the truth. You did what you had to do." Her throat tightened. "But the truth destroyed us. Maybe if I'd just kept quiet." "Then you'd be living a lie," Harry interrupted gently. "And you'd be miserable. Ron doesn't deserve a lie. None of us do." Hermione blinked back tears, the honesty of his words cutting through her self-reproach. Harry reached out, hesitated, then placed a hand lightly on her arm. "We'll find a way through this. We always do." His touch lingered for a moment longer than necessary, and when she met his gaze, her heart stumbled. She saw in his eyes the same unspoken weight she carried, the fear, the hope, the bond stronger than friendship. For a moment, the world seemed to tilt, pulling them closer. But Hermione drew in a sharp breath and stepped back. "We should head back," she said quickly, her cheeks flushed. "It's nearly supper." Harry didn't argue, but the look he gave her followed her all the way to the castle. That evening, the great hall buzzed with chatter. Ron sat at the far end of the table, laughing too loudly at something Seamus said. Hermione forced herself to eat, though her appetite was gone. Halfway through the meal, an owl swooped down, dropping a letter into Harry's lap. He unfolded it, frowning. "What is it?" Hermione asked. Harry scanned the parchment, his expression darkening. "It's from Lupin. There's been another attack. A Muggle family, not far from Ottery St. Catchpole." Hermione's heart sank. "That's near the burrow." Harry nodded grimly. "He says the Weasleys are safe, but Ron will want to know." Hermione's gaze flicked down the table. Ron was still laughing, unaware of the storm outside. She knew telling him would mean facing his anger again, but keeping it from him wasn't an option. After the meal, Harry approached Ron cautiously. Hermione followed, nerves twisting in her stomach. "Ron," Harry said quietly, "we need to talk." Ron's smile faded, suspicion flickering across his face. "What now?" "There was an attack," Harry said. "Near your home. Your family's fine, but I thought you should know." Ron's face paled. "You're sure?" Harry nodded. "Lupin wrote to me. They're safe." For a moment, Ron's anger melted, replaced by fear and relief. But then his eyes hardened again. "And what? You came together to break the news. Did it ever occur to you I don't need either of you anymore?" Hermione's breath caught. "Ron, please." He shook his head. "No. You made your choice. Both of you. He walked away, leaving them standing in the corridor, the echo of his footsteps heavy in the silence. Hermione pressed a hand to her chest, fighting the ache. He'll never forgive us. Harry's expression was grim, but his voice was steady. Then we'll keep going without him. His certainty should have comforted her, but instead it deepened the storm inside her. They had always been three. Could two truly be enough against the darkness ahead? That night, Hermione dreamed of battle. She saw Ron's face, angry and distant. She saw Harry, standing beside her, wand raised, eyes burning with determination. And she saw herself, caught between them, torn by a choice that had already been made but still haunted her. When she woke, her pillow was damp with tears. She realized something she had long feared admitting. She had not only lost Ron, she had set her path toward Harry. And though the future was uncertain, though war raged and hearts broke, her heart had already chosen where it belonged. The question now was whether she had the courage to speak it aloud. The next weeks unfolded under a shadow of tension and unspoken truths. Ron drifted further from them, and though Harry and Hermione tried to maintain focus on their studies and responsibilities, the rift gnawed at every interaction. The castle itself seemed to mirror their unease, dark corners whispering with fear, news of attacks spreading like wildfire, and a sense of dread looming over the students who still tried to pretend life was normal. Hermione buried herself in work, finding comfort in structure. Assignments, research, and prefect duties filled her days, but none of it could silence the thoughts that haunted her. She replayed her conversations with Harry again and again, searching for meaning in every glance, every hesitation. She had told herself that her confession to Ron was about honesty, about not leading him astray. But deep down, she knew it was more than that. Her heart had already begun leaning in another direction. Harry, meanwhile, carried his burdens quietly. To anyone else, he appeared as the steady figure who had faced Voldemort countless times and survived. But Hermione knew better. She saw the exhaustion in his eyes, the way he lingered outside the Ollery after Lupin's letters arrived, the way his shoulders seemed to carry the weight of not only his destiny but also their fractured friendship. One evening, after a particularly grueling defense against the dark arts lesson, Harry caught Hermione's arm as the class emptied. "Can we talk somewhere private?" She nodded, her heart quickening. They made their way through empty corridors until they reached the room of requirement. The door formed silently before them, opening into a small, warm space lined with shelves of books and a crackling fire. Hermione felt her breath catch. The room always gave them what they needed most, and right now it offered comfort. Harry sat down heavily in one of the armchairs, running a hand through his hair. "I don't know how much longer we can go on like this." She sank into the chair opposite him. "You mean with Ron?" He nodded. "We've faced so much together, and I can't imagine what's coming if we're not united. But every time I try to talk to him, it feels like I'm pushing him further away." Hermione stared into the fire. "He feels betrayed. And maybe he has the right to." Harry turned toward her, his eyes steady. "You don't believe that?" She hesitated. "I believe I should have handled it differently. But no, I don't regret being honest. I just hate that the truth cost us him." Silence stretched between them, filled only by the crackling of the fire. Then Harry leaned forward, his voice low. "Do you regret what you said because of Ron, or because of me?" Hermione froze. The question pierced straight through her defenses. She lifted her gaze, meeting his, and in that moment, the walls she had built around herself trembled. I don't regret the truth. But admitting it means facing things I've been afraid to say." Harry's jaw tightened, and for the first time she saw vulnerability there, raw, unguarded. "Hermione, I've been afraid too. Afraid of losing what we already have, afraid of ruining it. But I can't keep pretending I don't feel it." Her breath hitched. The room seemed to close in, the fire casting golden light that flickered over his face. Every part of her screamed to answer, to confess what her heart had been whispering for so long. But fear clawed at her. Fear of breaking what little balance they had left. Fear of admitting that her heart had crossed a line that could never be undone. Instead, she whispered, "Harry, we can't, not now. The war, Ron, everything is too fragile." He nodded slowly, though the flicker of pain in his eyes nearly undid her. "I know. But someday, Hermione, we'll have to stop running from it." She swallowed hard, blinking back tears. "Someday. But not tonight." They sat in silence after that, the unspoken words burning heavier than any spell. When they left the room, the air between them felt changed, heavier, but also charged with something undeniable. The following days blurred with tension. Hermione noticed the way Harry seemed more protective, walking closer beside her in the halls, keeping his eyes sharp during every practice in the DA. Their bond, already strong, deepened further in the absence of Ron. But it was also dangerous. Every glance carried meaning, every accidental touch sparked awareness neither could ignore. Then came the night of the Astronomy Tower patrol. Hermione was paired with Harry, the corridors silent under the starry sky. They walked together, the stillness amplifying every heartbeat. "Do you ever think about after?" Harry asked suddenly, his voice low. "After what?" Hermione replied, though she knew. "After the war. If we survive." She hesitated. "I try not to. It feels too far away." He stopped, turning to her. "I think about it all the time. What life could be like without him haunting every step. A life where people can just live. Where we can choose for ourselves." Her chest tightened. "And what would you choose?" Harry's eyes searched hers, the intensity making her breath falter. "I'd choose you." The words hit her like a spell. She wanted to answer, to close the distance between them, but footsteps echoed down the corridor, shattering the moment. A group of prefects rounded the corner, laughing, unaware of the storm that had almost broken. Hermione turned quickly, her heart racing. Harry fell into step beside her, neither of them speaking until the patrol ended. But the words lingered in her mind long after she returned to her dormitory. That night, lying awake beneath her blankets, Hermione knew the truth could no longer be ignored. She loved him. She had loved him longer than she dared admit, and though the world outside threatened to shatter everything, her heart was already decided. The only question now was how long they could keep their secret before it became impossible to hide. Hermione woke the next morning with Harry's words still echoing in her mind. "I'd choose you." They had been spoken softly, almost swallowed by the silence of the corridor, yet they carried the weight of something that could alter the course of everything. She replayed them as she got dressed, as she made her way down to breakfast, as she tried to focus on her parchment full of arithmancy notes. No matter how hard she tried, her thoughts drifted back to him. Across the great hall, Harry sat with Neville, his posture calm but his eyes distant. Hermione caught him stealing glances at her, though each time their eyes met, he looked away quickly. Ron was nowhere near them, seated at the far end of the table once again. It was becoming a pattern, one that left Hermione's chest aching with guilt and frustration. By mid-afternoon, Hermione retreated to the library, hoping that research might quiet her mind. She pulled a stack of books onto her table, some on defensive charms, others on magical history. But though she scanned the pages diligently, her mind wandered. Every word she read blurred with thoughts of Harry, his quiet strength, the way he carried burdens no one should, the way he had looked at her when he said those words. The scrape of a chair pulled her from her reverie. She looked up to see Harry slipping into the seat across from her, carrying no books of his own. "Are you hiding from everyone again?" he asked softly. "Not hiding," she said quickly, though she knew it wasn't true. "Just trying to concentrate." Harry gave her a faint smile. "And how's that going?" She sighed, closing her book. "Not very well." For a moment they simply sat in silence, the library hushed around them. Then Harry leaned forward, his voice low. "Hermione, about what I said last night." Her pulse quickened. "Harry." "No, listen." His eyes searched hers, steady and intent. "I meant it. Every word. But I also know what's at stake. I'm not asking for answers right now. I just don't want you to doubt that I meant it." Hermione swallowed hard. "I don't doubt you. I never have. But Harry, everything is so uncertain. If we let this happen, what if it destroys what we already have?" Harry's expression softened. "And what if it makes us stronger?" The question lingered between them like a living thing. Hermione wanted desperately to believe it, but before she could respond, Madame Pants glared from across the room, silencing them with one sharp look. They both ducked their heads, a faint laugh slipping between them despite the tension. That night, Harry's words returned to her again, but this time they brought less fear and more warmth. What if it makes us stronger? She turned the thought over in her mind until sleep claimed her. The The days grew heavier as May slipped into June. Voldemort's attacks increased, and news from the outside world was grim. Every student felt the strain. Even lessons, once a distraction, carried tension. Snape's sharp words cut deeper than ever, and McGonagall's gaze often lingered too long, as if she knew just how close to breaking some of them were. One evening, after a particularly difficult day of classes, Hermione found herself walking by the lake again. The sky was painted with streaks of pink and gold as the sun dipped below the horizon. She hugged her cloak tighter, the spring air still carrying a chill. She wasn't surprised when Harry appeared beside her. He had a way of finding her when she needed him most. "Long day," he said quietly. She nodded. "Feels like they're all long now." They walked in silence, the only sound the gentle lapping of water against the shore. Finally, Hermione stopped, turning to face him. "Harry, about us. I don't want to run from it anymore." His breath caught. "You don't." She shook her head. "I don't know what's going to happen. None of us do. But I know how I feel. And pretending otherwise isn't fair. Not to you, not to me, not even to Ron." Harry's eyes softened, the weight in them giving way to something brighter. "Hermione." Before he could finish, she stepped closer, her hand brushing his. The contact sent a spark through her, steady and sure. For the first time, she let herself imagine a future that wasn't filled only with war and loss, but with choices, her choices. Yet before either of them could say more, a voice rang out across the grounds. "There you are." Hermione froze. Ron stood a few yards away, his face shadowed but his eyes burning. He had clearly seen enough. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. Harry straightened, his hand falling back to his side, his expression wary. Hermione's chest tightened, dread curling in her stomach. Ron walked closer, his voice sharp. "I should have known. All those late-night talks, the way you two keep disappearing. Was I ever really part of this, or was I just the idiot in the middle?" "Ron, it's not like that," Hermione began, her voice trembling. "Isn't it?" Ron snapped. His fists were clenched, his face red. "I thought you were my friends. Turns out I was the fool. You couldn't even wait until things were over before this." Harry stepped forward, his voice steady but firm. "Ron, stop. It's not what you think." Ron laughed bitterly. "Then tell me what it is, Harry. Because from where I'm standing, it looks exactly like what I think." Hermione's throat tightened, words catching before they could form. She wanted to explain, to make him understand that it wasn't betrayal, that it was something deeper, something inevitable. But looking at Ron's face, twisted with hurt and fury, she realized there might be nothing she could say to heal this wound. Harry's jaw tightened. "We'll always care about you, Ron. That hasn't changed. But you don't get to tell us how to feel." The silence that followed was heavier than any spell. Ron stared at them, his chest heaving, and for a moment Hermione thought he might draw his wand. But instead, he turned sharply and stormed back toward the castle, leaving them standing by the lake, the evening air colder than before. Hermione's hands shook as she pressed them to her face. "What have we done?" Harry stepped closer, his voice low but resolute. "The truth. That's all we've done." But as the last streaks of sunlight faded and darkness fell over the grounds, Hermione couldn't shake the fear that the truth might cost them far more than they were ready to pay. The castle felt different after that night by the lake. The air itself seemed heavier, every corridor carrying the echo of things said and left unsaid. Ron's absence was no longer a quiet distance, it was a sharp divide. Where once he had been the glue binding their trio together, now he was a fracture that split them cleanly down the middle. Hermione could barely sleep. The look on Ron's face haunted her. Anger, betrayal, and something deeper, a wound that words could never quite heal. She kept asking herself if there had been another way, if she could have softened the truth, if they could have waited until after the war. But no matter how she turned it over in her mind, it came back to the same thing. Her heart had made its choice long before she ever admitted it. Harry carried himself with quiet determination, but Hermione could see the toll it was taking. He trained harder than ever in the DA, his spells sharper, his reflexes quicker, as though burying himself in preparation might drown out the guilt. But she caught him at night staring at the empty chair beside them in the common room, the silence where Ron's laughter once filled the space. The others began to notice too. Ginny pulled Hermione aside after Charms one afternoon, her expression tight. What happened with Ron? Hermione stiffened. What do you mean? Don't play dumb, Ginny said, crossing her arms. He's been sulking for weeks, and now he won't even sit with you too. Something happened, and if it's serious, I want to know. Hermione hesitated, torn between honesty and protection. At last, she said quietly, I told Ron something he didn't want to hear. Something about how I feel. About him. About Harry. Ginny's eyes widened. Oh! Hermione flushed, looking down at her shoes. I never meant to hurt him. But I couldn't keep pretending. Not to him. Not to myself. Ginny studied her for a long moment, then sighed. Ron's stubborn, Hermione. He'll cling to his pride until it nearly destroys him. But he loves you. He's loved you for years. It's going to take him time to accept this. And if he never does, Hermione whispered. Ginny's gaze softened. Then you'll have to live with that. But don't regret being honest. Ron might hate it now, but lies would have broken him worse. Hermione nodded, though the knot in her chest remained. Meanwhile, the war beyond the castle walls crept ever closer. Letters from Lupin grew graver, describing villages terrorized, families torn apart, whispers of Death Eaters recruiting within Hogwarts itself. The atmosphere grew thick with fear. Even the teachers seemed more alert, their lessons sharper, their eyes scanning every face as though searching for threats among their own. One evening, after a DA meeting in the room of requirement, Hermione lingered behind as the others filed out. Harry was collecting cushions from the dueling practice, his shoulders tense. Harry, she said softly. He looked up, and she saw in his face the exhaustion he tried to hide from everyone else. Do you ever feel like everything's slipping away, she asked. Like no matter how hard we fight, we're losing more than we're saving. Harry's jaw tightened. All the time. But giving up isn't an option. If we stop, Voldemort wins. And I can't let that happen. She stepped closer, her hand brushing his. You don't have to do it alone. You never have. For a moment, his eyes softened, and the fire that always burned in him flickered with something gentler. I know. I don't think I'd still be standing if it weren't for you. Hermione's heart caught at the words. She wanted to say more, to tell him that he was her reason too. But before she could speak, Neville returned to collect his forgotten wand. The moment passed, replaced by awkward small talk until they finally left the room. The following week brought the first true confrontation since that night by the lake. Hermione was hurrying down a corridor after a late evening in the library when she turned a corner and nearly collided with Ron. They both froze. For a heartbeat, neither spoke. Then Ron said, his voice low and bitter, "Enjoying yourself with him." Hermione's chest tightened. "Ron, please." "No," he cut in sharply. "You don't get to please me, Hermione. You knew how I felt. You knew. And you chose him." Tears stung her eyes, but she forced herself to meet his gaze. "I didn't choose to hurt you, Ron. I chose to be honest. Pretending would have been worse." Ron's fists clenched at his sides. "And what about our friendship? Did that mean nothing to you?" "It meant everything," she whispered. "It still does. But I can't change my heart, Ron. I wish I could make this easier for you, but I can't lie to myself. Or to you." For a moment his expression wavered, pain flashing through the anger. Then he shook his head, stepping back. "You've already made your choice. Don't expect me to forgive it." He walked away, leaving her standing alone in the corridor, tears burning down her cheeks. When she returned to the common room, Harry was waiting. He took one look at her face and rose immediately. "What happened?" Hermione shook her head, brushing at her tears. "Ron. He hates me, Harry. I don't know if he'll ever stop." Harry's eyes darkened, but his voice was steady. "He doesn't hate you. He's hurt. And maybe it'll take time, maybe more than we want, but he'll come around." Hermione let out a trembling laugh. "You sound so sure." Harry reached for her hand, his touch warm and grounding. "Because I know Ron. And I know you. Whatever happens, Hermione, we'll face it together. With him, if he'll let us. Without him, if we must." She met his gaze, her heart both breaking and healing all at once. For the first time in weeks, she let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, they could endure this. But deep down, a voice whispered that the hardest battles were still ahead, both in the war outside and in the wounds left within. The weeks that followed felt like a storm building on the horizon. Every day brought darker news from beyond the castle walls. Hogsmeade had been attacked twice in the span of a month. Families of Muggle-born students were being hunted, some vanishing without a trace. Even within Hogwarts, the mood shifted into something brittle, fear lurking behind every laugh and whisper. Hermione felt it most during the quiet moments, when the castle's halls stretched too wide and too empty, and she wondered how long the walls could keep them safe. She knew better than anyone that safety at Hogwarts was an illusion. Harry carried the weight in silence. He no longer spoke of after, no longer daydreamed about a world free of war. Instead, his focus narrowed into survival, his own, Hermione's, and everyone who dared to stand with them. She saw it in the way he trained harder than ever, how every spell he cast in the DA carried sharper force, how his eyes scanned their surroundings as though expecting enemies at every turn. Hermione trained alongside him, but her thoughts often drifted to Ron. Their last confrontation still echoed in her ears. She missed his presence, his humor, his unshakable loyalty. Losing him wasn't like losing a friend. It was like losing a limb. She and Harry tried to carry on, but the gap between them was a constant reminder that they were incomplete. Then came the night that changed everything. It began with an owl at supper, a letter that dropped into Harry's lap with Lupin's familiar handwriting. Harry read it quickly, his face tightening. Hermione leaned closer, her fork forgotten. "What is it?" Harry passed her the letter. The words made her chest go cold. "Attack near Ottery St. Catchpole. The burrow threatened. The Weasleys are safe, for now, but it won't last. Stay alert." Hermione's gaze shot to the far end of the table, where Ron was eating silently, isolated as ever. He hadn't seen the letter. He didn't know. "Harry," she whispered urgently. "We have to tell him." Harry's jaw worked as he folded the parchment. "He won't want to hear it from us." "Then he has to hear it anyway," Hermione insisted. They approached him after the meal, their steps hesitant. Ron looked up as they stopped beside him, suspicion flaring in his eyes immediately. "What do you want?" "There's been an attack," Harry said, his voice low but steady. "Near your home. Lupin says your family is safe, but—" Ron shot to his feet, the bench screeching. "You're lying." Hermione shook her head quickly. "We're not. Please, Ron, you need to be careful. They're targeting families." Ron's face twisted with fury. "Oh, so now you care. You ignore me for weeks, sneak around behind my back, and suddenly you're worried about my family." "Ron, listen," Harry began. But Ron's voice rose, sharp and raw. "No. I don't need your warnings. I don't need your pity. I don't need either of you." The great hall fell into a tense hush as students turned to stare. Hermione's chest ached, tears stinging her eyes. Harry reached out, his face tight with calm. "Ron, we're trying to help. Whether you want us to or not, we still care about you." For a fleeting second, Ron's expression wavered. Then he shook his head, his voice low and bitter. "You've already made your choice. Now live with it." He stormed out, leaving silence in his wake. Hermione sat down heavily, her hands trembling. "He'll never forgive us," she whispered. Harry placed a steady hand on her shoulder. "Then we'll protect him anyway, whether he wants us to or not." The days after that confrontation blurred into an uneasy rhythm. The DA trained harder, preparing for the inevitable battles ahead. Students whispered constantly about the war, about families in danger, about whether Hogwarts itself might soon fall. And all the while, Ron kept his distance. One night, the DA gathered in the room of requirement for dueling practice. The room shifted to resemble a training hall, lined with cushions and practice dummies. Harry paired students off, correcting spells with sharp precision. Hermione watched him closely, admiring his leadership even as she worried about how much he carried. During a break, Neville approached her. "He's different now," Neville said quietly, glancing at Harry. "Stronger. But harder too. It's like he doesn't believe he'll make it out alive." Hermione's throat tightened. "That's why we have to remind him he's not alone." Neville nodded, determination in his eyes. After practice, Harry and Hermione lingered to clean up. Hermione finally said what had been pressing on her for days. "Harry, you can't keep pushing yourself this hard. You'll burn out before the real fight even begins." Harry looked at her, his eyes shadowed. "If I don't push, people die. I can't let that happen." She stepped closer, her voice trembling but firm. "You're not alone. You never have been. Let us fight with you. Let me fight with you." For a moment, his expression cracked, revealing the boy beneath the burden. He nodded slowly, and Hermione felt her chest ache with both love and fear. But before either of them could say more, the door burst open. Ginny stood in the doorway, her face pale. "They're saying Death Eaters were spotted near the forest," she said breathlessly. "The teachers are gathering everyone. Something's happening." Hermione's blood ran cold. The war had arrived at their doorstep. Harry's hand brushed hers briefly, grounding her, steadying her. "Then we're ready," he said. Hermione nodded, her heart pounding. Whatever came next, there would be no turning back. The announcement spread through the castle like wildfire. Students whispered in terror as prefects guided them back to their dormitories. The teachers moved swiftly, their wands at the ready, sending protective enchantments rippling across the walls of Hogwarts. The atmosphere was thick with dread, a storm ready to break. Hermione walked quickly beside Harry, her hand brushing his every so often as if making sure he was still there. Ginny followed closely, her face pale but determined. Every corridor they passed seemed alive, the portraits shouting warnings and suits of armor shifting restlessly as if they too anticipated the fight to come. In the great hall, the professors stood together, their expressions grim. McGonagall raised her voice over the din. "All underage students will be escorted to the dungeons for safety. Those of age may choose whether to stay and fight. But know this, Hogwarts is no longer a sanctuary. Tonight, it is a battlefield." A murmur ran through the hall, fear mixing with fierce resolve. Many students stepped back, unwilling to risk their lives. Others stepped forward, faces set with courage. Hermione felt her chest swell with pride as Neville, Luna, and countless others chose to remain. Harry stepped forward too, his voice firm. "We'll fight." Hermione joined him without hesitation. Ginny's eyes flashed with defiance as she moved to stand beside them, though McGonagall immediately blocked her. "You are underage, Miss Weasley. You will not be permitted to remain." Ginny's protest died as Harry squeezed her shoulder. "Ginny, please. If anything happened to you, he faltered, unable to finish. Ginny's eyes softened, and though she hated it, she nodded reluctantly. As the younger students were ushered out, Hermione caught sight of Ron across the hall. He hadn't moved, his expression torn between fear and fury. Their eyes met for the briefest moment, but he looked away quickly, clenching his fists at his sides. Hermione's heart squeezed painfully. Even now, he was so close, yet so far. The professors divided tasks swiftly. Flitwick prepared charms to reinforce the walls, Sprout gathered plants with dangerous properties to scatter across the grounds, and McGonagall summoned the statues and armor to defend the castle. Snape stood off to the side, his expression unreadable, but Hermione's sharp eyes caught the twitch of his wand as he strengthened protective wards with the others. Harry, Hermione, and Neville took the lead in organizing the DA. The Room of Requirement became their headquarters once more, shifting into a war room with maps of the castle and supplies stacked high. Students checked their wands, tightened their robes, and prepared for the unimaginable. Hermione's mind raced. Strategy, defensive positions, healing spells, all of it swirled together. She scribbled notes furiously, assigning groups to corridors, stairwells, and towers. Her voice cut through the chaos, calm but commanding. "Stay in pairs, don't stray too far, and remember what we practiced. Protect one another. No one fights alone." Harry watched her as she worked, his chest tightening with admiration. In this moment, she wasn't just his best friend. She was a leader, fierce and unyielding. Night fell heavy and silent over the castle. The waiting was the worst part. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the windows made Hermione's heart leap. She sat with Harry in the corridor outside the great hall, both of them too tense to speak. Then it came. A deep, resonant boom shook the castle, followed by another. The ground trembled as spells slammed against the wards. The air buzzed with energy as protective barriers flared brightly, barely holding. Shouts erupted from outside, distant but unmistakable. The Death Eaters had arrived. Students scrambled into position. The DA spread out, their wands glowing as they waited for the inevitable breach. Professors lined the entrances, their faces grim but unflinching. Hermione's pulse thundered in her ears as the wards finally cracked with a blinding flash. The doors shuddered violently, and in a rush of darkness they burst open. Figures in black cloaks surged forward, masks gleaming in the torchlight. Spells erupted immediately. Jets of red, green, and blue streaked across the hall. Screams filled the air as the battle began. Hermione barely had time to think. She raised her wand, casting shield charms with practiced precision, deflecting curses that would have struck younger students. Beside her, Harry's spells cut through the chaos with sharp precision, disarming and stunning enemies with unrelenting force. Neville shouted orders, his voice carrying through the din. Form the line. Keep the doors blocked. Hermione ducked as a curse seared past her ear, the heat of it stinging her cheek. She countered with a jinx that sent a Death Eater sprawling, his mask clattering to the floor. Her hands shook, but she forced herself to steady. There was no room for fear now. Amid the chaos, she caught sight of Ron again. He was fighting too, his wand flashing as he sent curses flying. For a moment, their eyes met once more. This time, he didn't look away. His face was pale, but his resolve burned bright. Hermione's chest clenched. Even divided, even angry, Ron was still a fighter. He was still one of them. The battle raged on. Spells lit the night like lightning, shattering windows and scorching stone walls. The sound of dueling filled every corner of the castle. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm suddenly, pulling her out of the path of a curse. "Stay close," he shouted over the noise. She nodded, breathless, adrenaline surging through her veins. Together, they pressed forward, their wands moving in perfect rhythm, covering one another as though they were extensions of the same mind. Around them, the DA fought with desperate courage, refusing to give ground. But for every Death Eater they felled, more seemed to surge forward. The castle shook with the weight of the onslaught, and Hermione knew this was only the beginning. Somewhere in the chaos, she heard McGonagall's voice cry out, fierce and commanding. "Hold the line." Hermione tightened her grip on her wand, her eyes blazing. They would hold. They had to. The great hall had become a battlefield. Spells ricocheted across the stone walls, lighting up the chamber with violent bursts of color. The enchanted ceiling overhead reflected the chaos below. Dark clouds roiled, lightning streaked, and the stars vanished behind smoke. Hermione ducked behind an overturned bench, her lungs burning as she cast another shield charm. A masked Death Eater loomed across from her, firing hex after hex, his movements sharp and precise. She gritted her teeth, deflecting 2 curses in rapid succession before stunning him with a well-aimed Expelliarmus that sent him flying. His wand clattered to the floor as he fell unconscious. Beside her, Harry crouched low, his face streaked with grime. His green eyes were sharp, scanning the battle with unyielding focus. He looked different in this moment. Not a boy, not even the chosen one the world expected, but a soldier. "On your left," Hermione shouted. Harry spun instantly, firing a blasting curse that shattered a chunk of the wall and sent 2 cloaked figures tumbling backward. The force rattled the floor beneath them, and Hermione felt the heat of the spell wash over her. Across the hall, Neville rallied a group of DA members, his voice cutting through the din. "Push them back. Don't let them near the entrance." His determination was unshakable, and the students mirrored his courage, their wands moving with surprising precision. Hermione spared a glance toward the far side of the hall. Her heart caught when she spotted Ron, holding his ground against 3 Death Eaters at once. His robes were torn, his hair damp with sweat, but his stance was solid, his spells powerful. For the first time in weeks, he looked like the Ron she had always known, the brave, stubborn, loyal fighter. She wanted to run to him, to fight by his side, but there was no time. Another Death Eater charged her position, and she barely had time to throw up a shield. The impact sent her sprawling backward, her wand hand shaking as the spell nearly cracked. Harry grabbed her arm, pulling her upright. "You all right?" "I'm fine," she panted, though her ribs ached from the force. "Keep moving." Together, they pushed forward, weaving through the chaos. Their spells merged in perfect synchrony, covering each other's blind spots, their bond unshakable despite the danger. Hermione felt her fear sharpen into something steadier, a resolve forged in the heat of battle. The hall shook as another explosion rocked the castle. Chunks of stone rained from the ceiling, and students screamed as dust filled the air. Hermione coughed, blinking through the haze. "Retreat to the corridor." McGonagall's voice thundered, commanding and fierce. "Hold the hallways. Do not let them spread." The DA regrouped quickly, funneling out of the great hall. Harry and Hermione followed, their wands raised. The corridor outside erupted into another clash as Death Eaters poured in through broken windows and shattered doors. The castle itself seemed to groan in protest, its ancient magic straining under the assault. Hermione spotted Luna dueling two masked figures at once, her movements unorthodox but strangely graceful. A flash of green light streaked dangerously close, and Hermione dove forward, deflecting it with a desperate shield charm. "Thanks, Hermione," Luna said dreamily, as though they weren't surrounded by chaos. She fired a hex that knocked one Death Eater flat. Harry's voice cut through the clamor. "Stay together. Don't split up." Hermione's eyes darted constantly, cataloging everything. Students were wounded, some unconscious. She had already memorized half a dozen healing spells, and she moved quickly between fighters, casting charms to steady them before diving back into the fray. It was then that she saw Ron again. He had forced his way into the corridor, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. His wand moved with furious precision as he blocked a curse aimed at Seamus and countered with one of his own. For a heartbeat, Hermione froze. Even in his anger, even in his distance, Ron had chosen to fight beside them. She felt a swell of relief that nearly unmoored her, and she almost called out to him. But a sudden flash of green light cut between them, slicing the moment apart. Hermione screamed as she dove forward, her shield charm barely intercepting the curse. The force knocked her backward into Harry, who caught her with a grunt. Ron turned then, his blue eyes wide as he realized what had nearly happened. Their gazes locked through the chaos, unspoken words crashing between them. Anger, regret, fear, and something deeper. Harry shoved Hermione gently upright. "We've got to keep moving. Stay with me." She nodded, though her legs trembled. The battle surged around them, pulling them apart from Ron once more. Suddenly, the air shifted. A chilling voice echoed through the halls, carried by magic so strong it made the stone vibrate. "You cannot win. Hand over the boy, and we may spare the rest." Hermione's stomach twisted. Voldemort's voice. The corridor stilled for a moment as the words slithered through every corner of the castle. Students froze, their fear palpable. Even the Death Eaters seemed to pause, emboldened by their master's presence. Harry's jaw clenched. He raised his wand higher, his voice ringing with defiance. "We're not giving you anything." The DA rallied at once, their fear hardening into fury. Spells erupted again, brighter and sharper than before, as though they fought not just with magic, but with the strength of Harry's refusal. Hermione tightened her grip on her wand. The war was no longer something looming in the distance. It was here, in their home, and every second mattered. She cast another shield charm, her voice strong, her resolve unbreakable. Somewhere in the chaos, she heard Ron shout a spell, his voice blending with Harry's. For the first time in weeks, they weren't divided by betrayal or silence. For the first time, they were fighting the same enemy again. And Hermione knew then, even in the darkest moment, that unity was their only chance. The castle roared with battle cries as the fight pressed deeper into its heart. The night was far from over. The fighting spread like wildfire through the castle. Every corridor echoed with shouts, the crack of spells, and the crash of stone as walls split under the force of curses. Smoke hung in the air, stinging Hermione's eyes, and the floor trembled beneath her boots with every explosion. She sprinted alongside Harry, firing a stunning spell that sent a Death Eater sprawling backward. Her chest heaved, her robes torn, her arm aching from the constant strain of spellcasting. They had been fighting for what felt like hours, though she knew it had only been minutes. Time had warped into something chaotic, each heartbeat carrying the weight of survival. Harry glanced over his shoulder at her, his face pale but determined. "We need to regroup. The others are scattered." Before Hermione could answer, a voice shouted from behind them. "Stupefy!" A jet of red light zipped past Harry's head, striking their attacker square in the chest. The Death Eater fell with a thud. Hermione spun. Ron stood in the middle of the corridor, wand still raised, chest heaving. His face was streaked with blood and dirt, his eyes fierce. For a moment, none of them spoke, the din of battle roaring around them. Harry broke the silence first, his voice low but steady. "Thanks." Ron gave a short nod, but his gaze flicked to Hermione. She met his eyes, her throat tight, words caught between apology and relief. But the moment shattered as another group of Death Eaters charged from the far end of the hall. Instinct overrode everything. The three of them turned together, their wands rising in unison. Spells flew, shields clashed, the corridor lit up with violent bursts of light. And for the first time in what felt like forever, they fought as a trio again. Harry's raw power, Ron's quick instincts, Hermione's sharp precision. Their magic meshed seamlessly, the way it always had before anger and betrayal had torn them apart. The Death Eaters faltered under the assault. One by one they fell, disarmed or stunned, until the last of them staggered back and vanished into the smoke. Breathless, the three of them stood together in the sudden lull. Hermione's hand trembled around her wand. She looked at Ron, her chest tight. The battle outside raged on, but for this sliver of a moment, there was space for words that had been unsaid too long. Ron's jaw worked, his chest rising and falling rapidly. So this is what it takes, then? A war at our doorstep before you'll even look at me again. Hermione's eyes stung. Ron, it's not like that. Isn't it? His voice cracked with both fury and hurt. You didn't choose me, Hermione. You chose him. And now you stand here, side by side, as though I was never part of this at all. Harry stepped forward quickly, his voice sharp. Ron, this isn't the time. Ron rounded on him, his blue eyes blazing. It's never the time, is it? Everything is always about you, Harry. Your battles, your destiny, your choices. And Hermione, his voice broke, his fury wavering. You were supposed to be mine. I thought you were, at least. Hermione's heart twisted. Ron, she said softly, forcing herself to meet his gaze despite the tears gathering in her eyes. I care about you. I always will. But not like that. Not the way you want me to. I can't lie about it. Not to you, not to myself. The silence between them was heavier than any curse. Ron's face crumpled, grief and rage warring inside him. So that's it then. Everything we had, it meant nothing. It meant everything, Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. But it wasn't love. Not the way it should be. Harry shifted uneasily, his grip tightening on his wand. He looked between them, torn between guilt and the need to drag them both back to reality. We don't have time for this. We can't do this now. But Ron didn't look away from Hermione. His chest rose sharply, his hands trembling. For a moment she thought he might walk away again, might leave them in the middle of battle, just as he had weeks ago. Then the castle itself shook with a deafening roar. The floor cracked beneath their feet as dust rained from the ceiling. Screams echoed down the corridor, cutting through their fragile moment. They're breaking through the north wall. Neville's voice bellowed from somewhere down the hall. Hermione's heart lurched. She turned to Harry, her voice steady despite the turmoil twisting inside her. We have to go. Harry nodded, already moving. He glanced at Ron, hesitation flickering across his face. Are you coming? Ron's expression hardened. His voice was low, bitter, but unyielding. I'll fight. Not for you. For them. He gestured toward the students spilling past them, rallying to defend the castle. Hermione swallowed hard, forcing down the ache in her throat. That was enough. It had to be. The three of them ran down the corridor together, spells flying past them, screams echoing. The air grew hotter, thick with smoke and magic. When they rounded the corner, the sight nearly stole Hermione's breath. The north wall of the castle had shattered open, jagged stone framing a yawning gap. Beyond it, the grounds burned. Shadows of giants lumbered across the field, their roars shaking the earth. Scores of Death Eaters surged through the breach, their wands sparking like wildfire. Students and teachers alike stood in desperate defense, their spells barely holding the tide. Hermione felt her blood run cold. The battle was no longer contained. It was consuming Hogwarts whole. Harry stepped forward, his jaw set, his wand raised. The weight of destiny pressed heavy on his shoulders, but there was no hesitation in his stance. Hermione moved to his side, her resolve burning as brightly as his. Ron stood a few feet away, his face pale but resolute, his wand clutched tightly. For a heartbeat, the three of them stood there, side by side, united not by love or trust, but by necessity, by history, by the bond that no bitterness could fully sever. The roar of the battle swallowed the silence, and they charged into the fray. The night outside the shattered north wall was a nightmare come to life. Flames licked the grass, sending smoke curling into the dark sky. The ground shuddered with every thunderous step of the giants as they swung clubs the size of tree trunks, smashing through barricades with brutal force. Death Eaters swarmed around them, their spells raining down like hail, flashes of green and red lighting up the battlefield. Hermione's breath caught as she took it all in. For a moment, the sheer scale of the chaos nearly overwhelmed her. Then Harry surged forward, his wand raised, his voice ringing with a spell that cut through the roar of battle. Protego Maxima. A shimmering barrier burst into existence, intercepting a volley of curses aimed at a group of terrified younger students. Hermione sprinted to his side, adding her own magic to strengthen the shield. The combined force steadied it, glowing brighter under their united will. Ron was already firing hexes into the crowd, his face tight with concentration. "Keep them back," he shouted, his voice hoarse but commanding. Neville appeared through the smoke, rallying a cluster of DA members. "Giants are pushing through. We need to slow them down." Hermione's heart hammered. Giants. She'd read everything she could about them, but theory and practice were worlds apart. Her wand shook in her hand, but she forced her mind into focus. "Confringo the ground near their feet," she shouted to the nearest fighters. "Trip them, make them stumble." Her plan worked. Explosions erupted at the giant's feet, shaking the ground violently. One stumbled, roaring in frustration as it toppled backward, crushing a group of Death Eaters in its fall. The students cheered, but Hermione knew there would be no easy victory. Harry ducked a curse and returned fire, his eyes sharp. "Hermione, with me." She ran alongside him, dodging spells, her lungs burning. Together they pushed toward the breach, where the flood of Death Eaters poured in the thickest. Their wands moved in seamless rhythm, years of practice woven into instinct. When Harry blasted one opponent off his feet, Hermione bound another with ropes that snapped tight around his limbs. Ron joined them without a word, his spells fast and fierce. For a moment, the three of them were as they once had been, united in battle, their bond undeniable. The air between them was tense, heavy with unspoken words, but their magic moved as one. A giant roared, raising its club high. Hermione froze for half a heartbeat, fear clutching her chest. Then Ron's voice cut through the din, "Hermione, down." She dropped instantly, and his spell shot past her, striking the giant square in the chest. It staggered, giving Harry the opening to unleash a blasting curse. The combined force sent the creature sprawling backward into the rubble. Hermione scrambled back to her feet, her chest heaving. She turned to Ron, her voice breathless but firm. "Thanks." He didn't answer, but his eyes flicked to hers briefly before darting back to the fight. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was something. The battle raged around them. Teachers fought with relentless power. McGonagall's transfiguration spells turned fallen debris into barriers, while Flitwick's charms ricocheted with deadly precision. Sprout unleashed plants that wrapped around Death Eaters, dragging them down into the earth. The castle itself seemed alive, its magic resisting the invasion, staircases shifting unexpectedly to block intruders, doors slamming shut with violent force. But the Death Eaters kept coming. For every one who fell, another took his place. Hermione's wand arm ached, her throat raw from shouting spells. Sweat stung her eyes, but she forced herself onward, every nerve alive with fear and determination. She caught sight of Luna dueling alongside Ginny, who had somehow slipped past McGonagall's orders to stay hidden. The younger girl's face was fierce, her hexes sharp, her red hair wild in the firelight. Hermione wanted to call her back, to order her to safety, but there was no safety left in Hogwarts. Not tonight. Another explosion shook the ground, and Hermione was thrown to her knees. Dust and smoke filled the air, choking her lungs. Through the haze, she saw a figure striding forward, a tall Death Eater with cold eyes gleaming behind his mask. His wand was already raised, a jet of green light forming at its tip. Hermione's blood ran cold. She tried to lift her wand, but she was too slow. Then Harry was there, stepping in front of her, his wand flashing. Expelliarmus. The Death Eater's curse vanished as his wand flew from his hand. Ron followed instantly with a stunner that dropped the man where he stood. Hermione's hands trembled as Harry helped her to her feet. His voice was sharp, almost angry. "You can't hesitate, Hermione. Not now." Her throat tightened, shame and fear twisting together. She nodded quickly, forcing her hands steady again. I won't. They pressed forward, the three of them carving a path through the chaos. Every spell was survival, every step a choice to keep fighting when giving up might have been easier. Around them, their friends did the same, Neville leading a charge, Luna weaving gracefully between curses, Ginny firing hexes with fiery determination. Hermione felt the weight of it all pressing down on her. This wasn't just a school anymore. It wasn't even just a battle. It was the war itself, crashing into their lives with brutal force. Through the din, Voldemort's voice rose again, echoing across the grounds, cold and merciless. Give me Harry Potter, and I will end this. Resist, and you will all perish. The battlefield stilled for a heartbeat. Even the giants paused, their roars fading into silence. The words wrapped around every fighter like chains. Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry. His face was unreadable, but she saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the weight of destiny pressing heavier than ever. Her chest clenched. She stepped closer, her voice low but fierce. Don't you dare. Don't even think about it. We fight together, Harry. We all fight together. Ron's voice joined hers, raw and rough but unshakable. She's right. Don't you even think about doing something stupid on your own. Harry looked at them both, his best friends, broken and mended and still standing beside him. For the first time that night, a flicker of something softer passed through his eyes. He nodded once firm. Together, then. The roar of the battle surged again, fiercer than before. And the three of them stepped forward, side by side, into the heart of the storm. The battlefield crackled with renewed fury after Voldemort's ultimatum faded into the night. Spells lit the darkness like 1,000 fireworks, each flash accompanied by the screams of defiance and pain. Hermione felt the air itself vibrating with magic, heavy with the scent of smoke and blood. Her muscles ached, but she refused to falter. Beside her, Harry and Ron were relentless, their wands never ceasing. The trio pressed forward, carving through the wave of Death Eaters until the grass was littered with stunned and bound enemies. But every step closer to the breach seemed only to invite stronger resistance. A shrill laugh cut through the chaos, sharp as shattered glass. Hermione froze. She knew that sound. Bellatrix Lestrange emerged from the smoke like a shadow made flesh, her dark hair wild, her eyes glittering with fevered delight. Well, well, my darling little mudblood, she sang, her voice carrying above the noise. We meet again. Hermione's stomach clenched, memories slamming into her with brutal force. Malfoy Manor, the pain of the Cruciatus, the laughter ringing in her ears as if her torment had been nothing but a game. Her wand trembled in her grip, but this time she refused to back away. Harry stepped forward, fury etched into his features. Stay away from her. Bellatrix's grin widened. How sweet. The chosen one playing bodyguard. And you, her eyes flicked to Ron, who raised his wand with barely restrained rage, still trailing after them like a faithful little dog. Ron's spell snapped from his wand before she finished speaking. Stupefy. Bellatrix deflected it lazily, twirling her wand as if mocking him. Oh, fiery. I do so love a boy with temper. Hermione's voice broke through, sharp and steady. You'll regret underestimating him. She fired a curse of her own, and for the first time Bellatrix's grin faltered. Their duel exploded into life, the air between them filled with streaks of red and blue, sparks showering where spells collided. Bellatrix moved like a serpent, graceful and unpredictable, but Hermione met her strike for strike. The world around her narrowed to the madwoman in front of her, every memory of pain transformed into fuel. She poured all her strength into each spell, determined to show Bellatrix that she was no longer the frightened girl on the manor floor. Harry and Ron flanked her, forcing Bellatrix to split her attention. For a moment, it seemed as if their combined strength might overwhelm her. But then, with a crack like thunder, another figure joined the fight. Greyback. The werewolf barreled into the fray, his yellow eyes gleaming, his teeth bared in a feral snarl. His massive form crashed against Ron, sending him sprawling. Harry lunged to intercept, his wand flashing, but Greyback was too fast. He twisted out of the path of Harry's spell and slashed with clawed hands, forcing Harry to retreat. Hermione's blood ran cold. Two of the most dangerous enemies they could face, together, in the middle of a battlefield that already threatened to consume them. She refused to let fear take her. She couldn't. Harry, take Greyback. I'll hold her, she shouted. Harry's eyes flicked to hers, hesitation flashing across his face. But he nodded. There was no time to argue. He turned on Greyback with renewed fury, his spells laced with fire and force, driving the werewolf back step by step. Hermione faced Bellatrix again, her heart pounding. Sparks lit the night as their spells clashed, the sheer force rattling Hermione's bones. Bellatrix's laughter was wild, but there was strain in her movements now, the edge of unpredictability slipping into desperation. Ron staggered back to his feet, his face set with grim determination. He rushed to Hermione's side, his wand raised. We finished this together. Hermione didn't argue. She felt the swell of energy as their spells merged, driving Bellatrix backward. For the first time, the madwoman's laugh faltered into a snarl. Across the battlefield, Harry's duel with Greyback was brutal. The werewolf lunged and slashed, his raw physical power nearly overwhelming. But Harry was faster, darting and weaving, his spells relentless. A jet of fire scorched across Greyback's chest, forcing a howl of rage from him. Hermione's focus snapped back to Bellatrix as the woman screamed, her hair whipping around her face, her curses vicious and lethal. The ground shook as their magic collided again and again. Hermione's lungs burned, sweat streaking her dirt-stained skin, but she refused to fall. Ron's spell slipped past Bellatrix's defense, slicing her cheek. Blood splattered against her pale skin, and her eyes flared with madness. You'll pay for that, Weasley. She unleashed a torrent of curses that forced both Hermione and Ron back. Hermione's knees buckled, her body screaming in protest, but she clung to her wand like a lifeline. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw Greyback charge Harry, his claws aimed straight for his chest. Harry, she screamed. Her body moved before her mind caught up. She hurled a blasting curse at Greyback with all the strength she had left. The explosion threw the werewolf backward, saving Harry by inches. But the cost of her distraction was immediate. Bellatrix's curse slipped past her guard, searing across her shoulder. Pain flared white-hot, nearly dropping her to the ground. She bit back a scream, her vision blurring. Hermione! Ron caught her, fury blazing in his eyes. He turned on Bellatrix with a roar, his spells wild but powerful. For the first time, the Death Eater faltered under the ferocity of his attack. Harry seized the opening, his wand blazing. Expelliarmus! Bellatrix's wand flew from her hand. The moment froze, her eyes wide with shock. Ron was already raising his wand for the final strike when a cold voice slithered through the battlefield. Enough! The sound was unmistakable. Voldemort's voice cut through the noise like a blade, and all around them, the fighting stuttered to a halt. The giants stilled, the Death Eaters lowered their wands. Even the air itself seemed to grow heavier. Hermione's heart plummeted. Her shoulder burned, her strength waned, but she forced herself upright, standing between Harry and the shadow that now emerged from the smoke. Voldemort. His pale face glowed in the firelight, his eyes scarlet and merciless as they locked onto Harry. Bellatrix scrambled to his side, her expression shifting instantly from fury to reverent devotion. The battlefield fell into silence, broken only by the distant crackle of flames. And then Voldemort spoke again, his words slow and deadly. The boy who lived and his little friends, so eager to play at war. Hermione's grip tightened on her wand. Fear pressed down on her like a weight, but she stood tall, refusing to cower. This was the moment they had all dreaded. The storm had finally reached them. The battlefield was frozen in a dreadful silence, as though the very earth was holding its breath. Voldemort stood tall among the ruin and smoke, his pale face illuminated by the flickering fires. His scarlet eyes swept across the fighters, students, professors, members of the Order, who stood trembling yet unyielding. Every gaze followed him, fear radiating outward like a suffocating fog. Harry's wand hand tightened. He did not move, but Hermione could feel the energy coursing through him, the weight of prophecy and destiny pressing down harder than ever before. She stepped closer, shoulder throbbing from Bellatrix's curse, but her chin lifted in defiance. If Harry faced Voldemort tonight, he would not face him alone. Voldemort's lips curved into a cold, thin smile. You cannot win. You cannot hope to win. Even now the castle burns, your allies fall, and still you resist. For what? For the illusion of choice? For love? His voice dripped with disdain, as if the word itself was poison. "Better love than fear," Harry said, his voice steady though his chest rose and fell quickly. "Better to die fighting for each other than live as slaves to you." A ripple of courage passed through the defenders, as though Harry's words stitched their will together. Hermione felt it too, her fear shifting into something sharper, fiercer. Voldemort's smile vanished. With a flick of his wand, the silence shattered. Avada Kedavra! Green light blazed across the night. Harry flung himself aside, rolling across the ground as the curse struck the rubble where he had stood. Hermione's wand snapped up before she had time to think. Protego! The shield sprang into place, catching the rebound of a second curse that might have cut Ron down. The battle erupted once more. Spells flew, roars filled the air, and the fragile stillness shattered into chaos. Voldemort advanced, his wand movements fluid and deadly, each curse more powerful than the last. Harry met him head-on, their wands clashing in bursts of light. Hermione's breath caught as golden sparks erupted where their spells collided, the sound of it resonating in her bones. She knew that connection, priori incantatem, and the sight chilled her to the core. But this time, Voldemort was ready. With a vicious twist, he broke the link before it could bind them, sending Harry staggering backward. Hermione rushed forward, sending a chain of hexes at Voldemort, anything to buy Harry a breath. He batted them aside with lazy efficiency, his red eyes flicking toward her. Persistent mudblood. His wand slashed downward. Crucio! The curse shot toward her, faster than she could counter. Ron was there. He tackled her sideways, the red light passing inches from her face. They crashed hard to the ground, breath knocked from her lungs, but they were alive. Ron scrambled up, fury written across his dirt-streaked face. "You'll have to go through me first," he shouted, firing a barrage of spells at Voldemort. The Dark Lord deflected them with contemptuous ease, his attention sliding back to Harry. So eager to protect one another. So foolish. Hermione's chest heaved as she forced herself up, pain slicing through her shoulder. She glanced around the battlefield, McGonagall rallying defenders near the courtyard, Flitwick casting protective wards, Neville leading a charge against a group of Death Eaters. Everyone was giving everything they had, but the sheer weight of Voldemort's presence threatened to undo them all. Harry stood firm, his wand raised, his expression resolute. "You'll never understand, will you? That's why you'll lose. Because no matter what you destroy, you'll never break what keeps us standing." Voldemort's face twisted, fury boiling through the calm mask. He raised his wand for another killing curse, and Hermione knew Harry might not dodge in time. Her body moved before her mind decided. She thrust her wand forward, voice raw. "Confringo!" The explosion burst at Voldemort's feet, forcing him to leap back. For the first time, he looked genuinely surprised. His eyes narrowed, focusing on her with lethal intent. "You dare!" His voice was venomous, quiet yet more terrifying than any shout. Hermione swallowed the terror clawing at her throat. "I do." Ron moved to her side instantly, his wand raised, his face hard. Harry, breathing heavily, stepped forward until they stood in a line, shoulder to shoulder. 3 against 1. Voldemort's eyes burned. For a heartbeat, the battlefield seemed to pulse with the weight of the standoff. Then, with a flick of his wand, he summoned a wall of fire that surged between them, forcing them apart. The heat blasted against Hermione's face, sending her stumbling back, shielding her eyes. When the flames faded, Voldemort was gone. Only Bellatrix's shrill laughter echoed in the distance as she retreated into the smoke. The defenders stood stunned, panting in the sudden lull. The clash had been brief, but its impact was immense. Voldemort had come, fought, and withdrawn, leaving them shaken yet still alive. Hermione's knees buckled, and Ron caught her before she fell. Her shoulder burned with every breath, but her eyes locked on Harry. He was staring at the spot where Voldemort had stood, his jaw tight, his wand clenched in a white-knuckled grip. "He's not done," Harry said quietly, more to himself than to them. "He's waiting. Watching. He'll come again." Hermione swallowed hard, her voice soft but resolute. "Then so will we." Neville stumbled toward them, blood on his face, dirt smeared across his robes, but his eyes burned with determination. "We bought time. Not much, but enough to regroup. McGonagall's calling everyone back to the Great Hall." Harry finally tore his gaze from the battlefield, looking at his friends. His face softened for only a moment, his exhaustion clear. But when he spoke, his voice carried strength again. Then we regroup. We fight. Together. The three of them moved as one, following Neville back toward the castle, their hearts heavy but unbroken. The night was far from over, and the storm had only just begun. The great hall no longer resembled the grand chamber Hermione remembered from feasts and celebrations. Its long tables had been pushed aside, leaving space for rows of the wounded. Makeshift beds lined the floor, and the ceiling above reflected not the sky but the smoke and fire that still consumed the grounds outside. The once vibrant banners of the four houses were tattered and stained, hanging like ghosts of a better time. Hermione stepped into the hall with Harry and Ron at her side, exhaustion clinging to her bones like lead. The noise struck her immediately, groans of pain, whispered encouragement, and the hurried footsteps of those tending to the injured. Madame Pomfrey darted from one patient to another, her wand glowing as she muttered incantations, her face lined with strain. Volunteer students carried buckets of water, tore sheets into bandages, and fetched potion bottles from crates stacked against the wall. The smell was overwhelming, smoke, sweat, and the copper tang of blood. Hermione swallowed hard, forcing her stomach to settle. This was no time for weakness. McGonagall stood near the head of the hall, her robes scorched, her face drawn but resolute. Around her gathered the core of the resistance, professors, order members, and DA leaders. Neville, still bleeding from a cut on his temple, slipped into place beside them without hesitation. Hermione's eyes scanned the hall, searching. Relief washed over her as she spotted Ginny, alive but pale, sitting on a bench with Luna tending to a burn on her arm. Their eyes met, and Ginny gave her a weary nod, though her lips trembled. Hermione wanted to go to her, to offer comfort, but McGonagall's sharp voice pulled her attention back. "Casualty report," McGonagall demanded, her tone clipped though her voice wavered at the edges. Professor Sprout stepped forward, dirt streaked across her cheeks. "Dozens injured, some critically. Colin Creevey," she faltered, her eyes watering before she forced herself to continue. "Dead." A heavy silence fell. Hermione's throat tightened. Colin, brave, eager Colin, who should never have been here tonight. He had only been a boy. She pressed her lips together, her eyes stinging, but she refused to cry. "Not here, not yet." "Others?" McGonagall asked quietly. Kingsley, towering over the group, shook his head grimly. "We've lost several of the order. And the Carrows are back inside the castle with a group of Death Eaters. They're cutting off passages, trying to trap us." Harry's fists clenched. Hermione reached for his arm, steadying him with her touch, reminding him he was not alone. McGonagall continued, her gaze sweeping the room. "We are stretched thin, but we hold. We will not surrender this castle, nor our students. Every life lost tonight will be honored by resistance, not defeat." A murmur of agreement rippled through the gathered fighters. Ron finally spoke, his voice hoarse but firm. "What about the giants? They nearly smashed through us earlier." Hagrid's booming voice came from the far side of the hall, where he had just entered, carrying a badly wounded Auror over his shoulder. "I'll handle the giants. They're not all on his side, you know. Some listen to me." He gently lowered the Auror onto a stretcher before striding toward McGonagall. His face was streaked with dirt and blood, but his eyes burned with determination. McGonagall gave a sharp nod. "Do what you can, Hagrid." Hermione's mind spun with strategies, her instinct to plan kicking in despite her exhaustion. "We need to divide forces. Keep the younger students hidden, protected. The DA should split. Half to guard the entrances, half to support the professors. If the Carrows are inside, they'll go for the weak points." Neville stepped forward, his voice steady. "I'll lead the DA. We'll cover the corridors and block their reinforcements." Hermione felt a surge of pride at his resolve. Neville had grown into a leader before her eyes, stronger and braver than anyone had expected. Harry, silent until now, finally spoke. Voldemort was here. His words cut through the room like a blade. Every head turned toward him, fear rippling across faces. He didn't soften the truth. "He fought us. He's testing our defenses. He'll be back." The silence that followed was suffocating. Hermione could feel it, the weight of hopelessness threatening to smother them all. She forced herself to speak, her voice rising over the heavy air. "That's why we fight harder. He wants us to break, but we won't. Every one of us still standing proves he hasn't won. And he won't, not while we have each other. Her words carried, echoing in the vast hall. Heads lifted, eyes sharpened. For a moment, the despair loosened its grip. Ron added roughly, she's right. He can throw everything he's got at us, but we're not going anywhere. This is our home. We'll make him regret ever stepping foot in it. A cheer rose, ragged but real. The sound filled the hall, chasing away the silence. McGonagall's expression softened, just for a heartbeat, before she straightened again. Very well. Everyone to your positions. We hold until the last. The hall erupted into motion. Fighters grabbed wands, students armed themselves with whatever they could find, and the wounded were tended as best as possible. Neville gathered DA members, his voice calm and commanding. Ginny stood with him, Luna at her side, both refusing to be left behind. Hermione turned to Harry and Ron. Their faces were pale, drawn with fatigue, but their eyes held the same fire she felt in her own chest. We should rest, even for a moment, Hermione urged softly. We'll need our strength for when he comes back. Harry shook his head. I can't rest. Not yet. He's out there, waiting. I can feel him. Hermione hesitated, then nodded. She understood. Sleep was impossible when the storm hovered so close. Instead, she placed a hand on his arm, grounding him. Then we stay ready. But Harry, you can't do this alone. Promise me that. His eyes flicked between her and Ron. At last, he gave a small, solemn nod. Together. The word carried more weight than any vow. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder, his voice gruff. Good. Because I'm not letting you run off to play hero without us again. Despite everything, Hermione almost smiled. Almost. The sound of footsteps thundered through the corridor beyond the great hall, sharp and hurried. Everyone tensed, wands raised. The doors burst open, and Lee Jordan stumbled in, breathless, his face pale. They're regrouping outside the castle, he gasped. Death Eaters, dozens of them. And the giants, they're coming again. The hall went quiet, the news settling over them like a shroud. Hermione's heart clenched, but she stood straighter. The lull was over. The storm was returning. Harry raised his wand, his voice steady. Then we're ready for them. The castle shuddered as if the very stones were groaning under the weight of war. Dust rained from the ceiling, and distant booms echoed through the corridors like thunder. Hermione sprinted with Harry and Ron at her side, their wands raised, adrenaline driving their tired bodies forward. The air was thick with smoke, the walls glowing faintly from wards straining under attack. They had barely left the great hall when they heard shouting ahead. The corridor near the staircase to Ravenclaw Tower was alive with curses, flashes of red and green streaking through the air. Neville's voice rang out, commanding and fierce. Hold the line. Don't let them through. Hermione's heart lurched. The DA was already engaged. She rushed forward, firing a spell at a masked Death Eater who had cornered two younger students. He crumpled instantly under her stunner, giving the frightened pair a chance to scramble behind a barricade of rubble. Carrows, Ron spat, spotting Alecto and Amicus leading the assault. Their twisted faces were alight with glee as they hurled curses indiscriminately, tearing chunks from the walls. Harry's eyes narrowed. We take them down. Now. The trio launched themselves into the fray. Harry sent Amicus flying backward with a disarming charm, so powerful it shattered his wand. Ron's hex knocked Alecto flat, but she rolled to her feet with surprising speed, shrieking a curse that barely missed Neville. Hermione countered with a jinx that bound her legs, sending her toppling like a felled tree. The DA fighters cheered, their morale surging. But there was no time to celebrate. More Death Eaters surged into the corridor, their numbers pressing hard against the student defenders. Fall back to the next junction, Neville ordered, his face streaked with grime, but his voice steady. Keep them contained. Hermione grabbed the nearest student, a terrified third year, and pulled him back as they retreated in formation. Spells continued to fly, bouncing off walls, charring portraits whose painted inhabitants screamed and fled for cover. At the junction, Ginny and Luna appeared, their wands flashing as they reinforced the barricade with a hastily conjured wall of stone. Ginny's face was pale, but her eyes blazed with fire. They're everywhere. They're trying to surround us. Before Hermione could answer, the ground shook violently, nearly throwing her off her feet. A deep roar followed, vibrating through the stone. Her stomach dropped. Giants. They've reached the courtyard, Harry said, grim determination hardening his voice. If they breach the walls, the castle won't hold. Ron swore under his breath, his knuckles white around his wand. We can't fight them all at once. We'll be crushed. Hermione's mind raced. Strategy, she needed strategy. Split them, she said quickly. We use the castle itself, trap them in narrow passages where their size works against them. If we can hold them long enough, Hagrid might reach them. Neville nodded fiercely. We'll cover the corridors. You three. He met their eyes, steady despite the chaos. Stop the giants. Hermione wanted to argue, to keep everyone together, but there was no time. The roar of another giant shook the hall, dust cascading from the ceiling. She gave Neville's arm a quick squeeze. Stay alive. You too, he said simply. Then he and the DA turned, vanishing into the smoke-filled passages, their spells already ringing out again. Hermione, Harry, and Ron sprinted toward the courtyard. The closer they came, the hotter the air grew, flames licking along the stone as Death Eaters continued their relentless assault. Through shattered windows, Hermione caught glimpses of the chaos outside. Figures dueling in the moonlight, shadows of giants looming against the firelit sky. They burst into the courtyard and froze. 2 giants had already smashed their way through, their massive forms silhouetted against the burning night. Each swing of their clubs sent stone flying, crushing defenders who scrambled to stay alive. Death Eaters followed in their wake, using the distraction to hurl curses at anyone in their path. Hagrid was there, a colossal figure even among the chaos. He hurled himself at one of the giants, shouting words Hermione couldn't hear over the din. His huge arms wrapped around the creature's leg, trying to wrestle it down. The ground shook with their struggle. Hermione now, Harry shouted. She raised her wand with both hands, pouring every ounce of magic she had into her voice. Bombarda Maxima. The explosion erupted beneath the nearest giant, blasting chunks of stone into the air. The creature staggered, roaring in pain as its leg gave way. Ron followed with another curse, sending it crashing into the courtyard wall, the ground trembling with the impact. The second giant turned, enraged, swinging its club down at them. Hermione dove aside just as the weapon smashed into the ground, leaving a crater where she had stood. Harry fired a blinding curse at its eyes, forcing it to reel backward with a furious bellow. Hagrid seized the opening, tackling the creature with all his might. The 2 giants collided, their massive forms crashing through stone and rubble. Hermione scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding. All around them, defenders fought desperately. Spells lit the night in streaks of red and gold. The air reeked of smoke and burning stone. Hermione's shoulder screamed in protest every time she lifted her wand, but she didn't stop. Push them back, Harry shouted, his voice carrying over the din. Don't let them through the gates. Together they fought, side by side, their spells striking with brutal precision. For a moment, against all odds, the tide seemed to turn. But then, from the shadows at the far end of the courtyard, a familiar voice rang out. Such bravery. Such futility. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped forward, her wild hair gleaming in the firelight, her eyes alight with manic joy. Around her, a fresh wave of Death Eaters poured into the courtyard. Hermione's blood ran cold, but she raised her wand, her jaw set. She would not let Bellatrix take this from them. Not again. The battle for the courtyard had only just begun. The horn's wail faded into the night, swallowed by the clash of spells and the roar of the giant. Hermione's chest heaved as she squared herself against Bellatrix, every nerve on fire. Dust and sparks rained from shattered stone, and the courtyard burned with the glow of curses flashing in every direction. Yet in Hermione's mind, everything narrowed to one thing, Bellatrix Lestrange. The witch moved like a shadow, her grin feral even as blood streaked her cheek. I'll enjoy this, she purred, circling Hermione. I'll enjoy watching Potter's face when you're lying broken at my feet. Hermione steadied her wand with both hands, her heart hammering but her resolve iron. She thought of the scar carved on her arm. The word Bellatrix had seared into her flesh, a reminder of cruelty she had vowed would never define her. Not anymore. Bellatrix struck first, a jet of sickly green light lancing toward Hermione. She twisted aside, the curse scorching past her ear and smashing into the wall, shattering it into rubble. Hermione countered instantly, sending a blinding flare of white light that seared Bellatrix's vision, forcing her to recoil with a snarl. The air between them sizzled as spell after spell flew, faster and faster, curses colliding midair in bursts of light. Hermione fought with everything she had, her mind snapping through incantations with ruthless precision. No hesitation, no wasted movement. Every charm she had ever mastered poured from her like a storm. Harry tried to cut through the fight to reach her, but two Death Eaters intercepted him. Ron was locked in his own duel, too pressed to break free. Hermione barely noticed. This was her battle. Bellatrix shrieked as one of Hermione's hexes grazed her arm, burning through fabric and leaving an angry welt. Her smile vanished, replaced by feral rage. "You'll pay for that, mudblood. Stop calling me that," Hermione roared, her voice echoing across the courtyard. Her spell followed the cry, a blasting curse so fierce it tore up the stones beneath Bellatrix's feet. The witch stumbled, her balance faltering, but she recovered in a flash, her laugh returning, higher and sharper than ever. "You've spirit, I'll give you that," Bellatrix hissed, her wand whirling as she unleashed a torrent of dark magic. But spirit doesn't save lives. It only makes death slower. Hermione's shield buckled under the onslaught, sparks spraying as curses pounded against it. Her arms trembled, her shoulders screamed in pain, but she refused to lower it. Inch by inch, she forced herself upright again, teeth gritted, sweat stinging her eyes. Somewhere behind her, Luna's calm voice called out another spell, drawing Death Eaters away. Ginny's hexes burned red and furious, holding the line as best she could. But Hermione and Bellatrix were locked in their own world, and nothing else seemed to exist. Bellatrix lunged closer, her wand flashing in brutal arcs. Hermione caught one curse with a shield, ducked another, then retaliated with a chain of stunners. Bellatrix deflected them lazily, laughing as though she were toying with a child. But Hermione had been waiting for that. She feinted left, firing a weak jinx, and when Bellatrix swung to block it, Hermione snapped her wand upward with all her strength. Confringo! The explosion tore through the air, blasting Bellatrix off her feet. She slammed into a broken column, coughing dust, her grin faltering for the briefest moment. Hermione surged forward, pressing the attack. Her wand blazed as she hurled spell after spell, her voice raw with fury. For the first time, Bellatrix wasn't laughing. Her eyes narrowed, her movements sharper, more desperate. She countered with vicious precision, her curses sizzling past Hermione so close they singed her robes. Harry's voice cut through the chaos. "Hermione!" She ignored him, focused entirely on Bellatrix. This duel had to end. Tonight. Bellatrix raised her wand for the killing curse, her lips already forming the words. But Hermione was faster. With a surge of strength she didn't know she had, she shouted, "Expelliarmus!" The force of it was unlike anything she had ever cast. Bellatrix's wand flew from her hand, spinning high into the air before clattering across the courtyard. For a heartbeat, silence fell. Even the chaos of battle seemed to pause. Bellatrix froze, her eyes wide, disbelief etched across her face. Hermione's chest rose and fell as she stood tall, wand trained steadily on her enemy. "You don't get to decide who lives and dies anymore," Hermione said, her voice low but fierce. Bellatrix's lip curled, fury replacing shock. She lunged forward, clawing for her wand. Before Hermione could react, Ginny shouted, "Stupefy!" The spell hit Bellatrix square in the chest, blasting her backward into the rubble. She collapsed, motionless, her body sprawled across the stones. For a moment, Hermione could only stare. Bellatrix Lestrange, the witch who had haunted her nightmares, who had killed Sirius, who had carved her flesh, was lying unconscious at her feet. Her knees nearly gave out, but she forced herself to stand. She couldn't collapse. "Not yet." Harry rushed to her side, his face pale with worry. "Hermione, are you?" "I'm fine," she cut him off, though her voice shook. Her arm throbbed, her whole body ached, but she was standing. That was enough. Ron staggered toward them, his face bloody but determined. "Bloody hell, you did it. You actually did it." Hermione didn't answer. Her eyes stayed on Bellatrix, lying broken among the ruins. Not dead, Hermione hadn't crossed that line, but defeated. For the first time, Bellatrix had been beaten by the girl she had once tortured. The moment shattered as another roar filled the night. The second giant still rampaged, locked in brutal combat with Hagrid. Death Eaters surged again, pressing the defenders harder, relentless despite Bellatrix's fall. The horn sounded once more, louder, urgent. A call to regroup. Harry's jaw tightened. We can't stay here. We have to fall back. Hermione nodded numbly, her mind a storm of exhaustion and adrenaline. She glanced once more at Bellatrix, unconscious and powerless, then turned away. There would be time to process later, if they survived. The trio rallied Ginny, Luna, and the others, pulling back through the shattered archways as the defenders retreated toward the heart of the castle. The courtyard burned behind them, giants and Death Eaters raging in the smoke. Hermione limped at Harry's side, her wand still clenched tight. She had faced her worst nightmare and walked away. But she knew the night was far from over. Voldemort had not yet come, and the darkest battle was still ahead. The defenders poured back through the shattered archways, stumbling over rubble and dragging the wounded with them. The horn's low wail still echoed faintly through the castle, guiding fighters toward rally points. Smoke billowed from the courtyard, and the sound of giants clashing with stone echoed in the distance. Hermione's lungs burned as she ran, her shoulders screaming with every movement. Harry's hand steadied her, urging her forward. Behind them, Ron limped heavily, blood streaking down his temple but refusing to slow. Ginny and Luna flanked them, their wands still at the ready, eyes darting for threats. They burst into the entrance hall, where chaos reigned. Students, teachers, and members of the Order crowded together, the injured laid out across the flagstones. Shouts and cries filled the air, mingling with the acrid stench of blood and smoke. McGonagall stood at the center, her face pale but composed, directing fighters toward new positions. Hermione's eyes swept the hall and caught sight of Neville. He was slumped against a wall, his face battered, but still barking orders to the DA as they regrouped. Relief flooded her chest. He was alive. Madame Pomfrey moved from one wounded body to the next, her robes streaked with ash, her hands trembling but steady as she poured every ounce of magic she had into healing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione staggered toward a bench where a cluster of fighters were catching their breath. Lee Jordan sat binding a gash in his leg. Seamus Finnegan's face was blackened with soot, but his grin was grim as he offered them a nod. "You're still standing," Seamus said hoarsely. "That's something." Barely, Hermione thought, but she only nodded, lowering herself onto the stone bench. Her muscles screamed with exhaustion, but she knew rest was impossible. Around her, dozens of faces, some familiar, some barely more than children, looked to her, to Harry, to Ron, for what came next. Ron wiped blood from his forehead and muttered, "How long do you reckon we've got before they come again?" "Not long," Harry said, his eyes fixed on the great doors, where faint booms still rattled the wood. "He's not inside yet, but he will be." Hermione swallowed hard, her mind racing. They had pushed back the giants, held the courtyard for precious minutes, even bested Bellatrix. But the horn had not lied. The tide was turning against them. They were losing ground, piece by piece. McGonagall approached, her expression grim, her wand clenched tight. "The defenders are rallying, but our losses are heavy. The Carrows are captured, half the giants driven back, and Bellatrix subdued." Her eyes flickered to Hermione for a brief, knowing moment. "But the Dark Lord has not yet revealed himself. This is not the end. This is merely the beginning." Hermione's throat tightened, but she forced herself to speak. "What about the students who can't fight? They shouldn't be here when he comes." "They've already been evacuated," McGonagall said softly. "Aberforth has them through the passage. The rest of us remain." Her voice hardened. "This is where we stand." The words settled heavy over them, final and unshakable. Nearby, Neville pushed himself upright, wincing but determined. "The DA is ready. We'll hold the corridors as long as we have to." His voice cracked with exhaustion, but his eyes shone with something fiercer than fear. Harry nodded to him. "We're going to need every one of you." A sudden clatter drew their attention. Tonks stumbled into the hall, bloodied but alive, Lupin close behind. Relief flickered in the crowd as the pair crossed to McGonagall. "They're pressing from the Forbidden Forest," Tonks panted. "Giants, werewolves, and Death Eaters. We slowed them, but they're regrouping." Hermione's stomach sank. The forest, of course they'd use it as cover. Every creature Voldemort had ever lured or enslaved was coming. McGonagall's gaze swept over the gathered fighters. Then it is decided. We will divide our strength. Half will hold the castle's interior, the other half will meet them at the gates. We buy as much time as we can. Every second matters. Silence followed, heavy with fear and resolve. Hermione stood, ignoring the tremor in her legs. Then we fight. All of us. Until the very end. A murmur of assent rippled through the hall. Wands lifted, faces hardened. For a brief moment, Hermione's eyes met Harry's. He looked exhausted, his face pale, but the fire in his green eyes burned hotter than ever. He was ready, and so was she. Ron shifted beside them, his jaw clenched. If this is the last stand, then let's make it a bloody good one. Before anyone could answer, the very stones of the castle groaned. A chilling wind swept through the hall, extinguishing several torches at once. The temperature dropped, breath misting in the air. And then it came. A voice, high and cold, carrying through the castle as if whispered directly into every ear. Give me Harry Potter. Surrender him, and I will spare the rest. Resist, and you will all die. The words echoed through stone and bone alike, crawling into their very marrow. Whispers rippled through the crowd, fear breaking across tired faces. Hermione's blood turned to ice, but she forced herself to stay steady. She saw Harry's fists tighten, his shoulders square. Don't listen, McGonagall snapped, her voice cutting through the dread. He lies. He always lies. But Hermione knew the truth behind the lie. Voldemort wanted Harry above all. And he was close now, so close she could almost feel him pressing at the walls of the castle. Harry's gaze shifted to her, then Ron. We don't have long. Hermione held his eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Then we make every moment count. The defenders tightened their lines, their wands glowing brighter in the dimming light. Outside, the storm of war gathered once more, Voldemort's shadow stretching closer with every heartbeat. The final battle was no longer a distant threat. It was here. The silence that followed Voldemort's voice was heavier than the castle's stones. Every fighter in the entrance hall stood frozen, as though the Dark Lord himself had walked among them. The echo of his words seemed to linger, curling around the rafters, whispering into every shadow. Harry's face was set like stone, though Hermione could see the faint tremor in his hands. Ron glanced around at the others, his jaw tight, ready to curse the first person who dared suggest surrender. It was Neville who broke the silence. He stepped forward, his battered face streaked with soot, his voice steady despite the weight of fear pressing down on everyone. We're not giving him Harry. He's lied before, and he's lying now. We fight. Hermione felt something fierce surge in her chest at Neville's words. She saw heads lift around the room, a ripple of courage spreading through the crowd. Even in their exhaustion, the DA, the Order, and the students seemed to breathe again. Exactly, Ron growled. He wants us scared and divided. He thinks he can break us with words. He spat blood onto the floor. Well, he's wrong. McGonagall's voice rose, clear and commanding. He will not have this castle. He will not have any of you. We hold fast. A murmur of agreement spread through the hall, louder this time, until it grew into a roar of defiance. Wands lifted into the air, sparks of light shooting upward in a storm of colors. Hermione's eyes burned, pride swelling even through her exhaustion. She leaned toward Harry, her voice low but firm. You hear them? No one's giving you up. Not now. Not ever. Harry nodded, though his eyes betrayed the weight pressing on him. He was the one Voldemort wanted, the one who could end this war, or die trying. Hermione saw the burden etched into every line of his face. Before she could say more, a crash reverberated from the direction of the gates. The ground trembled, dust sifting from the ceiling. Fighters shifted uneasily, clutching their wands tighter. They're coming again, Tonks said grimly, already moving toward the doors. Lupin followed, his wand raised. McGonagall snapped into action. Positions. Half to the battlements, the rest with me at the gates. We make them bleed for every step they take. Hermione rose with Harry and Ron, her legs weak but unyielding. Around her, fighters surged into motion, splitting into groups. The air hummed with readiness, determination burning brighter than fear. Stay with me, Harry muttered, his voice clipped but steady. We'll be needed at the front. Hermione's mind spun as they pushed through the crowd. She remembered every desperate duel of the past hour, every scream, every spell, every moment they had nearly been overwhelmed. But she also remembered Bellatrix falling, the DA holding the corridors, the roar of defiance that had just filled the hall. They still had hope. They reached the great doors, which trembled with each impact from outside. Flitwick was already there, his small frame braced but his magic fierce. With sharp flicks of his wand, he strengthened the wards, lines of glowing runes flaring across the wood. "Won't hold forever," he muttered. "But it'll make them work for it." Hermione glanced at Harry, who was staring at the doors as though he could see through them to the dark army outside. She touched his arm lightly, grounding him. "You don't face him alone," she said firmly. Ron stepped up beside them, his face pale but set. "We go down together, yeah?" Harry gave the faintest nod. Together. A low rumble rose outside, followed by another roar from the giants. The castle groaned in protest as another barrage slammed against its walls. Fighters shifted uneasily, but no one moved back. Suddenly, the air chilled again. The torches flickered, their flames dwindling to weak glows. Hermione shivered, the temperature plummeting as though winter had crept inside. Her breath misted before her eyes. And then she felt it, cold, suffocating, soul-deep despair. Dementors. A ripple of panic swept the hall as the darkness pressed closer. Figures crumpled to their knees, clutching their heads as the despair took hold. Hermione staggered, her vision blurring with flashes of Malfoy Manor, of screams, of Bellatrix's laugh. Her grip on her wand faltered. "No," she whispered, forcing herself upright. "Not this time." She raised her wand with trembling hands. Expecto Patronum. Silver light burst from her wand, forming the shining shape of an otter. It darted forward, illuminating the hall with pure, warm brilliance. The crushing despair lifted slightly, the weight easing as the Patronus swam through the air, driving back the creeping shadows. Harry followed, his stag bursting forth in radiant light, antlers gleaming as it charged. Ron's terrier bounded beside it, barking fiercely. All around them, others found the strength to summon their own patron muses, silvery shapes leaping into the darkness. Foxes, horses, birds, a dazzling army of light. The Dementors recoiled, their screeches echoing faintly beyond the walls. The hall blazed with silver light, courage surging once more. Hermione lowered her wand, chest heaving, her Patronus still circling above. She looked at Harry and Ron, who stood bathed in the glow of their patron muses. For a moment, despite everything, she felt unbreakable. Then the doors shuddered violently, the runes Flitwick had cast flaring as cracks split the wood. The wards were failing. "Ready yourselves," McGonagall cried, her wand raised high. "They are coming." Hermione tightened her grip on her wand, her shoulders screaming in protest but her resolve burning brighter than the pain. She glanced once more at Harry and Ron. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes set on the doors. Whatever came through those gates, they would face it together. The wood splintered. The night roared in. And the battle for Hogwarts surged into its next terrible wave. The great doors exploded inward with a thunderous crack, shards of wood scattering across the stone floor like deadly splinters. The protective runes shattered in bursts of light, their glow fading to nothing as the wards gave way. The night poured in, a black tide of cloaked figures, giants, and snarling creatures flooding the threshold. Hermione's wand shot up instantly, her voice hoarse but fierce. Protego Maxima. A shimmering wall of light flared before the defenders, absorbing the first volley of curses. Spells ricocheted off the barrier, spraying sparks across the hall. The defenders responded in kind, a storm of spells blazing from their wands. Harry charged forward with Ron and Hermione at his side, their patron muses still shimmering faintly behind them. He aimed at the nearest Death Eater and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" The man's wand flew from his hand, and before he could recover, Ginny's bat-bogey hex sent him crashing into two more behind him. The hall erupted into chaos. Spells streaked through the air, green and red and blue colliding in mid-flight, detonating against the walls with deafening force. Giants thundered through the gap, their massive clubs swinging wildly. The floor shook with every step, rubble raining from the ceiling. Hermione ducked beneath a jet of green light and fired back. Stupefy! The Death Eater crumpled to the floor, but another rushed to take his place. She spun, slashing her wand downward. Confringo! The blast hurled two attackers back through the doors, their screams lost beneath the roar of battle. Beside her, Ron fought with raw ferocity. His curses were quick, brutal, unrelenting. He hexed one Death Eater into unconsciousness, then whipped around to shield Seamus from a giant's crushing swing. Reducto! The blast struck the giant's ankle, staggering it long enough for Dean to hurl another curse into its chest. Harry moved like lightning, darting between fighters, his wand flashing faster than Hermione could follow. His spells were precise, efficient, devastating. He disarmed one Death Eater, shielded another student, then blasted a giant backward with a powerful depulso. But the enemy kept coming. The hall filled with smoke, the acrid stench of burning stone stinging Hermione's throat. Screams mingled with the clash of spells, the crash of rubble, the deafening roars of giants. Every breath was a struggle, every spell an act of desperate survival. Hermione's legs ached, her arm trembled with the weight of constant casting, but she refused to yield. Not here. Not now. She ducked behind a fallen pillar for cover, dragging a younger student with her before he was struck. "Stay down," she shouted, firing another stunning spell over the rubble. Across the hall, she caught sight of Luna, her pale hair shining in the chaos. She moved with eerie calm, her wand movements graceful as she disarmed and shielded with equal ease. Neville fought at her side, his face grim, swinging the sword of Gryffindor with lethal precision. He struck down a massive spider, its screech echoing off the walls before it collapsed in a tangle of legs. Hermione barely had time to marvel before another spell whizzed past her ear. She snapped back, countering with a curse that hurled her attacker into the wall. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the air. One of the giants had forced its way deeper into the hall, its club swinging in a wide arc. Fighters scattered, but a handful were too slow. Hermione's heart stopped as the club descended toward a cluster of students. "No!" Harry bellowed, sprinting forward. He thrust his wand upward. "Bombarda Maxima!" The explosion rocked the hall, the giant's club splintering into fragments. The creature staggered, roaring in fury, but Harry didn't stop. He shouted again, his voice raw. "Stupefy! Stupefy! Stupefy!" Red beams pounded into the giant's chest, staggering it further. Others joined in, their spells striking in rapid succession until the creature crashed to the ground with a shudder that rattled Hermione's bones. For a heartbeat, there was silence, a stunned pause, the defenders staring at the fallen giant. Then the battle roared on, fiercer than before. Hermione's chest heaved, her vision swimming, but she forced herself upright again. She fired curse after curse, her voice hoarse, her arms screaming in protest. She barely noticed the blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. "Behind you!" Ron's shout snapped her back. She whirled, just in time to deflect a killing curse that would have struck her heart. Her shield cracked but held. With a snarl, she countered, "Petrificus totalis." The Death Eater stiffened and collapsed. Ron barreled into another attacker, knocking him off his feet. "We've got to push them back," he yelled over the din. "We will," Hermione shouted back, though her throat felt like sandpaper. She turned to Harry, who stood at the center of it all, his face illuminated by the glow of spellfire. He fought like a storm, his every movement fueled by purpose. But she could see the strain, the weariness etched deep. And she knew, with a certainty that chilled her, that Voldemort was still out there, watching, waiting. The Death Eaters pressed harder, sensing the defenders' exhaustion. Spells slammed into shields, shattering them. Fighters fell, some unconscious, others dragged back by allies. The air stank of blood and smoke. Hermione felt the edges of panic creep in, but she shoved it aside. She lifted her wand again, summoning the last reserves of her strength. Protego Horribilis. A barrier flared to life, shielding a group of students from a volley of curses. "Hold the line!" McGonagall's voice cut through the chaos like steel. She stood tall despite her injuries, her wand blazing with power as she dueled 3 Death Eaters at once. Do not give them an inch. And the defenders did not. Exhausted, battered, bleeding, they held. Every curse cast was another refusal, another declaration that Hogwarts would not fall. Through the smoke and chaos, Hermione caught Harry's gaze. For an instant, time seemed to still. His eyes burned with determination, his face pale but unyielding. She felt it then, the bond between them, unspoken but unbreakable. They would endure. They had to. The battle raged on, neither side yielding, the fate of Hogwarts hanging by a thread. And outside, beyond the gates, Voldemort waited in the shadows, a predator poised to strike. The air inside the great hall grew thick with smoke and the sharp tang of magic. Every corner flickered with spellfire, casting twisted shadows across broken stone. The clash of curses never ceased, green against red, silver against blue, each explosion shaking the ancient walls. Hermione ducked low, dragging a younger Ravenclaw to cover just as a jet of sickly green light scorched over their heads. Her lungs burned, her ears rang, but she forced herself onward. She lifted her wand and fired a stunning spell, her voice hoarse yet sharp, striking a masked Death Eater before he could finish another curse. To her right, Ron was battling ferociously, sweat dripping down his face, his robes shredded at the sleeve. He disarmed one opponent, then immediately slammed a shield charm into place to deflect a giant's sweeping arm. The club grazed the stone, smashing chunks of the wall into rubble. Ron staggered but did not fall, countering with a blasting curse that sent the giant stumbling. "Watch the flank," he shouted, his voice raw from shouting over the battle. Hermione pivoted, realizing 2 Death Eaters had broken through the line, aiming their wands at a cluster of terrified Hufflepuff first years. With no time to think, she launched herself forward. Expulso! The blast hurled one Death Eater into the wall. The other turned, wand raised, but before he could strike, a blur of red light hit him square in the chest. Ginny had arrived, her face fierce, her hair wild with sweat. "You're welcome," Ginny panted, giving Hermione the briefest grin before throwing herself back into the fray. Hermione managed a nod of thanks before spinning back to cover her side. Her arm trembled with the weight of every spell, but her mind refused to falter. She could not afford hesitation. Not when lives depended on every choice she made. In the center of the hall, Harry was relentless. He moved as if he carried the weight of everyone's survival on his shoulders. And perhaps he did. His wand never rested, each spell cast with precision and power. He shielded, disarmed, stunned, and blasted, flowing seamlessly between offense and defense. But Hermione could see how pale he was, how drained, the sweat streaking down his face. Every time his eyes locked with hers, she felt the unspoken promise there. He wasn't fighting just for Hogwarts. He was fighting to make sure she lived through this. A crash split the air as another giant forced its way through the doors, this one larger than the last. Its roar shook the rafters, its club raised high as it swept aside fighters like insects. Screams erupted as the defenders scattered. "Bring it down!" McGonagall shouted, her wand flashing furiously. Blazing ropes of fire shot from her wand, curling around the giant's legs. The beast bellowed in rage, tearing through the flames, but it faltered just long enough for Neville to charge forward, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming in his hands. He swung with every ounce of his strength, the blade cutting deep into the giant's calf. The creature screamed, staggering, its balance broken. Seamus hurled a bombarda into its chest, and with a shuddering groan, the giant toppled, the ground shaking as it hit the floor. Dust and debris rained from the ceiling, but the defenders cheered through the chaos. Hermione's heart leapt with pride at Neville's courage. For a fleeting moment, hope sparked anew. But the respite was brief. More Death Eaters surged into the hall, their curses cutting through the smoke, driving the defenders back step by step. Hermione lifted her wand again, blocking, countering, striking wherever she could. She barely registered the pain in her legs, the ache in her shoulder. Adrenaline kept her upright, determination kept her fighting. She thought of everything they had endured, the Horcrux hunt, the months of hiding, the nights filled with fear. All of it had led here. They could not falter now. A scream cut through the din, and Hermione's blood ran cold. She turned sharply and saw Lavender Brown pinned beneath a snarling werewolf, its fangs bared. For a split second, the sight froze her, until instinct took over. Reducto! The spell slammed into the creature's side, blasting it away from Lavender. Before it could recover, another curse struck, Ron's. The werewolf collapsed, writhing in pain. Hermione rushed forward, dragging Lavender to her feet. "Go! Get behind cover!" Hermione urged, and Lavender stumbled toward safety, clutching her bleeding arm. Ron's eyes met Hermione's across the smoke-filled chaos, and for the first time in hours, a wordless understanding passed between them. No awkwardness, no anger, no history, just the shared will to survive and protect. He gave her a grim nod, and she returned it before they both turned back to the fight. Suddenly, a wave of icy despair swept through the hall once more. The lights dimmed, the smoke seemed heavier, the screams sharper. Dementors again. Dozens this time, gliding through the broken doors like shadows made flesh. Hermione's chest tightened, her mind flooding with screams and fear. She staggered, clutching her wand tighter, fighting to breathe. But then she heard Harry's voice. Expecto Patronum. His stag burst into being, radiant and blinding, charging across the hall. Its antlers struck into the darkness, scattering the Dementors. Ron's terrier joined it, then Hermione's otter, then Luna's hare, then dozens more. A dazzling army of silver light filled the hall, pushing back the encroaching cold. The Dementors fled, shrieking as they vanished into the night. The defenders stood taller in their wake, courage restored by the sight of their patron muses, shining brightly above them. Hermione's otter circled once more before fading, her chest heaving from the effort. She wiped the sweat from her brow, her arm trembling, but she refused to lower her wand. The battle raged on, relentless, unending. And yet, as Hermione fought side by side with her friends, she felt a clarity settle over her. Voldemort had unleashed everything, giants, werewolves, Dementors, Death Eaters, but still they stood. Still they resisted. Still they fought. The castle might fall stone by stone, but as long as they drew breath, Hogwarts would never belong to him. Outside, unseen by most, the Dark Lord remained patient. His forces pressed, his enemies bled, and he waited. For he knew the moment was coming when Harry Potter would have no choice but to walk into the night. The night was alive with fire. Spells crackled in the air, streaks of green and red flaring against the black sky. Smoke drifted from the shattered gates of Hogwarts, carrying with it the stench of blood and stone. Every scream, every roar, every crash reached Voldemort as he stood at the edge of the battlefield, untouched, unmoving, a shadow among shadows. His crimson eyes gleamed in the darkness, unblinking as they swept over the castle. The ancient fortress still stood, though its stones were fractured, its towers scarred by fire and spellfire. Yet it endured. How it clung to life infuriated him. For centuries, Hogwarts had defied him, sheltering those who opposed his will. And tonight, even with giants and werewolves tearing at its walls, even with his army inside its halls, the castle dared to resist. "Stubborn," Voldemort whispered, his voice barely louder than the wind. As foolish as their headmaster was. At his side, a knot of Death Eaters stood uneasily, their masks gleaming faintly in the torchlight. They kept their distance, for even in the chaos of battle, the presence of their master filled them with unease. None spoke unless commanded. None dared to breathe too loudly. Voldemort's gaze shifted to the shifting shadows within the broken gates. He could sense them still fighting, clinging to hope that should have died long ago. He could almost feel their courage, their pitiful loyalty, like a flame struggling against the wind. And in the center of it all, he could sense Potter. That boy. That name. That scar. Harry Potter burned like a beacon inside the castle, tethered to him by a bond that Voldemort could neither sever nor ignore. He could feel the boy's exhaustion, his defiance, the reckless bravery that had carried him this far. It was as though Potter's very heartbeat drummed against his own. He would end it soon. But not yet. Voldemort's mouth curved in the faintest of smiles, thin and cold. He had learned patience in his long pursuit of immortality. Tonight, patience would be his weapon again. Every moment the battle dragged on, the defenders bled. Every second, hope chipped away. Let them exhaust themselves. Let them fight until their spells faltered, until their shields crumbled, until their spirits broke. And then he would strike. He turned slightly, his gaze settling on a figure cloaked in shadow. "Report." The Death Eater stepped forward, his mask trembling as he bowed low. "My lord, our forces are inside the Great Hall. The giants have broken through, the werewolves hunt, and the Dementors weaken their lines. But they fight still. They do not yield." A hiss escaped Voldemort's lips, and the Death Eater flinched. "Of course they fight. Fools cling to hope as drowning men cling to air." His voice was silk over steel, each word a blade. "But hope is brittle. It will shatter. He let silence stretch, savoring the tension that tightened around his followers. At last he spoke again. Hold them. Press them. Drive them deeper into despair. But do not kill the boy. Bring me Potter. Alive. Yes, my lord, the Death Eater murmured, bowing lower before retreating into the night. Voldemort raised his gaze once more to the castle, his thoughts coiling inward. He could already picture it. Potter stumbling from the ruins, beaten, broken, his wand slipping from his hand. And then, at last, Voldemort would look into those green eyes and erase the prophecy that had bound them both. Yet even as he savored the thought, a flicker of unease stirred in him. It was not fear. He had purged himself of fear long ago. But something colder, sharper. That boy had defied him before. Survived the killing curse. Survived every trap, every ambush, every plan. Potter's survival was a thorn, one he had not yet been able to pluck free. The bond between them pulsed again, a faint thread stretching from the depths of the castle. Voldemort closed his eyes, probing it. For an instant he felt flashes that were not his own, shouts, smoke, a girl's voice crying out a spell, the thunder of giants. He tore back abruptly, his lips curling in disdain. The boy was not afraid. Not yet. Voldemort's hand tightened on the Elder Wand. The most powerful wand in existence, bound to his will, or so he believed. Its weight was a promise of supremacy, of inevitability. And still, in his darker moments, he wondered why its power did not always bend as easily as it should. Why it resisted him at times, subtle as a whisper. He forced the thought away. Doubt was poison, and he had no need of it. He had the army. He had the power. He had the wand. He had destiny itself. Behind him, Nagini coiled restlessly within her protective cage, her body rippling with hunger. Voldemort lowered his hand toward her, brushing his pale fingers over the enchanted bars. Soon, my sweet, he murmured. Soon you will feast on the broken remains of our enemies. And Potter, his voice dropped to a hiss. Potter will be mine. The battle raged on, distant yet near, the sounds of defiance carried on the wind. Voldemort inhaled the scent of fear, of fire, of death. He would let them believe they could endure. He would let them cling to their illusions of hope a while longer. Then he would crush them utterly. The great hall had become a furnace of chaos. Smoke curled thick around the rafters, glowing red and green from constant bursts of spellfire. Every wall bore scars, blackened cracks, shattered stone, and deep gouges left by giants' weapons. The floor was littered with debris, broken glass, and the bodies of the fallen, both friend and foe. Hermione staggered through the haze, lungs burning, vision blurred. Her arm ached so badly that each spell felt like fire tearing through her shoulder, but she refused to lower her wand. Every heartbeat mattered. Every spell might be the one that saved another life. A girl collapsed nearby, her scream cut short by the sharp sting of a curse. Hermione spun, deflecting the follow-up hex with a shield before countering with a stunner. She rushed to the girl's side and recognized Hannah Abbott, pale and trembling, her robes torn. Hermione pressed a hand against her shoulder. Stay down, Hannah. We'll hold them back. Hannah nodded faintly, clutching her wand with shaking fingers. Hermione wanted to say more, to reassure her, but another explosion rocked the hall, cutting short any comfort. Back, all of you. Form a line. McGonagall's voice cut through the storm, fierce and unyielding. The surviving defenders rallied at her call, shifting to tighten their ranks. But Hermione could see how diminished they were. Faces pale with exhaustion. Wands shaking. Too many gaps where friends once stood. Ron stumbled toward her, blood trickling from a cut across his temple. His clothes were scorched, one sleeve nearly burned away, but his wand hand was steady. They just keep coming, he gasped, leaning against a cracked pillar for support. It's like they've got endless reserves. Hermione's throat tightened. We're holding, but... She trailed off, glancing at the faces around them. Ginny dueling furiously, Luna still eerily calm, Neville gripping the sword of Gryffindor with both hands, his expression carved from stone. They were all still standing, but for how long? Ron followed her gaze, and his jaw clenched. We can't keep this up forever. Hermione wanted to argue, to deny it, but she couldn't. The truth was carved into every weary expression, every fallen body. They were giving everything, and still the tide pressed harder. At the center of it all, Harry fought like a man aflame. His spells blazed brighter than anyone else's, cutting through Death Eaters with unrelenting precision. But Hermione saw the cost. His shoulders hunched with fatigue, his face pale with strain, his movements just a fraction slower than before. The thread between him and Voldemort was pulling tighter. She could feel it in the way he carried himself, like he knew his time was running out. Hermione's chest clenched. She wanted to run to him, to drag him away, to tell him he wasn't alone. But the battle gave her no space for such things. She fired another curse, dropping an attacker before he reached Ginny's blind side. Across the hall, Neville raised the sword high, bringing it down in a sweeping arc against a massive acromantula that had scuttled in through the wreckage. Its screech pierced the air, echoing above the chaos, before it collapsed in a twitching heap. The defenders roared with renewed energy, rallying for a moment behind Neville's victory. But then a giant smashed through another section of wall, its roar shaking the very stones. Debris rained down, crushing several Death Eaters and 2 students alike. The line buckled, screams rising once more. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm. "We have to push it back." Together, they raised their wands, blasting the giant with every curse they could summon. Reducto, Expulso, Confringo. Their spells struck, staggering the beast, but it kept advancing, fury in its eyes. Fighters around them joined in, hammering it with spell fire until at last it collapsed, convulsing before falling still. Hermione dropped to her knees, her strength nearly spent. Sweat poured down her face, her chest heaving. Ron pulled her up roughly, shouting over the din, "No collapsing now." "Come on." Her legs screamed in protest, but she forced herself upright again. The hall stank of blood, smoke, and fear. Everywhere she looked, friends fought desperately, many barely able to stand. Bodies lay strewn across the floor, motionless, a grim reminder of what was at stake. Hermione's eyes caught Seamus, who was dragging a wounded fighter behind cover. Dean hovered over him, wand flashing defensively, his face twisted with grief. Lavender was being carried toward the back, still unconscious from her wounds. Everywhere she turned, loss pressed closer. And yet, despite the despair gnawing at them, no one fled. No one laid down their wand. The defenders of Hogwarts fought on, battered but unyielding. McGonagall's voice rose again, raw but resolute. "You must hold. For every moment we stand, we defy him. For every spell cast, we show him this castle is not his." Her words rippled through the hall, and Hermione felt strength return to her limbs, faint but real. She turned, firing another curse into the smoke, her wand steady once more. Harry's voice suddenly rang out. "Protego totalum." A shimmering dome of light erupted across part of the hall, shielding a group of fallen fighters. He lowered his wand slowly, his face etched with exhaustion, but the dome held. He turned to the others, his voice firm despite his weakness. "Don't stop. We fight until the end." The words sank deep, silencing even the clash of spells for an instant. Hermione saw it in their faces. Every fighter drawing on the last reserves of courage, not because they believed victory was certain, but because Harry believed they could not stop. She swallowed hard, blinking away the sting in her eyes. She would not let despair win. She would not let Voldemort take what they still had left. As the battle surged again, Hermione raised her wand, her voice strong despite the tremor in her body. "We fight!" The hall roared in answer, every voice rising together, defiance echoing against the scarred stone. The enemy pressed harder, and still the defenders stood. But deep down, Hermione knew. Voldemort had not yet come. And when he did, this night would reach its true breaking point. Outside the castle, the night hung heavy with unnatural stillness. The battlefield was littered with bodies and broken earth, the air thick with smoke and the bitter tang of blood. Torches burned low, casting faint light on the legions of Death Eaters who still encircled the school. Some shifted uneasily, their wands clutched tight, while others smiled with grim satisfaction, knowing that their master had not yet entered the battle. Voldemort stood among them like a shadow given flesh. His pale face was unreadable, though his crimson eyes burned with anticipation. Every moment, he felt the tug of the connection between himself and Harry Potter. Each pulse told him the boy's strength was failing, that the cracks were forming. Soon the bond would give way, and the end would come. He raised his wand, and the Death Eaters fell silent, their restless mutterings vanishing at once. "They fight still," Voldemort said softly, his voice carrying across the ranks. "The defenders cling to their crumbling hope, but it will not save them. It will only deepen their despair when the last light is extinguished." A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd, though tinged with unease. Even among Voldemort's loyal, the sheer defiance of Hogwarts unsettled them. Students and teachers holding against their onslaught had shaken the certainty of some. Voldemort sensed it but ignored it. Their doubts meant nothing. Fear bound them tighter than loyalty ever could. His gaze turned toward the castle, its broken silhouette looming against the night sky. "We wait no longer," he hissed. "The boy weakens. The castle breaks. It is time to crush the last of their resistance." At his command, giants began to lumber forward again, dragging crude weapons and boulders. Werewolves prowled at their heels, eyes gleaming with hunger. Death Eaters shifted into formation, raising their wands as one. The final wave gathered, ready to strike. Inside the great hall, Hermione felt the ground tremble as the giants approached once more. Her chest tightened with dread. She turned to McGonagall, who stood rigid despite the soot and blood streaking her face. "They're coming again," Hermione whispered, though the words sounded hollow in her own ears. McGonagall's lips thinned, her wand tight in her hand. "Then we stand again." Around them, the defenders gathered what little strength remained. Neville leaned heavily on the sword, his eyes fierce but his arms trembling with fatigue. Ginny gripped her wand so tightly her knuckles whitened, her face pale with determination. Luna, still eerily calm, hummed softly under her breath as if steadying herself against the chaos. Ron moved to Hermione's side, his breathing ragged. "We can't hold another wave like the last one," he muttered. Not without losing everyone." Hermione wanted to argue, to insist they could, but she knew the truth. The line was breaking. Every moment they bought now was borrowed time. Then Harry appeared, forcing himself upright despite his obvious exhaustion. His face was drained, his eyes heavy, but his voice rang clear. "We're not finished yet." The hall quieted for just an instant as every eye turned to him. Harry raised his wand, though his arm trembled. "We've held them this long because we believe in something they never will. We're not fighting for power, or fear, or cruelty. We're fighting for each other. That's why we can't stop. Not now." A murmur spread through the defenders, soft at first but growing stronger. Even those too weak to stand nodded, clutching their wands tighter. Hermione felt a surge of pride and fear all at once. Harry was running on nothing but willpower, and she could see how close he was to collapsing. But his words were enough to steady their resolve for one more stand. The walls shook violently as the giants' blows echoed closer. Dust rained down from the rafters, mixing with the haze of smoke. The final assault had begun. The Death Eaters struck first, their spells slamming into the hall with blinding force. Shields cracked, wards shattered, stones splintered and fell. The defenders answered with their own barrage, spells streaking across the chaos in brilliant flashes. The air itself seemed to scream as curses collided, exploded, and ricocheted. Hermione stood shoulder to shoulder with Ron, her wand a blur. Protego Maxima. Expulso. Stupefy. Each spell tore through her, draining what little strength remained. But she could not stop. Not while those around her still fought. The giants crashed through the wreckage again, swinging their clubs. Neville raised the sword and charged with a roar, slashing at one's leg as curses hammered its chest. The giant bellowed, falling hard to the ground, but two more surged forward behind it. Ginny screamed as she was knocked off her feet by the shockwave of a collapsing wall. Hermione spun, deflecting a curse aimed at Ginny's fallen body before dragging her up with trembling arms. "Stay with me," she shouted, pulling her back into cover. The defenders strained with everything they had, but Hermione could see the toll. More fell with each passing second, their bodies joining the growing line at the edges of the hall. Dean cried out as Seamus went down, blood spreading across his chest. Hannah screamed for help, her voice breaking in terror. And through it all, Harry kept fighting. Every curse that struck him, he deflected. Every enemy that pressed too close, he pushed back. But Hermione saw it. The way his knees buckled, the way his hand shook, the way his eyes seemed to flicker with something deeper than exhaustion. Then above the chaos, a sound cut through. A voice, high and cold, magnified so that it echoed across every stone, filling the night and the hall alike. "It is enough." The fighting faltered, both sides hesitating as the voice of Voldemort filled their ears. "You have resisted long, but the end is here. Lay down your wands, surrender Harry Potter, and I shall be merciful. Refuse, and none will survive this night." The words lingered, heavy as a curse. The defenders glanced at one another, fear flashing in their eyes. Hermione felt her heart hammer. She turned to Harry, who stood pale and swaying, yet his gaze burned with defiance. He shook his head. "No." The word was quiet, but it carried more weight than any spell. He turned to the others, voice hoarse but unwavering. "We don't give him anything. Not me, not this castle, not each other." Hermione felt tears sting her eyes, but she lifted her wand higher. Around her, the defenders did the same. Broken, battered, but unbowed. Voldemort's laughter rolled over them like thunder. Then so be it. The walls shook once more, and the final battle began. The Great Hall became a storm. Voldemort's command had barely faded when the enemy surged forward with renewed fury, Death Eaters pouring through shattered walls, giants battering the stone, and creatures clawing their way across the rubble. The defenders raised their wands as one, but the weight of the assault nearly broke them in an instant. Hermione braced herself as the shockwave of a giant's blow knocked her sideways. She tumbled across broken stone, the breath torn from her lungs, but forced herself up again, wand already raised. A curse sped toward her, green and merciless, but Ron hurled himself in front of her, deflecting it with a shield that cracked under the force. His face was tight with effort. "You all right?" he shouted. Hermione nodded, though her chest still burned with pain. "I will be." "Good," he gritted, "because they're not stopping." She turned, and he was right. Death Eaters pressed closer, their curses raining like fire. The defenders faltered, their line buckling under the sheer force. Neville swung the sword of Gryffindor, felling another acromantula, but his legs shook with exhaustion. Ginny staggered as a hex grazed her side. Luna caught her before she fell. McGonagall's voice carried commands, sharp and steady, but even she looked near collapse. Hermione's mind raced. If Voldemort himself entered now, they would be overrun. They had no strength left to give. And then the air grew colder, as though every flame in the hall dimmed at once. A silence spread, unnatural and suffocating, as if the battle itself paused in dread. Every head turned, even the Death Eaters. Voldemort had arrived. He stepped through the wreckage of the hall as though it were nothing, his pale figure framed by the fires burning beyond. His eyes glowed crimson in the smoke, and his wand gleamed with hunger. The defenders recoiled instinctively, their spells faltering in midair. Hermione's heart clenched. She had imagined this moment countless times, but the reality of it was worse. His presence alone pressed on her chest like a weight, cold and suffocating. Harry stood at the front of the line, wand lowered but gaze steady. His face was pale, his shoulders hunched, yet there was no fear in his eyes. Only resolve. "Harry Potter," Voldemort's voice hissed through the hall, soft and deadly. "Still you stand. Still you resist. Even when all around you falls." Harry raised his wand slowly. His hand trembled, but his voice did not. "I'm still here. And I'm not running." The defenders rallied behind him, their wands lifting again. Hermione stepped forward, planting herself at Harry's side, her wand steady despite her shaking limbs. Ron moved to Harry's other side, his jaw set in grim defiance. Voldemort's lip curled into something between a smile and a sneer. "Foolish children. Do you think you can save them? Do you think you can save yourselves?" Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. His silence was louder than words. The air crackled, the bond between Harry and Voldemort thrumming like a taut wire ready to snap. Hermione could feel it, even without sharing it, an invisible clash building, a storm of power waiting to break. The Death Eaters shifted uneasily, unwilling to step forward. The defenders, though battered and bloodied, tightened their ranks, wands aimed at the Dark Lord himself. Then Voldemort raised his wand. The first curse split the air, streaking toward Harry with unstoppable force. Hermione and Ron shouted protective charms in unison, their shields colliding with Harry's own. The impact rattled through the hall, sending cracks racing across the stone. Hermione staggered but did not fall. She turned her wand on Voldemort, firing a curse with all her strength. The others followed, spell after spell crashing toward him. But Voldemort flicked his wand lazily, each curse deflected as though swatting away insects. "You think numbers will save you?" he mocked, his voice carrying over the storm of spells. "You think friendship will protect you? Love. Pathetic illusions." Hermione's fury burned hotter than her fear. "They're stronger than anything you have," she shouted back, her voice raw. Voldemort's eyes locked onto her, cold and murderous. For a heartbeat, the weight of his gaze nearly crushed her. But before he could strike, Harry stepped forward, raising his wand again. "Leave her alone." The air trembled. The bond between Harry and Voldemort tightened until Hermione swore she could feel it in her bones. The two of them seemed to draw the world into their clash, everything else fading to silence around them. Spells erupted again, green and red colliding midair in a blinding explosion. The shockwave threw fighters from both sides to the ground. Hermione was flung backward, her head cracking against stone. Stars burst across her vision, and for a moment she lay stunned, the battle muffled around her. When her sight cleared, she saw Harry and Voldemort standing at the center of the hall, locked in combat. Twin jets of light connected their wands, red against green, sparking violently where they met. Hermione forced herself up, crawling toward Ron, who was struggling to his knees. Around them, the defenders scrambled back into position, shielding Harry with their own bodies even as Voldemort's followers pressed in. Neville roared, swinging the sword at a charging Death Eater. Ginny fired curses as fast as she could breathe. Luna stood serene, her spells precise and unerring. The hall became chaos once more, but at its center, Harry and Voldemort's duel drew all eyes. The clash of their power lit the ruins like lightning, every spark casting long, terrible shadows. Hermione's hands shook as she raised her wand again. She wanted to run to Harry to fight beside him, but something told her this moment belonged to him alone. All they could do was hold the line, buy him every heartbeat he needed. And so they did. Through smoke and flame, through grief and exhaustion, they fought. Because though Voldemort sneered at love and friendship, Hermione knew it was the only reason any of them were still standing. Harry faltered, his knees dipping, and Hermione's breath caught. But then he straightened, eyes blazing with a fire that Voldemort could never understand. The battle of the night was reaching its peak, and Hermione felt it in her soul. One way or another, the end was near. The clash between Harry and Voldemort lit the Great Hall with blinding brilliance. Sparks rained from the point where their spells collided, crackling arcs of power leaping across the stone like fire unleashed. The air hummed with unbearable pressure, a storm of magic that seemed to make the very castle shudder in its foundations. Hermione shielded her eyes as a burst of light seared across the room. The force of it pushed her back, but she planted her feet, wand raised. Around her, the defenders formed a ragged circle, instinctively tightening around Harry even as they fought desperately to keep Death Eaters at bay. "Hold the line," McGonagall roared, her voice raw but commanding. "Protect him." And so they did. Ron staggered into position beside Hermione, swinging his wand with reckless force, hexes bursting from the tip. Ginny fired curses so quickly her arm blurred, her face pale but her eyes blazing. Neville hacked through the press of enemies with the sword of Gryffindor, his movements wild but effective. Luna moved like a phantom, drifting through the chaos, every spell precise and unerring, her calmness a stark contrast to the fury around her. The Death Eaters surged harder, determined to break through. Dolahov's curse struck Seamus squarely, sending him sprawling, unconscious and smoking. Dean screamed his friend's name, blasting Dolahov back with a fury that shook the hall. Hannah Abbott fell to her knees, blood soaking her robes, but still lifted her wand with trembling hands to send another stunner flying. Hermione's chest ached as she fought, each spell pulling on reserves she no longer had. She could barely think between incantations, her entire world reduced to fire, smoke, and the cries of battle. But she refused to stop. She could not stop. Everywhere she looked, sacrifice played out in flashes. Lavender, still pale and unmoving, lay under cover as Padma tried to shield her. Flitwick darted between opponents, his small frame hiding ferocious power, but his steps grew slower with every spell. Sprout fought alongside her Hufflepuffs, plants erupting from the broken floor to ensnare enemies, though her robes were scorched and torn. Hermione's throat tightened. They were all giving everything, burning their lives to keep Harry's flame alive just a little longer. At the center, Harry and Voldemort's duel consumed the air. Their wands locked, jets of green and red snarling against each other, the point of contact blazing so brightly Hermione could hardly look at it. Harry's face was twisted with effort, sweat streaking his skin, his body trembling under the force pressing against him. Voldemort's expression, by contrast, was eerily calm, his sneer widening as though the outcome were inevitable. Hermione felt the pull of their clash deep in her chest, as though her heart were being tugged toward it. The bond between them was more than power. It was destiny colliding, light against darkness in a final reckoning. "Keep fighting," she screamed, her voice breaking, her arm numb from casting. "He needs us," Ron bellowed in answer, blasting 2 Death Eaters back with a spell that shattered stone. Ginny deflected a curse meant for Luna, saving her by inches. Neville roared as he brought the sword down on an enemy's wand arm, sparks flying as the blade clashed against metal. But still the defenders fell. Colin Creevey collapsed under a killing curse, his small body striking the stone with a terrible finality. Hermione's heart lurched, but she forced herself to keep fighting, grief pushed aside by necessity. Lee Jordan stumbled bleeding, caught by George, who dragged him out of the fray even as tears streaked his soot-blackened face. Every life lost made the circle smaller, the defenses thinner. Yet no one retreated. They fought with the desperation of those who knew there was no other choice. Another shockwave tore through the hall as Harry and Voldemort's spells detonated in midair, sending bodies flying in every direction. Hermione hit the ground hard, ears ringing, dust choking her lungs. She coughed violently, clawing her way upright again, blinking through the haze. Harry was on his knees, his wand still raised, his chest heaving. Voldemort loomed over him, his wand outstretched, his sneer triumphant. "No," Hermione gasped, pushing herself forward. She raised her wand, but before she could strike, Ron grabbed her arm. "Wait," he shouted hoarsely. "He's not done." Hermione froze, her heart pounding. Harry's face lifted, pale and bloodied, but his eyes blazed with unyielding fire. With a roar, he forced himself to his feet, pressing back against Voldemort's curse with everything he had left. The red jet of light surged brighter, inching toward Voldemort's wand. The Dark Lord's sneer faltered, his arms straining as he pushed harder. Sparks exploded violently, raining down across the hall. Hermione and Ron shielded their faces as the duel reached a fever pitch, the air crackling so hot it scorched their skin. The defenders screamed and fought harder. Every last ounce of strength poured into keeping the Death Eaters away from Harry. For a heartbeat, time seemed to stop. Every sound fell silent, but the hum of colliding magic. Every breath hung suspended, every heart caught in the moment. Then the hall exploded with light. The force of it hurled Hermione back against a wall, her vision consumed by white fire. The sound was deafening, as though the castle itself had screamed. Dust and debris rained down, and for a moment, nothing existed but chaos. When her vision cleared, she saw the hall reduced to ruin. Walls cracked, pillars shattered, bodies strewn across the floor. Smoke coiled thick, stinging her eyes. And at the center stood Harry, wand still raised, trembling but unbroken. Across from him, Voldemort staggered, his face twisted in fury. Their duel had not ended. It had only grown fiercer. Hermione dragged herself upright, every bone in her body aching. Around her, the defenders crawled to their feet, their circle reforming out of instinct, battered but still alive. The end had not come yet. But she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the core, that the next exchange between Harry and Voldemort would decide everything. The great hall was unrecognizable. Smoke coiled through shattered arches, fires licked at broken stone, and the floor was slick with blood and dust. Bodies lay scattered, friend and foe alike. Yet the defenders still stood, battered but unbroken, their eyes fixed on the center of the chaos. Harry and Voldemort faced each other, wands raised, the air between them glowing with the fury of their magic. A faint hum filled the hall, vibrating through every stone, rattling through the bones of all who remained. It was as if the world itself recognized that everything hinged on the outcome of this clash. Hermione gripped her wand so tightly her knuckles ached. Her entire body trembled from exhaustion, but she refused to fall. Her eyes were locked on Harry, on the way his chest heaved, on the way his hand shook as he held his wand aloft. She could see how close he was to collapse, yet something within him burned brighter than the ruin around them. Voldemort's voice cut through the silence, high and sharp. "You cannot win, Potter. You are nothing but a boy playing at power. Look around you. See how many have fallen for your foolishness." Harry's voice came back hoarse but steady. "They didn't fall for me. They stood for what's right. Something you'll never understand." Voldemort sneered, raising his wand higher. "Understanding is weakness. Power is all that matters." Their spells collided again, a jet of green meeting a jet of red, the clash blinding and violent. The defenders shielded their eyes as sparks rained down like molten fire. The sound was unbearable, a shriek of raw energy tearing the air apart. The beams locked, pressing against each other, neither yielding. Harry's knees bent under the force, his teeth gritted in pain. Voldemort pressed forward, his expression cold and certain, his voice rising above the storm. "You have nothing left, Potter. No family. No strength. No hope." Harry's arm shook, the curse pressing closer toward him. Hermione's heart pounded wildly. She wanted to rush forward, to shield him, to do anything, but she knew this was his fight. Still, she whispered under her breath, as if he could hear her. "You're not alone, Harry. You never were." Something flickered in Harry's eyes then. He straightened, though his body screamed against it, and shouted back. "You're wrong. I have everything you don't. Friends who love me. People worth fighting for. And that's why you'll never win." The red light flared brighter, forcing Voldemort back a step. His sneer twisted into fury, his pale face stretched with disbelief. He poured more power into his wand, shrieking with rage. "Love will not save you. It is a weakness, a disease." Harry's voice roared above his, every word filled with defiance. "It's stronger than anything you'll ever have." The clash erupted. The point where their spells met exploded outward in a torrent of light and heat, flooding the hall. Hermione staggered back, shielding her face as the brilliance consumed her vision. She felt the force in her bones, shaking her to her very core. When the light dimmed, she saw them still locked together, but the balance was shifting. Voldemort's curse faltered, driven back inch by inch. His eyes widened, his disbelief twisting into fear. For the first time, he looked uncertain. The defenders, realizing what was happening, raised their wands and screamed in unison. "Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Reducto!" Their spells arced into the air, not striking Voldemort directly, but adding their voices, their power, to Harry's. Hermione joined them, tears streaming down her face, her wand burning in her hand as she shouted the first spell that came to her lips. "Expelliarmus!" The hall thundered with defiance. Their cries rose together, a chorus against the darkness, every word a strike, every spell a reminder that Harry was not alone. Harry's voice rose above them all, raw and fierce. "Expelliarmus!" The red light surged, overwhelming the green in a final burst. The beam shot forward, striking Voldemort's wand with a force that shattered the silence. The Elder Wand flew into the air, spinning end over end, before landing neatly in Harry's outstretched hand. Voldemort staggered backward, his eyes wide, his pale fingers clawing at empty air. For the first time, he looked vulnerable. The defenders froze, their breath caught, waiting. Harry stood trembling, both wands in his hands, sweat and blood streaking his face. His voice was quiet, but it carried through the broken hall. "It's over!" Voldemort shrieked, rage twisting his voice into something inhuman. He raised his hands as if to summon more power, but nothing came. The hall seemed to hold its breath as Harry raised the Elder Wand, its tip glowing faintly. For an endless moment, time stopped. Hermione felt her chest ache, her entire being suspended on the edge of what would come next. Harry looked Voldemort in the eye, and his voice, though quiet, shook the world. "You've lost!" Voldemort screamed one final curse, his voice breaking, but the magic backfired, rebounding with a flash of blinding green. Hermione threw up her arm against the light, her heart pounding so hard it hurt. When the brilliance faded, Voldemort lay crumpled on the stone floor, lifeless, his pale face empty of all expression. His wand, the once mighty Elder Wand, remained steady in Harry's grasp. The silence that followed was deafening. For a long, breathless moment, no one moved. The defenders stared, too stunned to speak, the reality of what they were seeing too immense to process. Then the truth settled over them like dawn breaking through storm clouds. Voldemort was gone. The defenders erupted in a ragged cheer, voices hoarse, broken, but filled with a desperate, uncontainable relief. Some wept openly, others collapsed where they stood, clutching one another in disbelief. Hermione sank to her knees, tears streaming freely down her face. Ron dropped beside her, pulling her into a fierce embrace. She clung to him, sobbing into his shoulder. At the center, Harry lowered his wand at last. He swayed on his feet, exhausted beyond words, but his eyes burned with the knowledge that it was done. That they had won. The nightmare was over. And yet, as Hermione looked around at the broken hall, at the bodies of friends who would never rise again, she knew that victory would never erase the cost. But at last, there was hope. The great hall stood in stunned silence, broken only by the sound of crackling fires and the faint groans of the wounded. The defenders stared at Voldemort's lifeless form, as if expecting him to rise again, their minds unable to accept what their eyes confirmed. His reign of terror had ended in a single instant, yet the weight of his shadow lingered, heavy and suffocating. Harry stood swaying at the center, the Elder Wand still clutched in his hand. His chest heaved with ragged breaths, his knees threatening to buckle beneath him. Sweat streaked his dirt-covered face, and his green eyes, so full of defiance only moments before, now looked distant, almost empty. Hermione's sobs quieted as she pulled away from Ron. She wiped her tear-streaked face with a trembling hand and pushed herself to her feet. Her gaze never left Harry. He looked so fragile, as if the fight had drained not only his strength but his very soul. "Harry," she whispered, her voice cracking. She rushed forward, stumbling over rubble, until she was at his side. She reached for him, steadying him just as his knees buckled. His weight fell against her, and she wrapped her arms around him, holding him upright. "I'm fine," Harry murmured weakly, though his trembling body betrayed his words. His voice was hoarse, barely audible over the distant cries of relief echoing through the hall. Ron hurried to them, his face pale and streaked with blood from a cut on his forehead. He looked at Harry with awe and disbelief. "Blimey, mate. You actually did it." Harry gave a faint, weary smile but said nothing. His eyes drifted back to Voldemort's body, lying motionless on the stone floor. For years, that name had defined his life, haunted his every step. And now it was over. Yet the victory felt hollow, the emptiness of loss pressing down on him harder than any triumph could lift. Around them, the defenders began to gather. Neville limped forward, still gripping the hilt of the sword of Gryffindor, his face streaked with soot, but his eyes shining with fierce pride. Luna stood nearby, gazing at Harry with her calm, dreamlike expression, though her hands shook as she clutched her wand. Ginny pushed through the crowd, her eyes red from tears, her expression torn between relief and fear for Harry. "It's really over," someone whispered from the back. "He's gone." Kingsley, battered but unbowed, stepped forward, his voice steady though heavy with exhaustion. "He's gone. The Dark Lord is no more." A wave of sound swept through the hall. Cheers erupted, mingled with sobs and cries of relief. Some fell to their knees in gratitude, others embraced fiercely, clinging to one another as if to confirm they were truly alive. Yet Hermione's eyes never left Harry. She felt his weight pressing against her, felt the exhaustion radiating from him, and her heart ached with worry. She wanted nothing more than to pull him away from the chaos, to let him rest, to shield him from the crushing burden he had carried for so long. "Come on, Harry," she whispered softly. "You need to sit." Harry shook his head faintly, his eyes still fixed on Voldemort's body. "I need to make sure. It has to be real." Hermione followed his gaze. The body lay twisted unnaturally, pale skin stark against the dark stone. There was no rise and fall of breath, no flicker of movement. He was gone. And yet, she understood Harry's disbelief. For so long, Voldemort had been the monster in the shadows, the threat that never faded. Accepting his end felt impossible. Ron stepped closer, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "He's finished, mate. You did it. You can rest now." Harry's eyes flicked to Ron's, then to Hermione's, and for the first time in years, something like peace crossed his face. Slowly, he let them guide him to a broken bench at the side of the hall. He sank down heavily, his hands still gripping both wands, as if letting go would shatter the fragile reality around him. The defenders continued to move about the hall, tending to the wounded, gathering the fallen. The cries of grief mingled with the relief, a reminder of the cost of their victory. Hermione's gaze swept the room, and her chest tightened as she saw familiar faces among the fallen: Tonks, Lupin, Fred. A fresh wave of tears burned her eyes, but she forced them back, unwilling to break down again in front of Harry. Beside her, Harry's head dipped forward, his eyes closing briefly. His voice, quiet and raw, broke the silence between them. "Too many are gone. I thought maybe I could save them all." Hermione's heart cracked. She reached out, brushing a hand over his arm. "You saved everyone who could be saved. You ended it, Harry. No one else could have done that." Ron's voice was gruff, but there was emotion behind it. "She's right. Don't you dare blame yourself for this. We all knew what we were fighting for." Harry opened his eyes again, staring at the Elder Wand in his hand. Its surface gleamed faintly, its history heavy with blood. He turned it slowly, studying it with an unreadable expression. This wand, it caused so much destruction. Too much power for anyone to hold. Hermione frowned. "What will you do with it?" Harry was silent for a long moment, then spoke softly. "I'll make sure it can't hurt anyone else again." Ron looked at him in surprise. "Break the most powerful wand in the world? You're mad." Harry shook his head. "Maybe. But no one should ever have it. Not me. Not anyone." Hermione watched him, admiration swelling in her chest. Even after everything, even when power lay in his hands, Harry's heart chose humility. He was nothing like Voldemort, and that made all the difference. As the defenders worked around them, the three of them sat together. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, bound by the bond that had carried them through every trial. For the first time in years, the future stretched ahead not as a battlefield, but as something uncertain, fragile, and full of possibility. Yet Hermione knew it would not be easy. Rebuilding would take time, grief would linger, and scars would never fully fade. But as she looked at Harry, exhausted, broken, yet still standing, she believed that hope could survive. Outside, dawn broke at last, pale light spilling through the shattered windows of the castle. The night had ended. The war was over. The first light of morning spread across the ruined castle, painting the shattered walls in hues of pale gold. Dust floated gently in the beams streaming through broken windows, softening the devastation, but doing little to hide it. The great hall, once filled with cheers and feasts, now stood as a monument to both victory and loss. Harry sat in silence, his elbows on his knees, his hands still cradling the Elder Wand and his own wand together. The exhaustion weighing on him was more than physical. It was carved into his bones, pressing on his chest, whispering that every breath came with the memory of those who would never breathe again. Beside him, Hermione leaned against the bench, her hand resting on his arm as if to anchor him. She had not left his side since the duel. Her eyes were swollen from tears, her clothes torn, but her presence remained steady, a quiet reassurance in the chaos. Ron sat on the other side, hunched forward, staring at the floor. His expression was torn between grief and disbelief, his lips pressed into a thin line. Every so often, his eyes flicked toward Harry, as though he feared that if he looked away, his best friend might vanish. The three of them sat together in silence, surrounded by the hum of quiet voices as survivors tended to the wounded and carried out the fallen. Every sound felt muted, as if the world itself was moving in slow motion, hesitant to disturb the fragile peace that had settled over the castle. Finally, Ron spoke, his voice low and rough. "Fred, he shouldn't have been here. He was supposed to be safe." His words broke off, his throat tight. He ran a hand over his face, hiding the tears that had begun to fall. Hermione reached across, taking his hand in hers. "He was here because he wanted to be, because he believed in what we were fighting for." Her voice trembled, but she held it steady, refusing to let it falter. "We all knew the risks. But Fred, he died bravely." Ron let out a harsh breath, shaking his head. "Doesn't make it any easier." His eyes closed, and his shoulders hunched forward as though the weight of grief was too heavy to bear. Harry's gaze dropped to the floor. Guilt churned in his chest, sharp and unrelenting. He thought of Fred, of Tonks, of Lupin, of every face he had known that now lay still. "I should have done more," he said quietly. If I had been faster, smarter, if I had ended it sooner. Hermione turned to him sharply, her eyes fierce through her tears. No, Harry. You did everything you could. More than anyone could have asked. You carried this war on your shoulders for years, and you still found the strength to finish it. Don't you dare blame yourself for what Voldemort did. Her words hit him like a strike. He wanted to argue, wanted to insist that he had failed them, but her eyes held his, unwavering, and for a moment the crushing guilt loosened its grip. Ron nodded faintly, wiping at his face with the back of his sleeve. She's right, mate. This was Voldemort's fault. Not yours. Never yours. Harry looked down at the Elder Wand in his hand, its polished surface gleaming faintly in the morning light. It doesn't feel like victory, he admitted. It feels like survival, like we just barely made it through. Hermione's expression softened. That's what war always feels like. No one wins, not really. But surviving, that matters. Living, carrying on, making sure the ones we lost are remembered. That's the victory we can claim. Her words lingered between them, a fragile truth that neither Ron nor Harry could deny. After a long silence, Ron leaned back, staring at the broken ceiling above. So what happens now? The Ministry's in ruins. Half the wizarding world's either dead, missing, or too scared to move forward. Who's going to fix all of this? Kingsley's deep voice answered from behind them. We will. The three turned to see him standing nearby, his robes tattered, but his presence commanding. He looked exhausted, lines etched deep into his face, but his eyes were steady, filled with the determination of someone who understood the long road ahead. It won't be easy, but we'll rebuild. The world needs people to step up, needs people to believe again. Harry gave a faint nod, though he said nothing. He did not feel like a leader, not anymore. He only felt tired. Kingsley seemed to sense it. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his voice softer. Rest, Harry. You've done enough. Let us carry it from here. When Kingsley moved away, Ron muttered, Blimey, I think he'll be the next minister at this rate. Hermione gave him a faint smile, though her eyes were still rimmed with tears. He'd be a good one. Someone people can trust. Harry only half heard them. His gaze drifted to the Elder Wand again, its weight heavy in his hand. He could almost feel the centuries of history embedded within it, the destruction it had caused, the lives it had claimed. He thought of Dumbledore, of Grindelwald, of the endless chain of power that had twisted its path through history. I can't keep it, Harry said finally, breaking the silence. Ron frowned. What do you mean? You could use it for good, make sure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Harry shook his head. That's what everyone says. That they'll be the one to use it for good. But it never works out that way. Power like this, it corrupts. Dumbledore said it himself. The only safe way is to destroy it or to return it to where it belongs. Hermione studied him carefully. What do you plan to do? Harry looked at her, then at Ron, then back at the wand in his hand. His decision was clear, though the path to carrying it out would take time. I'll put it back in Dumbledore's tomb. Let it rest there. When I die naturally, its power will fade. No one else should ever hold it. Ron looked uncertain, but he didn't argue. Hermione nodded slowly, pride flickering in her gaze. That's the right choice. The hall grew quieter as exhaustion claimed the survivors. Some sat huddled together, others tended to the wounded who still lingered. For a moment, a fragile peace settled, a breath of stillness after years of chaos. Hermione leaned closer to Harry, her voice soft. You should sleep. Just for a little while. Harry wanted to argue, to insist he needed to stay awake, but the weight pressing on him was too much. His eyes slipped shut before he could stop them, and his head tilted against Hermione's shoulder. She sat there, unmoving, holding him steady as the boy who had carried the fate of their world finally allowed himself to rest. Ron shifted closer, his eyes glassy, and for a long while the three of them sat together, leaning on one another, bound not just by war, but by a bond that would never break. Outside, the morning sun rose higher, casting light over the ruins of Hogwarts. The castle was broken, but it stood. And so did they. The world outside had changed. Dawn had fully broken, flooding the castle grounds with pale light. Smoke rose lazily into the air where fires still smoldered, and the cries of battle had faded into silence. For the first time in years, there was no fear of the dark mark appearing above the horizon. Inside the great hall, Survivors rested wherever they could. Some leaned against broken pillars, others huddled in groups on the floor. The air was heavy with grief, but there was also an undercurrent of relief, a fragile sense that somehow, impossibly, they had endured. Harry stirred, his head lifting slowly from where it had rested against Hermione's shoulder. His neck ached, and every muscle in his body protested as he moved, but his eyes fluttered open to the unfamiliar quiet. For a moment, disoriented, he thought he had woken from a dream. The war, the duel, Voldemort, all of it felt distant, unreal. But the sight of Hermione at his side, Ron on his other, and the ruin of the Great Hall reminded him that it had been no dream at all. Hermione noticed his movement immediately. "Harry?" she asked softly, brushing his arm gently. "I'm awake," he murmured, though his voice was little more than a whisper. Ron yawned loudly, sitting up straighter with a groan. His hair stuck out in every direction, and his robes were torn and stained, but his eyes flicked to Harry with relief. "Thought for a second you'd slept for a whole day. You scared us, mate." Harry gave him a faint smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He sat up, stretching his sore muscles, and glanced around. Survivors were beginning to stir as well. Kingsley was speaking quietly with Professor McGonagall, both of them looking grave but determined. Neville sat nearby with Luna, still gripping the sword of Gryffindor, his expression weary but proud. The sight filled Harry with both warmth and sorrow. They had survived, but not all had. His gaze drifted across the hall, landing on the rows of bodies that had been gently laid aside, covered with cloaks or sheets. A lump rose in his throat, threatening to choke him. Hermione followed his gaze, her face pale. She reached for his hand, lacing her fingers through his. "We'll honor them, Harry. Every single one. They won't be forgotten." Harry squeezed her hand, grateful for her words though his chest still ached. He could already see the faces in his mind. Fred, Lupin, Tonks, Colin, so many others. The weight of their loss pressed down on him, a reminder that victory did not erase grief. Ron's expression tightened as he too looked toward the fallen. His jaw clenched, but he said nothing, his silence speaking louder than any words. A sound broke the quiet, the creak of the doors at the far end of the hall. Mrs. Weasley entered, her face pale, her eyes swollen from tears. She walked quickly, almost stumbling, toward the row where Fred lay. George was already there, kneeling beside his twin's body, his face hollow with grief. Mrs. Weasley dropped down beside him, pulling him into her arms. Her wails echoed through the hall, raw and heart-wrenching, and the sound sent fresh waves of sorrow rippling through the survivors. Hermione's grip on Harry's hand tightened, her eyes glistening. Ron bowed his head, his shoulders shaking, but he made no move to join them. His grief was too sharp, too fresh, and all he could do was sit in silence, staring at the floor. Harry wanted to say something, anything, but words felt meaningless. What comfort could he offer when nothing could heal that loss? All he could do was sit there, his heart breaking for the family that had given him so much love, and wish that he could take their pain away. As the morning stretched on, others began to arrive. Families of the fallen trickled into the hall, their cries joining the chorus of grief. The Weasleys were not alone in their mourning. Everywhere Harry looked, there were reunions, embraces, and heartbreak. The war had touched every family, every corner of their world. Despite the sorrow, there was a sense of unity, too. Strangers embraced, comforted one another, shared their grief together. For so long Voldemort had divided them, turned fear into a weapon. Now, even in loss, they stood together. Hermione whispered, her voice breaking the heavy silence between the three of them. "They'll need funerals. Memorials. Some way to say goodbye." Harry nodded faintly. "They deserve more than this." Ron swallowed hard, his eyes still fixed on the floor. "Mum will want to bury Fred at the burrow. That's where he belongs. With family." Harry felt a pang in his chest. He remembered the laughter Fred had brought to every room, the mischief that had made life brighter even in dark times. It seemed impossible that he could be gone. As the sun rose higher, the survivors began to organize. Professors, aurors, and students worked together to clear the debris, to tend to the wounded, to prepare the castle for the morning to come. The war had ended, but the work of healing was only just beginning. Harry stood slowly, wincing at the stiffness in his body. He looked at Hermione and Ron, then at the hall around them. "We should help." Hermione's expression softened. She could see the exhaustion in his face, but she knew he needed to keep moving, to feel useful. "All right," she said gently. "But only for a little while. You still need to rest." Ron pushed himself up too, his movements sluggish but determined. "Come on then. Let's get this place ready." It's what they'd want. The three of them moved together, lending their hands where they could. Harry helped lift broken benches. Hermione conjured charms to mend shattered stone, and Ron worked alongside survivors to gather the fallen carefully, ensuring each was treated with respect. Every task was heavy with emotion, every movement a reminder of what had been lost. Yet working together brought a strange comfort, a sense that even in their grief, they could build something new. By midday, the Great Hall looked different. Still scarred, still broken, but cleaner. The bodies had been moved to a quieter chamber, prepared for proper funerals. The hall, once a place of battle, was slowly becoming a place of remembrance. Harry paused, looking around. The faces of the survivors were tired, but there was determination in their eyes. They were not defeated. They would rebuild. Hermione stepped beside him, brushing the dust from her robes. "It's going to take time," she said softly, "but we'll make it through. Together." Ron joined them, rubbing at the dirt on his face. "Yeah, together." Harry looked at his two friends, the ones who had stood with him through everything, and felt a flicker of hope amidst the sorrow. The war was over, the scars would remain, but as long as they had each other, they could face whatever came next. For the first time, he allowed himself to believe in a future. The days that followed were a blur of grief and exhaustion. The castle, though broken, had become a gathering place for the wizarding world. Families arrived in waves, searching for loved ones, mourning the fallen, offering their hands to rebuild what had been shattered. The funerals began almost immediately. It was impossible to delay, with so many families aching for closure. The professors and aurors organized the services, ensuring every witch and wizard who had given their life was remembered with dignity. The grounds of Hogwarts, once a battlefield, now became sacred soil where farewells echoed through the air. Harry stood with Hermione and Ron near the edge of the first gathering. The sky was gray, heavy with clouds that seemed to mirror the weight of sorrow hanging over everyone. Long rows of chairs had been conjured upon the lawn, facing a makeshift platform where names were read aloud, one by one. Each name carried its own silence, its own ripple of sobs from those who loved them. When Remus Lupin's name was spoken, Harry's throat tightened. He remembered the warmth of his voice, the calm wisdom in his eyes, the man who had taught him how to face a boggart, who had fought to give Teddy a better world. Now Teddy would grow up without him, just as Harry had grown without his parents. The thought was unbearable. Beside him, Hermione's eyes glistened as she reached for his hand. She didn't speak, but her touch was steady, grounding him. Ron stood silent on his other side, his face pale, his jaw clenched tight. Tonks's name followed. Andromeda wept openly in the front row, clutching her infant grandson, while others placed their hands on her shoulders in comfort. The baby slept through it all, unaware of the loss surrounding him. Harry's chest ached with the knowledge that Teddy would never know the two people who had loved him most. The service went on. Names filled the air: Colin Creevey, who had been too young to die, who had snuck back into the castle to fight; Lavender Brown, who had fallen during the chaos of the final charge; dozens more. Each one was remembered, each one honored. Then came Fred Weasley. The entire family stood together in the front row, Arthur with his arm wrapped around Molly, George pale and hollow beside them, Bill and Charlie supporting Percy, Ginny clinging to her mother. When Fred's name was spoken, Molly's cry tore through the silence, raw and unrestrained. George bowed his head, his shoulders shaking silently. Harry, Hermione, and Ron moved forward, joining the family. Ron's steps were unsteady, but he didn't falter. He stood beside his parents, his eyes burning with tears he refused to shed. Harry placed a hand on Ron's shoulder, unable to find words. No words could ease a loss like this. Hermione wrapped an arm around Ginny, who leaned into her sobs muffled against Hermione's robes. Fred had been more than a friend to Harry. He had been family, one of the first people to welcome him into the warmth of the burrow, to show him what laughter and belonging felt like. The thought of never hearing his jokes again, never seeing his grin, left a hollow ache in Harry's chest. As the service ended, wands were raised in unison, their light glowing softly in the dim air. Dozens of beams shone together, a tribute to those who had fallen. The glow reflected in tear-streaked faces, a symbol of unity in the face of loss. Afterward, the burials began. Families carried their loved ones to resting places of their choosing, some on the grounds of Hogwarts, others to private family plots. The Weasleys chose the burrow, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron traveled with them. The burrow was draped in black that day. Neighbors and friends filled the yard, offering their condolences, their words of comfort. But Harry could see how empty those words felt to the family. Nothing could fill the gap Fred had left. The ceremony was simple. George stood beside the coffin, his hand resting on the polished wood, his expression unreadable. For the first time in his life, he looked incomplete. His twin, his partner in every mischief, was gone, and the world seemed smaller without their laughter. Ron stood stiffly at the front, his hands clenched into fists, his face pale. He had not spoken much since the battle, and now he said nothing at all, his silence louder than any outburst. Hermione stayed close to him, her arm brushing against his, her presence steady. Harry stood a few steps back, his heart aching. He wanted to say something, to tell them how much Fred had meant to him, how much he had loved the family that had taken him in. But the words caught in his throat, heavy with grief. Molly's voice broke the silence, her words trembling as she spoke of Fred's laughter, his courage, the joy he had brought into their lives. Arthur followed, his voice steadier but no less pained, speaking of pride and love. George said nothing, only lowering his head as tears streaked silently down his face. When it was done, the family stood together, holding one another as the coffin was lowered into the earth. The sound of soil hitting the wood was final, brutal. Hermione's tears flowed freely. Ron turned away, his shoulders trembling, and Harry placed a hand on his back, the only comfort he could offer. The rest of the day passed in a haze. Friends and neighbors lingered, sharing memories of Fred, their laughter bittersweet. Plates of food sat untouched, drinks went warm, but no one seemed to mind. The burrow, usually filled with warmth and chaos, felt subdued, its heart dimmed. Late in the evening, when the guests had left and the family sat in silence, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stepped outside into the cool night air. The stars were bright above them, untainted by the smoke of battle. For a long while, none of them spoke. Finally, Hermione whispered, her voice soft. "It's going to take a long time to heal." Ron's voice was hoarse, almost breaking. "It'll never be the same." Harry looked up at the stars, his chest tight. "No, but he'd want us to keep going. To live. To laugh again someday." Ron said nothing, but after a long moment, he gave a small nod. Hermione reached for both of them, linking their hands together. The war had ended, but grief had only just begun. Still, beneath the sorrow, there was a quiet determination. They would carry on. For Fred. For Lupin and Tonks. For everyone who had fallen. And for the first time since the battle, Harry felt a flicker of certainty that they could. The days stretched into weeks, each one marked by more funerals, more quiet gatherings, more reminders of all that had been lost. The wizarding world was learning how to breathe again, but every breath seemed to catch on the grief still lingering in the air. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stayed at the burrow during much of this time. The house, once so full of noise and chaos, had fallen into strange silences. Molly tried to keep herself busy with cooking, though the meals were smaller, quieter, and often left untouched. Arthur spent hours in his shed, tinkering with Muggle artifacts he never seemed to finish. George rarely spoke at all, and when he did, his voice sounded hollow, as if something essential had been carved out of him. Harry felt both like an intruder and a family member. They welcomed him without hesitation, yet he carried his own private guilt, that so many had died because of the war that followed him. He never said it aloud, but he saw it reflected in the weary expressions of others when their eyes met his. Some saw him as a hero. Others he feared, as the reason their loved ones were gone. Hermione was the one who moved with quiet determination. She spent long hours writing letters for grieving families, helping the ministry reorganize its records, and researching charms that might help rebuild Hogwarts. Ron stayed close to her, sometimes joining her work, sometimes simply sitting in silence. Their bond was different now, not romantic, not what many might have expected, but still strong. Ron leaned on her when the grief grew too heavy, and Hermione offered her steadiness without asking for anything in return. One afternoon, Harry and Hermione sat together on the back steps of the burrow while Ron was inside with George. The sun was low, painting the sky in gold, though the air still felt heavy. "We can't stay here forever," Hermione said quietly. She glanced at Harry, her hands folded tightly in her lap. "The world is moving forward, Harry. Slowly, painfully, but it is. And we need to decide where we fit in that world now." Harry nodded, though his chest tightened. He had no idea where he belonged. He had spent his entire life fighting, first for survival, then for the world itself. The thought of normal life felt almost foreign. "I don't even know what that looks like," Harry admitted. "What do people like us do after this? After everything?" Hermione's gaze softened. "We live. That's what everyone fought for, isn't it? For us to have a chance to live." Harry looked out across the fields, where the grass swayed gently in the evening breeze. "And what about Ron? He hasn't been himself since Fred." "He may never be the same," Hermione said gently. "But he'll find his way. We all will, if we give ourselves time." Harry was silent for a long while, then asked, "Do you ever regret it? Not ending up with Ron, I mean." Hermione blinked, clearly surprised by the question. "Regret?" She shook her head firmly. "No, Harry. Ron is my friend, my family. But love, real love, is something else. And I've always believed in being honest with myself. He deserves someone who loves him in that way. And I don't. Not like that." Harry studied her face, the conviction in her words, and felt a quiet respect grow even deeper. She was right. Ron deserved more than half-truths. And Hermione, as always, had chosen honesty, even when it was painful. That night, they gathered around the fire with the Weasleys. Ginny sat close to her mother, her hand slipping into Molly's as they shared quiet stories of Fred. Bill and Fleur spoke of hope for the future, of their desire to rebuild a world where their children might someday grow without fear. Charlie mentioned returning to Romania, though his eyes lingered on his family as if torn. Percy, humbled by his return, promised to stay close, to never let distance divide them again. Ron finally spoke when George excused himself early, retreating upstairs without a word. "He needs us," Ron said hoarsely. "More than ever. We can't let him go through this alone." Arthur nodded, his face weary but resolute. "We'll be here for him. All of us." Harry felt the weight of those words. They were all bound together, not just by grief, but by love and loyalty. The war had taken so much, but it had not destroyed that. In the days that followed, talk of rebuilding Hogwarts grew louder. Professor McGonagall sent letters, asking for assistance. Hermione's eyes lit up with determination at the thought of restoring the castle, its walls scarred but still standing strong. "Hogwarts is more than just a school," she said as she read the letter aloud. "It's a home. For all of us. And if we can help bring it back, then maybe the world will start to feel whole again." Harry couldn't deny the pull he felt at her words. The castle had been his first true home, the place where he had discovered friendship, belonging, and courage. To see it whole again would be to see hope itself reborn. Ron shrugged, though his eyes softened. "Rebuilding bricks isn't going to bring Fred back." "No," Hermione agreed gently. "But it might help heal the cracks left behind." Harry watched Ron's face, saw the way his expression flickered between pain and reluctant agreement. Ron might not be ready yet, but perhaps, in time, the work could help him too. That night, as Harry lay awake in the small room he shared with Ron, he thought about the future. About Hogwarts, about Teddy, about the countless people who would need rebuilding as much as the castle itself. He thought about Hermione's words, about living, truly living, and wondered if he could ever learn how. The war was over. But for Harry, Hermione, and Ron, the next battle was just beginning. The battle to find themselves in a world forever changed. When McGonagall's owl arrived the next morning, it carried more than parchment. It carried a sense of purpose that had been missing in their lives. The letter was formal but tinged with personal warmth, asking Harry, Hermione, and Ron to return to Hogwarts. Professors, students, and volunteers were gathering to restore the castle to its former glory. Every wand would be needed, and every willing heart would matter. Hermione's eyes lit with determination as she read it aloud at the breakfast table. Her voice trembled only once, when she reached the end. She says it would mean a great deal if we came. Not as students. Not even as heroes. But as family of the school. Molly's hands stilled over the tea she was pouring. She looked at them with a weary smile that carried pride and sorrow in equal measure. You should go. The castle is where it began for all of you. Perhaps being part of its healing will help heal you, too. Ron pushed his eggs around on his plate without eating. I don't know if I can face it, he muttered. Walking those halls again. Seeing all the places where... He broke off, unable to finish the thought. Hermione leaned toward him, her voice gentle but steady. You won't be alone, Ron. None of us will. Harry nodded. It won't erase the past. But maybe it can give us something new to hold on to. That afternoon, the three of them stood outside the burrow with their travel cloaks fastened, ready to apparate. Ron's face was pale, but he carried his wand firmly in hand. Hermione carried a satchel stuffed with parchment, ink, and books. She was already preparing plans, as though rebuilding could be organized like an exam. Harry carried nothing but his determination. The first sight of Hogwarts nearly stole their breath. From the outside, the castle still stood proudly against the Scottish hills, but scars marred its walls. Towers were broken, stone lay scattered across the grounds, and charred marks stained the courtyard where spells had collided in the final battle. The Black Lake shimmered as always, but even it seemed subdued, as though mourning the chaos it had witnessed. Students and adults milled about, clearing rubble, repairing shattered walls, casting charms to restore glass windows and banish scorch marks. The hum of magic filled the air, not with violence, but with creation. It was strange and beautiful all at once. Professor McGonagall greeted them at the entrance, her expression stern but softening when she saw them. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley. Thank you for coming. Her eyes flickered briefly to Ron, who avoided her gaze, his jaw tight. She didn't press him, only gave a small nod of understanding. Inside, the damage was even more striking. Whole sections of wall were gone, ceilings collapsed, portraits lay shattered on the ground. Yet there was life here. House elves bustled to and fro, carrying supplies, their large eyes gleaming with pride. Students from every house worked side by side, their rivalry momentarily forgotten. Even Slytherins lent their wands, their faces drawn but determined. Hermione's heart swelled at the sight. This is what it should be. Everyone working together. Harry agreed silently, his eyes roaming over the hall where so much blood had been shed. For the first time, it did not feel like a tomb. It felt like a place of beginnings. They joined the work immediately. Hermione threw herself into organizing repairs, drafting plans, and assigning tasks. Harry helped with the heavy lifting, his magic steady and precise as he restored collapsed staircases and reinforced stone walls. Ron started slowly, his movements hesitant, but soon he was repairing shattered suits of armor, his wand steadying as he found a rhythm. One afternoon, as they cleared debris from the great hall, Ron paused by a crack in the stone where Fred had fallen. His face went pale, his hands trembling. Hermione noticed immediately, dropping her work to stand beside him. Ron, she said softly. He shook his head. I can't, everywhere I look I see him. Joking, laughing, fighting. And then he's gone. His voice cracked, raw with pain. Hermione placed a hand on his arm. He's not gone, Ron. Not completely. Every stone of this castle, every person who fought here, they carry a part of him. You carry a part of him, and he'd hate to see you give up now. Ron swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with tears. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, with a trembling breath, he raised his wand and whispered the repair charm. The crack sealed slowly, glowing faintly before fading back into solid stone. Harry watched silently from across the hall, his chest aching with both sorrow and pride. Ron was finding his strength again, piece by piece, just like the castle. The days turned into a rhythm. Work in the mornings, meals shared in the evenings, long hours spent laughing quietly despite the sorrow. Slowly, Hogwarts came back to life. Windows gleamed, staircases straightened, portraits were mended. Even Peeves the poltergeist seemed subdued, floating above them in silence more often than not. One night, as they sat in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackling warmly, Hermione pulled out a stack of parchment. I've been thinking, she said. We should go back to school next year. Properly. Finish our education. We've earned our newts, and we need them if we're going to build the lives we want." Ron groaned. "After everything we've done, you still think exams matter?" "They do," Hermione said firmly. "Knowledge matters. It always will." Harry smiled faintly. "She's right, Ron. We didn't fight this war so we could leave everything unfinished." Ron muttered something about Hermione being insufferable, but there was no malice in his tone. He leaned back against the couch, staring at the fire. "Maybe, but not just yet. Right now, I just want to remember how to live without hurting all the time." Hermione's expression softened. She reached for his hand, and Harry, sitting nearby, felt a deep surge of affection for them both. They had been through hell together, and somehow they were still standing. The war had scarred them, but Hogwarts was teaching them how to heal. And though none of them said it aloud, each of them knew this was only the beginning of what their lives might become. By early summer, Hogwarts was unrecognizable compared to the wreckage they had first returned to. Towers that had been reduced to rubble now stretched toward the sky once more. Stained glass windows glowed in the sunlight, their colors restored to brilliance. The great hall, though not yet perfect, had regained much of its majesty. Magic hummed through the castle again, not as a weapon, but as a song of renewal. For Harry, the act of rebuilding brought a strange peace. Each stone set right felt like a small defiance against Voldemort's destruction. Yet with every wall repaired, he felt a quiet question building inside him. What was his purpose now? He had spent his life fighting darkness. Now that it was gone, what role was left for him? Hermione had no such hesitation. She threw herself into the work with characteristic determination, balancing magical repairs with planning documents for McGonagall and the staff. She was tireless, often staying up late to research spells that might restore damage most thought permanent. Whenever Harry worried she was exhausting herself, she only smiled and said, "There's too much to do, Harry. And I've never believed in leaving things half-finished." Ron's journey was slower. He helped each day, but his heart was heavy, his grief a constant shadow. Some mornings he would sit for hours before joining the others, his eyes distant. But Harry noticed small changes. Ron laughed more now, quietly at first, then louder as days passed. Sometimes he told stories about Fred while working, his voice raw but steady. Each story was a thread, weaving his brother's memory into the fabric of the castle. One afternoon, Harry found himself on the Astronomy Tower, gazing out across the grounds. The view was the same as it had been on the night of the final battle, but the silence felt different now. No longer a battlefield, but a place of healing. Footsteps echoed behind him, and Hermione joined him, holding a stack of parchment. "You've been up here a lot lately," she said gently. Harry nodded. "It's quiet. Easier to think." She studied him a moment before asking, "And what have you been thinking about?" "Teddy," Harry admitted. The name hung heavy in the air. "About what it means to be his godfather. He doesn't have his parents, Hermione. Just Andromeda. And she's wonderful, but I keep thinking maybe he should have more. Maybe I should." He trailed off, unsure of how to shape the feeling into words. Hermione's eyes softened. "You want to be part of his life. Of course you do. You'll never replace Remus or Tonks, Harry, but you can give Teddy something they can't anymore. Love. Guidance. A family." Harry's chest tightened. "Do you think I could? After everything? Do you think I'd know how?" "Yes," Hermione said without hesitation. "Because you know what it's like to grow up without it. And you'll never let him feel the way you did." Harry swallowed hard, her words sinking deep. For the first time, the idea of a future with Teddy didn't feel impossible. It felt right. Later that week, Hermione confided in Harry and Ron that she was planning to travel to Australia. "My parents are still there," she explained, her voice calm but her eyes shining. "I placed the memory charm on them. They think they're different people, living a different life. I need to find them, restore their memories, bring them home." Ron shifted uncomfortably, his expression torn. That's good, Hermione. But what if they don't want to come back?" Hermione's lips trembled, but she straightened her shoulders. "Then I'll accept that. But I have to give them the choice. They deserve that much." Harry reached for her hand. "You won't go alone. Not if you don't want to." She smiled gratefully, though her expression said she hadn't yet decided if she would take him up on that. Ron had his own quiet struggle. One evening, while they were repairing a collapsed corridor, he muttered to Harry, Everyone keeps looking at me like I'm supposed to be okay. Like I'm supposed to fill Fred's place in the family. But I can't. I'm not him." His voice cracked, frustration and grief mingling. Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. "No one's asking you to be Fred, Ron. They just want you to be you. That's enough." Ron stared at him for a long time before nodding, though the doubt didn't fully leave his eyes. Still, the next day, Harry noticed Ron speaking more with George, not about grief, but about ordinary things, repairs, Quidditch, even jokes that were softer but still genuine. Healing wasn't fast, but it was happening. By midsummer, Hogwarts was whole again, or close enough that it felt alive. The students and volunteers gathered in the Great Hall for the first proper feast since the war. The long tables gleamed, food appeared in abundance, and the enchanted ceiling sparkled with summer starlight. McGonagall stood at the head of the hall, her expression both proud and solemn. "This castle has endured great tragedy," she said, her voice carrying through the hall. "But it stands as it always has. And so do we. Together, we have rebuilt not only stone and glass, but the hope that was nearly lost. Hogwarts will always be a place of magic, of learning, of family. And it will always be your home." Applause filled the hall, mingled with cheers and laughter. For the first time in what felt like forever, joy bloomed without guilt. Harry glanced at Hermione and Ron, who sat on either side of him. They were tired, scarred, and still grieving. But they were alive, and for the first time since the battle, Harry believed they could build something beautiful from the ruins of the past. That night, as they left the Great Hall, Ron muttered, "You know, it almost feels normal again." Hermione smiled faintly. "It will, Ron. One day it will." Harry didn't say anything, but deep down, he hoped she was right. A week after the rebuilding feast, Harry made a decision he had been turning over in his mind since the war ended. He needed to see Teddy. The thought had grown heavier with each passing day until it became impossible to ignore. Hermione and Ron didn't hesitate when he told them. "You should go," Hermione said firmly, as if she had been waiting for him to realize it on his own. "Teddy deserves to know you're here for him." Ron nodded, though his eyes were weary. "And Andromeda deserves to know she's not alone. She lost almost everything, Harry. She needs family too." So Harry went. The morning was bright, the air carrying the sense of summer, but his nerves twisted as he stood outside Andromeda Tonks's modest home. It was a quiet cottage, nothing like the grandeur of Grimmauld Place or the Burrow's chaos. Smoke drifted from the chimney, and flowers bloomed in the garden. It looked so ordinary, so peaceful, that it was hard to believe it housed such deep sorrow. He knocked. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then the door opened, and Andromeda appeared. She looked older than he remembered, her hair streaked with silver, her face lined with grief. But her eyes, sharp, piercing, were the same. "Harry," she said softly, as if testing the name. Harry swallowed, suddenly uncertain of himself. I wanted to check on you. And on Teddy." Her expression softened, though her grief lingered in every line of her face. "Come in." The cottage smelled faintly of lavender and tea. Photographs lined the walls. Nymphadora laughing with her bright pink hair, Remus holding a newborn Teddy, family moments captured in frames that seemed almost too fragile to hold them. Harry's chest tightened at the sight. Andromeda led him into the sitting room. A small crib sat near the fire, and inside lay Teddy. He was asleep, his tiny chest rising and falling steadily. A tuft of turquoise hair peeked through the blanket, shimmering faintly in the light. Harry felt his breath catch. "He's beautiful," Harry whispered. "He is," Andromeda said, her voice trembling. She moved closer to the crib, her hand resting gently on the edge. "He's all I have left." Harry stood beside her, staring down at the child. A flood of emotions rose within him. Grief for Remus and Tonks, guilt for surviving when they hadn't, and a fierce protectiveness for the tiny boy who had already lost so much. "I want to be here for him," Harry said, the words spilling out before he could stop them. "I don't know what kind of godfather I'll be. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. But I want him to know he has me. Always." Andromeda's eyes searched his face, and for a long moment she said nothing. Then slowly she nodded. "Remus and Dora trusted you, Harry. If they believed in you, so do I. Teddy will need you as he grows. I cannot replace his parents. But together, perhaps we can give him what he deserves." Harry felt something inside him ease at her words. For the first time since the war ended, he felt like he had a purpose that was more than survival. He spent the afternoon there, awkwardly at first, then more naturally. When Teddy woke, Harry watched in awe as the baby's hair shifted from turquoise to brown to pink, tiny fists waving in the air. Andromeda smiled faintly at Harry's expression. He's already a metamorphmagus, just like Dora. Mischief in his blood, that one. Harry reached into the crib, letting Teddy curl his small fingers around his. The warmth of that tiny hand seemed to seep into Harry's chest, steadying him. "Hello, Teddy," he whispered. "I'm your godfather. I'll be here no matter what." By the time he left, the sun was setting, casting the sky in shades of gold and violet. Andromeda stood at the door, Teddy in her arms. "Come back soon," she said quietly. "He should know you, Harry. Not just as a name, but as someone who is truly here." "I will," Harry promised. And he meant it. When he returned to the burrow, Hermione and Ron were waiting. Hermione's eyes lit up when she saw the softness in his expression. "You saw him?" Harry nodded, sinking into a chair. "He's incredible. And Andromeda, she's strong, but she's hurting. I told her I'd be there. For both of them." Ron gave a small smile. "You'll be good at it, mate. Better than you think." Hermione hesitated, then glanced down at the parchment in her lap. "While you were gone, I started writing to contacts in Australia. I'm going to find my parents, Harry. It won't be easy, but I have to." Harry studied her face. Determination burned in her eyes, but so did fear. He reached out, placing a hand over hers. "We'll figure it out. You don't have to do it alone." Ron shifted awkwardly in his seat. "Yeah, we'll come with you. If you want." Hermione's lips curved into a small, grateful smile. "I don't know if I'll need you to come all the way. But knowing I have you, it makes all the difference." That night, as Harry lay awake, he thought of Teddy's tiny hand gripping his, of Andromeda's quiet strength, of Hermione's parents lost across an ocean, of Ron trying to find his place in a world without Fred. Their battles weren't over. They had only changed shape. But for the first time, Harry didn't feel crushed by the weight of them. He felt ready to face them. Because now, for the first time, he had a choice. The days that followed seemed to settle into a fragile rhythm, though nothing about life after the war felt entirely ordinary. Harry spent much of his time between the burrow and Andromeda's cottage, finding comfort in the quiet moments with Teddy. Each visit grounded him, reminding him that he wasn't just surviving anymore. He was building something worth protecting. Hermione, meanwhile, had thrown herself into research. Every morning, she would spread parchment across the table at the burrow, filling it with notes, calculations, and addresses she hoped would lead her closer to her parents. She had charmed a map of Australia, marking potential cities where her trail might begin. Her quill scratched furiously late into the night, and more than once Harry found her asleep over her notes, her hair spilling across the parchment like a curtain. Ron tried to help at first, though his way of assisting usually meant suggesting shortcuts that Hermione immediately dismissed. "You can't just knock on every door in Sydney," she said one evening, exasperated. "It's not practical." Ron grinned sheepishly. "Worth a try, though." Harry often acted as the bridge between them, listening to Hermione's elaborate plans and gently reminding Ron that she wasn't trying to make things harder, just precise. But even as she prepared, Harry sensed an undercurrent of fear in her. The closer she came to leaving, the more restless she grew, as if each passing day made the prospect both more real and more terrifying. One evening, the three of them sat in the burrow's garden, fireflies glowing faintly in the twilight. Hermione closed her journal with a sigh, her eyes distant. "I've narrowed it down to Melbourne or Brisbane," she said quietly. "It's still not certain, but I think one of those cities is where they've been living." Harry studied her face. She was holding herself together, but he could see the tension in her shoulders, the way she twisted her hands in her lap. "You're scared," he said softly. Hermione looked at him, her eyes flickering with surprise. Then she gave a small, sad smile. "Of course I'm scared. I changed their lives without their consent. I sent them across the world, stripped away their identities, and left them believing they were someone else entirely. What if they don't forgive me?" Ron leaned forward, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. "They will. They're your parents, Hermione. You did what you thought was right, and you saved them. They'll understand that. Hermione's gaze softened, but doubt lingered. Harry reached over, taking her hand. If there's anyone in the world who can explain and make them see it wasn't done out of selfishness, it's you. You gave them a chance to survive. You gave them safety when the rest of us were fighting. Her throat worked as if she were swallowing down the lump rising there. I hope so. The conversation hung in the air long after the fireflies faded into the night. 2 days later, Hermione began packing. Her trunk was filled not with textbooks or quills this time, but practical supplies, Muggle clothing, enchanted maps, a handful of useful potions, and a charmed notebook that Harry had given her so she could stay in touch. Mrs. Weasley fluttered about anxiously, reminding her to eat properly, to take warming charms for cooler nights, to keep her wand in easy reach. Ron hovered in the background, his hands shoved in his pockets, torn between worry and a desire to say something that might ease her nerves. On the morning she was set to leave, Harry and Ron accompanied her to the station in London, though she planned to travel onward alone from there. The three of them stood together on the platform, the air thick with unspoken words. Hermione adjusted the strap of her bag, her face pale but determined. I'll write as soon as I find them. I don't know how long it will take, but I need to do this. Harry pulled her into a tight hug. You'll find them, and when you do, they'll be proud of you. She lingered in his arms for a moment before stepping back, turning to Ron. For once, he didn't joke or fumble with words. He simply pulled her into his arms, holding her with a quiet intensity. Be careful, he murmured. Hermione nodded against his shoulder before finally pulling away. Her eyes were bright, but she blinked rapidly, refusing to let the tears fall. Take care of each other while I'm gone, she said. Harry and Ron stood side by side as she walked toward the ticket desk, her figure growing smaller with each step. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The emptiness she left behind seemed to echo louder than words. Finally, Ron exhaled, his voice rough. Feels wrong, letting her go off on her own like that. Harry's gaze remained fixed on the departing figure. She's stronger than either of us. She'll find them. But even as he said it, Harry couldn't shake the knot of worry coiling in his chest. For all her brilliance and determination, Hermione was walking into a world that had been untouched by magic, into a place where even her parents might not remember the face of the daughter they had lost. And while she faced that unknown, Harry and Ron would be left behind, trying to find their footing in a world that no longer asked them to fight, but still demanded they live. The plane ride was unlike anything Hermione had ever experienced. She had traveled by broomstick, thestral, portkey, and apparition. But there was something oddly humbling about being pressed into a cramped seat surrounded by muggles who had no idea what kind of wars raged beyond their world. The engines roared, and the earth fell away beneath her as she was carried toward the continent where she hoped her parents were living their new lives. She had memorized every detail of her plan. The last memory she had before wiping her parents' identities placed them in Melbourne, with false names, false histories, and a false sense of who they were. They had become Wendell and Monica Wilkins, completely ordinary dentists who had decided to start anew far away from England. When she stepped off the plane into the warmth of an Australian morning, Hermione felt a mixture of determination and dread. The sunlight was fierce, the air different from Britain's damp coolness, and every sound seemed unfamiliar. She adjusted her bag on her shoulder, clutching the charmed notebook Harry had given her, and made her way toward the city. Melbourne was bustling, alive with traffic and conversation, its streets filled with people who didn't spare her a second glance. For a moment, Hermione felt invisible, just another face in the crowd. It was almost comforting, until she remembered she wasn't here to blend in. She was here to find two people who might not even want to see her. She started with the Dental Association, using carefully crafted Muggle credentials she had enchanted into existence. Her voice trembled only slightly as she asked about Wendell and Monica Wilkins, presenting herself as a distant relative looking to reconnect. The clerk consulted the records, tapping on a keyboard, before shaking her head. No one by that name registered here, the woman said. Maybe they moved? Hermione thanked her politely, her chest tightening. It was only the first attempt, but already she felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down. She spent the next days moving through records offices, libraries, and city directories, cross-referencing addresses, searching for any trace. Each night she collapsed into the bed of a small rented flat, exhaustion creeping through her bones, frustration gnawing at her. She wrote quick notes to Harry and Ron, keeping her words optimistic even when her spirits faltered. On the fourth day, she finally found a lead. At a local clinic, she discovered the names Wendell and Monica Wilkins on a list of patients. Her heart leapt, her fingers trembling as she copied down the address. It was a modest house on the outskirts of the city, with a small garden and a white fence. Hermione stood across the street for nearly an hour, staring at it, her stomach twisted into knots. She could hear the faint sound of a radio through the open window, smell the fragrance of food cooking. A woman's laughter drifted into the warm air. It was them. She could feel it in her bones. But she couldn't move. She was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. What if they looked at her and saw nothing but a stranger? What if they turned her away? What if she undid everything she had sacrificed to protect them? As the sun dipped low, she forced herself to take a step closer. Then another. Her hand reached for the gate, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. Before she could open it, the door swung wide. A man stepped out, his hair grayer than she remembered, his face lined with years she had missed. He called something back into the house, and a woman's voice answered. Hermione froze. Her throat closed up. She wanted to run, but her feet refused to move. She wanted to call out, but no words came. The man, her father, walked to the fence, pulling letters from the mailbox. He glanced at her, just a passing look at a stranger lingering nearby, and then turned back toward the house. Hermione's knees nearly gave way. Tears blurred her vision. She had found them. She was standing only a few feet away, yet they were oceans apart in memory and truth. As she turned away, she pressed a trembling hand against her chest, whispering to herself, "Not yet. I need to be ready." She retreated into the gathering dusk, her heart aching but alive with a fragile hope. The path forward was terrifying, but for the first time since casting that spell, she believed she could bring them back. And somewhere far away in England, Harry sat with Teddy in his arms, Ron beside him, both unaware that Hermione had just stood face to face with the life she had stolen, and was closer than ever to reclaiming it. The night after she first saw them, Hermione barely slept. She lay awake in the small rented flat, staring at the ceiling, her mind circling endlessly. She had seen her father's face, heard her mother's voice, and yet had not spoken. The weight of her silence pressed heavily on her chest. When dawn broke, she rose with a determination she had not felt in weeks. She washed, dressed simply, and tucked her wand into the inner pocket of her jacket. She rehearsed what she might say aloud, though every attempt faltered halfway through. No words seemed right for a moment like this. How did one explain to their parents that their lives had been rewritten, that their memories had been stolen in the name of love and survival? By late morning, she was standing at the edge of their garden once more. The white fence seemed brighter in the sunlight, the flowers more vivid, the house alive with sounds of a day unfolding. She gripped the gate with trembling fingers, her heart hammering so loudly she thought it might drown out the world. She stepped through. Her feet crunched against the path leading to the door, each step echoing in her mind like a drumbeat. Before she could lose her nerve, she raised her hand and knocked. The sound reverberated through the house, leaving her breathless with dread. Moments later, the door opened. Her mother, Monica, as she now believed herself to be, stood there. She looked the same and yet not, her features familiar but framed by changes of time and distance. Her eyes, warm and curious, settled on Hermione. "Yes. Can I help you?" Hermione's throat felt dry. Words tangled and caught, but she forced them out. "Hello. I think you might be my parents." The woman blinked, startled. "I beg your pardon?" Before Hermione could speak again, her father appeared behind her mother, a protective hand resting on her shoulder. He frowned at Hermione, suspicion flickering in his expression. "Is this some kind of joke?" Hermione shook her head quickly, tears already pricking her eyes. "No, it's not a joke. Please listen." They exchanged wary glances. Her mother opened the door wider, but did not invite her in. "Who are you?" Hermione swallowed hard. "My name is Hermione. Hermione Granger. You're my parents. Your real names are Emma and Daniel Granger. You're dentists from England. You had a daughter. Me. Silence fell heavy in the doorway. Her parents looked at her as though she had spoken another language. Her father's jaw tightened. "We don't know you. I think you should leave." Panic flared in Hermione's chest. She reached into her pocket, drawing her wand, not to frighten them, but to prove herself. Her mother's eyes widened, and her father instinctively stepped in front of her. "Wait," Hermione pleaded. She flicked her wand, and the flowers in the garden lifted gently into the air, petals twirling like dancers before settling back into place. She lowered the wand slowly. "I know this doesn't make sense. I know it's impossible to believe. But I had to protect you. The world was dangerous, and I couldn't let you be hurt. I changed your memories. I made you believe you were someone else, living here, safe from it all." Her mother's lips parted, disbelief mingling with something deeper, something fragile buried. Her father, however, remained tense, his eyes narrowing. "This is madness," he muttered. But his voice lacked conviction. Hermione's tears spilled freely now. "Please, look at me. I'm your daughter. I did it because I love you. Because if Voldemort had known you existed, he would have used you against me. I couldn't risk it." The name meant nothing to them, but her desperation did. Her mother's expression wavered, a flicker of recognition straining against the false memories she had been given. She raised a trembling hand to her temple, as though her head ached. Hermione lowered her wand, her voice breaking. "I can restore your memories, if you let me, but I won't do it unless you agree. I'll never take your choice away again." Her father's eyes were sharp, mistrustful, but her mother hesitated. She studied Hermione's face, her trembling lips forming words that seemed almost too fragile to voice. You look like me." Hermione's breath hitched. "Yes. You named me Hermione Jean Granger. You raised me to read before I could write. You sent me off to Hogwarts when I was 11, even though it terrified you, because you believed in me. Please remember." Her father's hand tightened on her mother's shoulder, torn between protecting the life they had built and the dawning possibility that everything they knew was a lie. Finally, her mother spoke in a whisper. "If you can do what you say, then show us." Hermione nodded, her hands shaking as she raised her wand. "Are you sure?" Her parents exchanged a long, silent glance. Her father's expression was heavy with reluctance, but her mother gave the faintest nod. Hermione closed her eyes, whispered the incantation, and released the magic she had once bound so carefully. Light shimmered around them, threads of memory unspooling, weaving back together. Her parents gasped, clutching at their heads as flashes of another life returned. Her childhood, her laughter, her letters from Hogwarts, their pride, their fear. Tears streaked down their faces as recognition dawned. When the light faded, her mother staggered forward, eyes wide with shock and love. "Hermione!" The word broke something inside her. She rushed into her mother's arms, sobbing as her father stood frozen, torn between awe and pain. At last, he too stepped forward, his hand trembling as it rested on her shoulder. "You're back," he whispered, voice thick. "Our girl." And for the first time since casting that spell, Hermione felt whole. Hermione clung to her mother as though she might vanish again if she let go. For months she had carried the weight of silence, the fear that she had lost them forever, but now, in the safety of their home, she felt the truth settle between them. Her mother's hands cradled her face, searching every detail as though memorizing her anew. Her father, though, stood a step back. His eyes were sharp, restless, filled with both recognition and something heavier, betrayal. "You took our memories," he said quietly, the words heavy as stones. Hermione pulled away slightly, her face streaked with tears. "I did, and I am so sorry. But I couldn't bear the thought of Voldemort using you to get to me. He was hunting us all. He killed so many people. I had to protect you." Her father's jaw clenched, but his eyes flickered as the memories rushed back. Her letters, her stories about spells and school, her face beaming when she showed them her prefect's badge. They were theirs again, restored from the fog. Yet the sharpness of what she had done gnawed at him. Her mother's voice broke through the silence, soft but certain. "She saved us, Daniel. We wouldn't even be alive if she hadn't." He looked away, pacing a few steps toward the window, struggling to find words. "She erased us, Emma. She made us believe we were people we weren't." Hermione stepped toward him, her voice shaking. "I know, and I hate myself for it, but I couldn't risk you." Every day, Voldemort grew stronger. He would have tortured you for information, used you to break me. It was the only way I knew to keep you safe." Her father turned back to her, his face a storm of anger and grief, but underneath it all, love. "You made yourself an orphan to protect us," he whispered. "Do you know what it felt like thinking we'd never had a child? As if there had always been a hole in our lives we couldn't explain." The words struck her harder than any curse could have. Hermione's knees nearly buckled. "I know. I took everything from you. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to make it right." For a moment, silence reigned. Then her mother crossed the room, placing a hand on both their shoulders, her eyes brimming with tears. "We cannot change what has been done. But we have her back now. That's what matters." Her father's chest rose and fell heavily, then slowly, his hand lifted. He brushed Hermione's curls back from her damp cheek, his expression softening. "You're still our daughter. Always. But it will take time for me to forgive the choice you made." Hermione nodded through her tears. "I'll wait. As long as it takes." They sat together in the sitting room, their tea untouched as they spoke for hours. Hermione told them what she could bear about the war, the Battle of Hogwarts, the friends she had lost, the nightmarish years of struggle. She spared them the darkest details, but the weight of her words was enough to leave her parents pale and shaken. When she finally mentioned Harry and Ron, her mother smiled faintly through her sorrow. "Still with those boys, then? Always at your side?" A flicker of warmth passed through Hermione's chest. "Yes. They saved me more times than I can count. And Harry, he's been like a brother. He's with his godson now, looking after him." Her father leaned back, rubbing his temple. "You've lived through more than most adults ever will. And you're only 19. His voice was heavy, laced with guilt. "We weren't there for you." "You couldn't be," Hermione whispered. "I wouldn't allow it. I didn't want you anywhere near the danger. But now I want you back in my life. If you'll have me." Her mother reached for her hand, squeezing it tightly. "Of course we will. We're your family. We always will be." The hours slipped away until night fell. When Hermione finally returned to her flat, her heart was raw but lighter than it had been in years. She had found them. She had restored them. The road ahead would be difficult, full of healing and rebuilding trust. But for the first time since casting that spell, she knew it had been worth it. That evening, she opened the enchanted notebook Harry had given her and wrote quickly. "I found them. They remember. It's hard, but they're my parents again. Tell Ron I'll explain everything when I'm back." Half a world away, at the burrow, Harry read the glowing words as they appeared on the page. His chest eased with relief, and for the first time in weeks, he smiled without restraint. Ron, reading over his shoulder, grinned as well. "She did it," Harry whispered. Ron nodded, his voice soft but proud. "Of course she did. She's Hermione." The following days were a blur of conversations, tears, and hesitant laughter. Hermione spent nearly every waking hour with her parents, filling the hollow spaces left behind by the months of separation. They had meals together at the small kitchen table, where her father still insisted on cooking breakfast the way he always had, though his hands trembled slightly each time he passed her a plate. Her mother peppered her with gentle questions, careful not to overwhelm her, as though reacquainting herself with a daughter she had always known yet somehow forgotten. It wasn't easy. Her father, especially, struggled with the enormity of what she had done. More than once, Hermione caught him staring out the window, his jaw tight, his eyes distant. He spoke to her kindly enough, but there was a barrier she could feel between them, one built of hurt and mistrust. She didn't push. She gave him space, knowing that healing wasn't something she could rush with logic or clever arguments. Her mother, on the other hand, embraced her almost fiercely. She wanted stories, details about Hogwarts, about Harry and Ron, about the battles fought and won. Hermione answered as best she could, though she left out much of the pain. She wanted them to understand, but not to carry the same scars she did. One afternoon, her mother brought out a small box from the top of the wardrobe. Inside were old photographs. Hermione as a baby, Hermione at primary school, Hermione with books so large they nearly dwarfed her. Tears blurred Hermione's vision as she turned them over in her hands. "I didn't know you still had these." Her mother smiled softly. "We couldn't part with them, even when we didn't remember why they mattered." It was as if something in us refused to let go. Hermione pressed the photos to her chest, the ache in her heart mingling with relief. "I thought I'd lost you forever." Her mother reached out, brushing away a tear. "And yet here we are." Her father didn't join in the reminiscing. He left the room quietly, returning much later with his eyes red, as though from wiping them too often. Hermione noticed but said nothing. The days turned into a week. Hermione found herself walking the streets of Melbourne with her parents, showing them bits of magic when they were alone. Small charms, harmless displays. A quill writing on its own, a charm that cooled the air during the heat of the afternoon. Slowly, cautiously, she wove the world she had hidden back into their lives. One evening, her father finally sat down across from her at the table, his expression grave. "Hermione," he began, his voice quiet but steady, "I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive you fully for taking away who we were. But I can see now that you did it out of love. That matters." Hermione's throat tightened. "I never wanted to hurt you. I thought if you lived, even without me, that was enough. But it wasn't. Not for you, not for me." He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "We've missed so much. But we still have time. That's what counts." He hesitated, then added softly, "I'm proud of you, even if I don't understand half of what you've lived through." Hermione leaned forward, her tears spilling freely, and for the first time since her arrival, she felt his barrier crack. She reached for his hand, and this time he didn't pull away. By the end of her second week, Hermione knew it was time to think about leaving. Her parents had their lives in Australia now, a practice, friends, a sense of stability she had no right to strip from them again. But she also knew she couldn't stay away from England forever. Harry and Ron were waiting. The future, fragile as it was waiting. On her final evening, she wrote in the enchanted notebook once more. "I've restored their memories. They're still adjusting, but they're with me. I'll be home soon. Tell everyone at the burrow not to worry." As she closed the notebook, her mother entered the room, holding 2 mugs of tea. She set one before Hermione, her expression gentle. "When you go back, don't be a stranger. We're not losing you again." Hermione smiled, her chest tightening. "You won't. I promise." That night, as she lay in bed, Hermione thought of Harry cradling Teddy, of Ron carrying the unspoken grief of his brother, of the home she had chosen in their company. For the first time in months, she felt she could bridge the world she had fought so hard to protect. Her family by blood and her family by choice. She was no longer the girl who had cast that spell in desperation. She was something more, someone ready to build instead of destroy. And she knew when she stepped back into England, she would not step back as the same Hermione who had left. The portkey dropped Hermione in a quiet lane just outside Ottery St. Catchpole, the familiar English countryside stretching around her. The air was crisp and damp, so unlike the heat of Melbourne. For a moment she simply stood there, clutching her bag, her heart racing. She had imagined this moment so many times during her weeks in Australia, and yet standing here, the reality of it left her trembling. The burrow rose ahead in the distance, crooked and endearing, smoke curling from the chimney. It felt like walking toward a memory made flesh. Every step closer filled her with both warmth and fear. Warmth at seeing her friends again, fear of what had shifted in her absence. She didn't have to knock. The moment she reached the door, it opened, and there was Harry, his expression breaking into something that was equal parts relief and disbelief. For a heartbeat, neither spoke. Then Harry pulled her into a fierce embrace, his glasses pressing against her temple, his voice rough in her ear. "You're back." Hermione clung to him, her throat tight. "I promised I would be." When they pulled apart, Harry's eyes were brighter than she had ever seen them. Behind him, the living room buzzed with voices, Ginny, George, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. But Hermione's gaze was drawn almost at once to Ron, standing a little apart from the others. He hadn't moved closer. His arms were folded, his expression unreadable, though his ears were flushed, betraying more than he wanted to show. Hermione's stomach twisted. She had expected this. Weeks away hadn't softened the tension between them. Ginny was the first to break the silence. "Finally, do you know how worried we were?" She hugged Hermione tightly, her words rushing out. "We thought you might not come back at all." Hermione managed a small smile. "I couldn't stay away forever. I had to finish what I started." Mrs. Weasley swept her into a hug next, tears on her cheeks. "Oh, Hermione, dear. You've been through so much. You'll stay with us tonight, won't you? Hermione nodded, though her eyes flicked toward Ron once more. He still hadn't spoken. That night, after the bustle of dinner and the inevitable questions about Australia, Hermione finally found herself alone with Ron and Harry in the small sitting room. The fire cast long shadows across the walls, and for a long moment, no one spoke. It was Ron who broke the silence. His voice was low, tight. "So, you're back." Hermione swallowed. "Yes. Did you fix it? With them?" His eyes flicked to hers briefly before darting away. "I did," she said softly. "They remember everything now. It wasn't easy, but they understand. At least as much as they can." Harry leaned forward. "That's brilliant, Hermione. Really. You've carried that weight for so long." Hermione offered him a grateful smile, but Ron remained rigid. She turned to him, forcing herself to speak the words that had been waiting since before she left. "Ron, I'm sorry. For everything. For the way I hurt you when I said I couldn't feel the same way you did. I didn't want it to come out like that." Ron's jaw tightened. "You were honest. That's all. It doesn't mean I don't care for you," she said quickly. "You're one of the most important people in my life. That hasn't changed." His eyes flicked to her again, this time holding her gaze. There was pain there, but also something softer. He let out a breath. "I know. I thought things would be different, you know? I thought we'd finally," he trailed off, shaking his head. "Doesn't matter." Harry shifted uncomfortably, looking between them. Hermione reached out, her hand hesitating in the air before resting on Ron's arm. "It does matter. And I don't want us, to be broken because of it." For a long moment, Ron didn't move. Then he gave a small nod, his shoulders loosening slightly. "We'll figure it out. Just give me time." Relief washed over her, though she knew the rift wasn't fully mended. It was a start. Later, after Ron had gone upstairs, Hermione lingered by the fire with Harry. He studied her, his green eyes thoughtful. "You've changed," he said quietly. Hermione raised a brow. "For better or worse?" "For stronger," Harry replied without hesitation. "You look like someone who finally put down a burden. And I'm glad. You deserve that." Hermione's chest tightened with emotion. "And you deserve peace too, Harry. We all do." The fire crackled between them, warm and steady. For the first time in months, Hermione felt that perhaps peace wasn't just a hope, it was something within reach. The days after Hermione's return moved with a strange mixture of comfort and unease. The burrow bustled as it always had, meals shared around the crowded kitchen table, laughter from the younger Weasleys, and Mrs. Weasley's tireless fussing. Yet beneath the surface, Hermione could feel the shift. Ron was careful around her, his words measured, his glances fleeting. Harry, ever the peacemaker, filled the silences when they grew too heavy, though Hermione could see in his eyes that he hoped time would ease the tension more than anything he could say. Hermione threw herself into helping Mrs. Weasley with the house, mending things still damaged from the chaos of the war, or retreating into books when the atmosphere grew too heavy. At night, she often stayed up late by the fire, rereading her old school notes as though studying could steady the whirlwind of emotions she carried. One morning, Ron found her at the table with parchment scattered everywhere. He leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, his hair still mussed from sleep. "You really don't stop, do you?" he asked, his tone more amused than cold. Hermione looked up, startled, then smiled faintly. "It helps me think." Ron stepped closer, glancing at the notes. "Are you planning to redo every year at Hogwarts? Because that's what it looks like." She laughed softly, the sound breaking some of the tension. "No, just keeping my mind sharp. I don't know what's next for me, but I don't want to be unprepared." Ron hesitated, then pulled out a chair. "You always think about what's next. I envy that sometimes. I don't even know what I want for breakfast half the time." Hermione tilted her head, watching him carefully. He didn't seem angry, not in the way he had when she first returned. His voice carried something gentler, a vulnerability she hadn't expected. "You don't have to have everything figured out right now," she said softly. "None of us do. We've been through too much to just snap back to normal." Ron nodded, his eyes dropping to the parchment. "I just don't want things to stay like this forever. Between us, I mean." Hermione's heart tightened. She placed her quill down and reached across the table, her fingers brushing his. "I don't either. It will take time, Ron. But we'll get there. He looked up, meeting her gaze fully for the first time in weeks. The moment lingered, unspoken words filling the silence. Then he pulled his hand back and gave a small, lopsided smile. All right then. We'll try. It wasn't a solution, but it was more than they had before. That afternoon, Harry joined them in the garden, where the three of them sat beneath the old apple tree they had often gathered under in summers past. For a while, they simply talked, not about battles or grief, but about Quidditch, about the absurdity of George's new ideas for joke products, about the way Ginny teased Harry mercilessly whenever he tried to act too serious. It felt, in flashes, like the world they had once known, a world where they were just friends, not soldiers. Yet even in those moments, Hermione couldn't help but notice how often Ron grew quiet, or how Harry's laughter sometimes faltered as though weighed down by memories. Healing, she realized, wasn't a straight path. It was messy, uneven, and sometimes painful. But it was happening. That evening, as Hermione sat by her window, she thought of her parents half a world away, of the fragile bridge she had rebuilt there. Now, here at the burrow, she was doing the same, laying down stones one by one, patient and careful, until she could cross without fear of the ground breaking beneath her. The war had taken much, but it hadn't taken everything. And as long as she still had Harry and Ron by her side, even in fractured form, she believed they could mend what was broken. When she went downstairs later, she found Ron waiting by the fire with a deck of exploding snap cards in his hands. He raised an eyebrow at her. Fancy a game? Just like old times. Hermione smiled, her chest warm. I'd like that. It was a small step, but it felt like the beginning of something real. A friendship tested, scarred, yet strong enough to survive. The days settled into a rhythm that almost felt ordinary. Hermione spent mornings at the kitchen table with books and parchment spread before her, afternoons helping with chores or sitting in the garden, and evenings talking or playing games with Harry and Ron. It was fragile, yes, but it was real, and each day brought with it another small step toward healing. Yet Hermione couldn't ignore the sense of restlessness that had begun to stir in her. She had always thrived on purpose, on working toward something greater than herself. Now, with Voldemort gone and the war behind them, the silence pressed heavily on her. Even in moments of laughter, she caught herself wondering what she was meant to do with the future. One morning, as she flipped through the Daily Prophet at the kitchen table, an article caught her eye. The headline read, "Ministry calls for volunteers in magical reconstruction efforts." It spoke of villages still in ruins, of families displaced by the battles, of artifacts and spells that remained dangerous and unstable. The ministry was overwhelmed, and they were asking for help from witches and wizards willing to dedicate their skills to rebuilding. Hermione's fingers tightened on the newspaper. This was something she could do. Something that mattered. When Harry and Ron came down for breakfast, she slid the paper toward them. "Look at this," she said, her voice carrying a spark of the old determination they both recognized. "The ministry needs help. Real help. We can do something." Ron frowned, spearing a sausage onto his plate. "Haven't we done enough? We spent years fighting, Hermione. Maybe it's time to just live for a while." Harry didn't answer right away. He read the article carefully, then set the paper down. "I see your point, Ron. But Hermione's right too. There are people out there who need us." He looked at Hermione, his eyes thoughtful. "And I think you need this." Hermione flushed slightly but didn't deny it. "I do. I can't sit here and pretend the world has fixed itself. It hasn't." Ron sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I'm not saying I don't care. But after everything, I just want normal. Quidditch, a job that doesn't involve nearly getting killed. Maybe even a pint without worrying about Death Eaters showing up. Is that too much to ask?" "No," Hermione said gently. "It's not. But we can't ignore the people who don't have the luxury of normal yet. We can help them get there." The conversation hung between them, heavy with the same divide that had always existed in subtle ways. Hermione's relentless drive for justice, Ron's yearning for peace, Harry caught in the middle. Later that afternoon, Harry found Hermione in the orchard, pacing with the article still clutched in her hand. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" he asked, half smiling. Hermione shook her head. "I can't. It's who I am." Harry sat on the grass, leaning back on his elbows. "Then maybe the question isn't whether we should help, it's how. The ministry's not perfect. You know that. If we get involved, we'll have to be careful not to get tangled in their politics. Hermione sat beside him, her shoulders relaxing slightly. I know. But Harry, imagine if we could make a difference without fighting, without war. Just building instead of tearing down. Harry's eyes softened. That sounds like something worth trying. When Ron joined them later, he found the two of them talking quietly about plans, about possible assignments, about where they might be needed most. He stopped a few paces away, watching them with a mixture of frustration and affection. Finally, he groaned and dropped down beside them. Fine. I'll come. But only because I don't trust you two not to get into trouble without me. Hermione laughed, the sound bright and unburdened, and for a fleeting moment, it felt like old times again. The three of them, facing the unknown together. That night, as Hermione prepared for bed, she caught sight of herself in the mirror. For the first time since she had returned from Australia, she felt not only relief but direction. The war had taken so much, but the future was still hers to shape. And with Harry and Ron by her side, however complicated things remained, she was ready to face it. The next morning at the burrow, Hermione broached the idea of joining the ministry's reconstruction efforts. She expected some questions, perhaps mild concern, but she wasn't prepared for the wall of resistance that met her words. Mrs. Weasley set down her teapot with a sharp clatter. Absolutely not. You three have given more than enough. You nearly lost your lives, more than once. I won't have you running off again, not when you've only just come back. Hermione tried to speak, but George interrupted with a bitter laugh. Oh yes, brilliant idea. Let's let the golden trio put themselves in harm's way again. Haven't we buried enough already? His eyes, still shadowed from Fred's absence, burned into her. Ron shifted uncomfortably, his ears reddening. He muttered, See? I told you it wouldn't go down well. Harry raised his hands in a calming gesture. We're not talking about fighting, Mrs. Weasley. It's not like before. This is about helping, rebuilding homes, stabilizing charms, that sort of thing. It's not war. That's what they'll tell you, Mr. Weasley said quietly from the end of the table. His face was drawn, the lines around his eyes deeper than Hermione remembered. But the ministry is never without its dangers. You'd be stepping into a mess of politics, and not all of it safe. Some people haven't let go of the old loyalties. Hermione straightened her shoulders. That's exactly why we should help. If we don't, then who will? The ministry is overwhelmed and people are suffering. We can't stand by and do nothing. Mrs. Weasley's lips trembled. She looked at Harry and then at Ron, her voice thick with emotion. I've lost one son already. I won't lose another. And I won't lose you either, Harry, or you, Hermione. You're as much mine as any of them. Silence fell. Hermione felt her resolve waver, guilt pressing heavily against her chest. She hadn't considered how her choice would reopen wounds that were still raw. Ron finally spoke, his tone softer than before. Mum, no one's trying to leave you behind. But you can't keep us wrapped up here forever. We've got to figure out what comes next. Hermione's right about that. Mrs. Weasley looked at him, startled, but Ron didn't back down. His voice gained strength. You taught us to stand up when it mattered. Well, this matters. Maybe not the way the war did, but it matters all the same. Hermione's heart swelled with quiet pride at his words. Later, when the tension had cooled slightly, Harry found himself alone in the orchard with George. The older boy leaned against a tree, arms folded, his expression unreadable. You think this'll fix things? George asked, his tone sharp. Going off to save the world again? Harry shook his head. No, I don't think anything can fix everything. But sitting still won't help either. We've got to try, George. George looked away, his jaw tight. Just don't expect me to laugh when it all blows up in your faces. Harry didn't argue. He knew George's grief was a wound too deep for words. That evening, Hermione retreated to her room, where Crookshanks purred at her feet. She pulled out her notebook and wrote quickly, the ink smudging slightly under her hurried hand. We've told the Weasleys. They're worried. I can't blame them. But we have to do this. I have to. She paused, staring at the words. Then she added softer. I just hope they'll forgive me. When she set the quill down, she felt the familiar fire of determination sparking in her chest. She would not turn away from what needed to be done. Not again. The morning air at the burrow carried a crisp edge, a reminder that summer was slipping away. Hermione stood by the kitchen window, fastening the clasp of her cloak with careful precision. She had packed her satchel the night before, books, parchment, quills, and a small collection of charms she thought might be useful. It felt oddly familiar, like preparing for a new term at Hogwarts, though this time the stakes were heavier. Harry joined her, tugging at the sleeve of his jacket. He looked steadier than she felt, though she could see the shadow in his eyes. "You ready?" he asked. "As I'll ever be," Hermione replied. She glanced at him, her voice softening. "Are you sure you want to do this? You've been through enough, Harry. No one would blame you if you said no." Harry shook his head. "I've spent my whole life reacting to threats, to danger. For once, I want to choose what I'm doing. If this is about rebuilding, about helping, then yes. I want to be there." Ron clattered down the stairs a moment later, his hair sticking up at odd angles, a half-eaten piece of toast in his hand. "What?" he said at their looks. "I'm coming, aren't I? Someone's got to keep you two from overthinking everything." Hermione laughed in spite of her nerves, and the sound eased the tightness in her chest. They didn't apparate straight to the ministry. Instead, they took a walk through the fields near the burrow first. None of them said it aloud, but it felt like a ritual of sorts, a way of grounding themselves before stepping into something new. The grass brushed against their legs, the wind tugged at their cloaks, and for a brief while, they were just three friends walking side by side. At the edge of the lane, Ron slowed, his expression more serious than usual. "I keep thinking about Fred," he admitted quietly. "About how he'd have hated all this talk of duty and rebuilding. He'd have told us to find a pub and forget the rest." Harry gave a small, sad smile. "Maybe. But he'd also have shown up if we needed him." Ron nodded, swallowing hard. Hermione touched his arm gently. "We carry him with us, Ron. Every step of the way." For a moment, none of them spoke. Then Ron drew a deep breath and straightened his shoulders. "All right, let's do this." They apparat to London together, landing just outside the familiar red telephone box that served as the visitors' entrance. The city bustled around them, indifferent to their presence, and Hermione felt a rush of nerves as she stepped forward. The last time they had been here, it had been under siege, filled with corruption and fear. Now, as they descended into the ministry atrium, it was quieter, subdued, but still scarred. The grand fountain had been repaired, though traces of damage remained if one looked closely enough. Hermione's heart tightened as they walked across the hall. Workers hurried past with stacks of parchment, memos zipped overhead, and yet the weight of loss was visible in every tired face. A young witch with sandy hair greeted them at the reception desk, her eyes widening slightly as she recognized them. "You're here to volunteer?" she asked, almost incredulous. "Yes," Hermione said firmly. "Where can we sign up?" The witch led them down a corridor toward a crowded office where other witches and wizards were gathering. Hermione caught snatches of conversation, assignments being handed out, names of villages in need, talk of dangerous artifacts unearthed from battle sites. The air hummed with urgency. As the trio stepped into the room, a hush rippled through the crowd. Heads turned, whispers spread. Hermione felt heat rise to her cheeks, but she lifted her chin. She wasn't here as a hero. She was here to work. A tall wizard with graying hair approached them, a clipboard in his hands. His expression was measured, though his eyes softened slightly. "Potter, Granger, Weasley, we weren't expecting you, but your help will be welcome." Ron muttered under his breath. "Not expecting us?" "Figures." Hermione elbowed him lightly, then met the wizard's gaze. "We're ready to start wherever you need us." The man studied them for a moment, then nodded. "Good. There's a village in Yorkshire still struggling with cursed ruins. We'll need steady hands and sharp minds there. Can you leave tomorrow?" Harry glanced at Hermione, then at Ron. Hermione answered before either of them could. "Yes, we'll be there." As they left the office, Ron groaned. "Cursed ruins. Why does it always have to be cursed ruins?" Harry chuckled. "Because normal ruins would be too easy." Hermione smiled faintly, though her stomach fluttered with nerves. Tomorrow, their new chapter would begin. And for the first time since the war ended, she felt like they were moving forward, not away from the past, but towards something worth building. The burrow felt different that night. It was quieter than usual, the air heavy with unspoken words. Hermione, Harry, and Ron had spent the afternoon answering questions from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley about the assignment in Yorkshire. Questions that were more emotional than practical. Mrs. Weasley wanted to know what kind of supervision they'd have, whether they'd be gone long, if it was truly safe. Hermione answered with as much reassurance as she could muster, but she knew there were no guarantees. After dinner, the house slowly emptied into its nighttime rhythm. George retreated to his room without a word. Ginny went upstairs with a book, and Mr. Weasley tinkered with something in the shed. Hermione lingered in the sitting room with Harry and Ron, the fire crackling low in the grate. Ron shuffled a deck of exploding snap cards between his hands, though he didn't start a game. He stared into the flames instead, his jaw tight. "Feels like the night before a battle," he muttered. "It's not," Hermione said gently. "This is different. We're not marching into danger. We're going to help." "Yeah, well," Ron said, frowning. "I've heard that before. Remember when we went to the ministry 5th year? Thought it was just helping Sirius." Harry gave a wry smile. "Fair point. But Hermione's right. This isn't the same. We're choosing this. On our terms." The words lingered, though Ron didn't look fully convinced. Hermione wished she could say something more, something that would lift the heaviness in his shoulders. But the truth was she shared some of his unease. Later, when the others had gone up to bed, Hermione slipped outside for air. The night was cool, the sky scattered with stars. She leaned against the garden fence, staring upward, letting the quiet steady her thoughts. Harry joined her after a few minutes, his footsteps soft on the grass. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked. "Not yet," she admitted. "I keep thinking about all the people we'll meet tomorrow. Families who lost their homes, children who've grown up in fear. I want to help them, Harry, but what if I'm not enough? What if none of us are?" Harry rested his hands on the fence beside her. "You've always been enough, Hermione. More than enough. You kept me alive when I didn't know what I was doing half the time. You pulled us through the war. If anyone can help rebuild, it's you." Hermione blinked against the sting of tears. "I don't want to just be the girl who fought a war. I want to be the woman who made something better out of it." Harry's voice was steady. "Then that's who you'll be." They stood in silence for a long while, the garden wrapped in moonlight. Hermione felt her fear loosen, replaced by something steadier. Not certainty, but resolve. When they returned inside, Ron was waiting on the stairs, his hair sticking up and his face oddly serious. "I know I've been grumbling," he said, his voice low. "But I'll be there tomorrow. With both of you. No matter what." Hermione smiled softly. "I never doubted that." The three of them exchanged a look that needed no words. Whatever tomorrow brought, they would face it together. That night, Hermione finally drifted to sleep with her satchel by her bed and a quiet thought anchoring her. Tomorrow was not an ending, but a beginning. The morning came with a pale gray sky, the kind that promised rain but held back for the moment. Hermione rose before dawn, dressing quickly and packing the last of her things into the satchel that had accompanied her through so many journeys. When she came downstairs, Harry was already at the table sipping tea, his glasses slightly fogged from the steam. Ron stumbled in a few minutes later, yawning, but his eyes were alert in a way that spoke of nerves more than fatigue. Mrs. Weasley fussed over them with toast and eggs, pressing food into their hands as though it could shield them from danger. Her embrace lingered on each of them longer than usual, and Hermione felt the weight of it even as they stepped outside to the edge of the garden where the ministry had arranged a portkey. The tug behind her navel pulled sharply, and when the world settled again, they were standing in a small village that bore the scars of battle. Roofs were half-collapsed, windows shattered, and scorch marks blackened the cobblestones. The air carried the smell of damp earth and smoke, as though the past still lingered. Hermione's chest tightened. She had read reports of the destruction, but seeing it was different. Children peeked out from behind broken fences, their faces pale but curious. A witch with a bandaged arm hurried past carrying supplies, nodding to them with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. A tall wizard in ministry robes approached, introducing himself as Director Whitcomb of Reconstruction Affairs. His voice was brisk, but there was gratitude in his eyes. "We've been waiting for you three. The villagers are in desperate need of both practical aid and hope. You'll be working with our local coordinators, but make no mistake, people will look to you as symbols." The boy who lived, the brightest witch of her age, and the steadfast friend who stood at their side. Your presence alone matters. Hermione exchanged a glance with Harry and Ron. She had never liked being reduced to a symbol, but as she looked at the faces around them, she realized how much weight those symbols carried. If their presence could inspire even a little courage, it was worth it. The first hours passed in a blur of activity. Hermione helped organize medical supplies, her quick thinking ensuring scarce potions were distributed where they were most needed. Harry worked alongside volunteers to repair wards around homes, his steady wand movements drawing murmurs of admiration. Ron joined a group rebuilding a collapsed roof, his natural strength and determination winning approving nods from older wizards. At midday, the villagers gathered in the square for a brief meal. Hermione noticed how their eyes lingered on the three of them, some with awe, others with simple gratitude. She felt a quiet warmth spread through her chest. For the first time since the war ended, she wasn't fighting or fleeing. She was building. Later, as the sun dipped low, Hermione found herself sitting on a stone wall overlooking the village. Harry joined her, brushing dust from his robes, his hair wild from the day's work. "You were right," he said softly. "This feels different." Hermione smiled faintly. "It does. We're not just surviving anymore. We're helping others live again." Ron wandered over, carrying 3 mugs of pumpkin juice. He handed them out, plopping down beside them with a grunt. "Blimey, I'm knackered. But I don't hate it. Not one bit." The 3 of them sat together, watching villagers light lanterns as night settled over Yorkshire. The glow spread slowly, house by house, until the darkness was pushed back. Hermione felt something stir inside her that she had almost forgotten. Hope. She turned to Harry and Ron, her voice steady but full of quiet conviction. This is only the beginning. And she knew it was true. The war had ended, but their real work, the work of healing, rebuilding, and redefining their future, was just beginning.